будет Hello, everyone, and welcome to the second day of the FIDE World Team Rapid Chess Championship. My name is Irina Krush, and I'm joined by Grandmasters Peter Leko and Evgenij Miroshnichenko. What an exciting day we had yesterday, guys, and today I think the chess is going to be even better as the top teams continue facing each other.
Yeah, hello, Irina, Miro. Yeah, so nice to be here. Yeah, after yesterday we had some shock. Yeah, Magnus Carlsen lost with the white pieces to Richard Rapport, one of his most devastating losses I have ever seen. But now he gets the white pieces, plays against Daniil Dubov. What do you guys think?
Well, I think Magnus is going to be angry. And I mean, it's hard to see him really losing a second game in a row, right? That's not really in his style. So I think he's going to be very motivated to get back on track, making it a difficult game for Dubov with the black pieces.
Yeah, Dubov, however, has a record of winning games against Magnus, right? He's very sharp in the opening, usually, well, can bring some surprises, and he worked with Magnus, so he knows the insides of Magnus preparation.
We actually have Charlize in the playing hall, so let's go to her for a minute.
Greetings, we are live from Astana, Kazakhstan
in day two of the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Team Chess Championships. Yesterday we had quite an exciting day, 4 rounds, and at the end of the day we saw a shocking result of WR Chess losing to Chessy. Of course, they were last year's winners, so all eyes were on this board, and today Chessy is playing against the Decade China team. This tournament has 12 rounds, and today we will probably be seeing all the top teams playing against each other. Will teams arrive late again? Let's see. Stay tuned to the broadcast to not miss any of the action.
Well, we have Elaine, who is facing WR Chess, and I can say it's not a very lucky pairing for them because they're actually getting paired down to WR Chess, and WR Chess is the #1 ranked seed here. So, but you know, eventually these teams would have to face each other anyway, so probably it's not such a big deal.
Yeah, well, it looks like, and I think we've discussed it yesterday, so that with this devastating loss, WR looks like, okay, they've lost all the chances. Now, let's wait 8 more rounds, and the teams on the very top, they will play their little round robins. Everyone will play with everybody. And yeah, so it wasn't a lucky result for them, but yeah, they absolutely have enough distance to come back.
Well, the strongest performer on the Elaine team is Dmitry Andreikin. He's won 3 of his games so far, including a very big win against Wang Yue that made them tie against the China Decade team in the final game of the day yesterday. You know, Vadim Rosenstein for the WR chess team, not having like the best event on the amateur board. He's got 1 out of 4. And, you know, that's one of, I guess, the relatively weaker spots on the WR team that the other teams will be trying to exploit.
Yeah, exactly. Losing 3 games in a row makes you feel very uncomfortable. Yeah, I believe that last year Vadim did very well in critical matches. Yeah, losing 3 games in a row now puts tremendous pressure on him. Yeah, it's the whole team is financed by him. The whole tournament is his idea, so I can imagine that it's kind of tough. But I believe that they came as a big favorites. There was too much pressure on them. Everybody expected them to win. Now that they lost yesterday, probably this pressure is gone. They just want to show their best. The same applies to Magnus. Yeah, we just believe that we'll see the real Magnus today. But I would like to speak a little bit more about the Chessy team, because Chessy team is leading right now. And they deserve all the praise. They have won everything. They have knocked out the WR team in an incredible fashion. Richard Rapport crushing Magnus Carlsen. What do you guys think? Will they be able to keep also their record against the Chinese team?
Well, it's hard, I would argue, because, well, if you look at Team China, very solid and incredible joker board. I think he's on 4 out of 4 and counting, right? So it'll be very tough, and the top board, of course, drives a lot of attention because it will be Richard Rapport against Ding Liren.
Yeah, I think one of the most interesting matchups on the Chessy Decade China team is the last board, because it's 2 people on perfect scores. Actually, for Chessy, Inakul has 4 out of 4. Peng Bo has 3 out of 3 for China. So these guys have been on fire for their teams. They're obviously very underrated amateur boards, and I am curious to see which one of them is going to get the upper hand in this match.
Yeah, the Joker boards are extremely important. We have seen this. The games has started. So much at stake in all the games, and we just discussed prior to the show that we have kind of super tournament atmosphere. One big clash next to each other. I even don't know where to start, but I believe that Richard Rapport against Ding Liren is kind of a good start because they are the leaders.
All right, so we have the games starting, and Carlsen played e4 against Dubov. Maybe we can pull up that game.
Yeah, I've seen some Rui Lopez with d3 from Magnus Carlsen, early d3. That's what people usually do nowadays if they want to fight.
Well, but it was fifth move d3. Yeah,
so 5 d3 allowing bishop c5, which is much more common would be to castle and go d3 after bishop e7.
Exactly. On the other hand, now this fifth move d3 has the purpose of avoiding the open Spanish, which is doing extremely well with a lot of theory, and black is kind of neutralizing almost all of white's tries automatically. So that's also one of the reasons why 5 d3 became really popular. Also, one thing is very interesting that, okay, Magnus Carlsen used the Marshal as his main weapon against Jan Nepomniachtchi in this World Championship match in 2021 in Dubai. Maybe 5 d3 was something that they did not look together because it was not very critical at that point. So this also could explain why Magnus opts for it. And there we have it. All right, so let me just very quickly go back to the start so that we understand what we are talking about by speaking about fifth move d3, knight f6, and here comes the move d3 instead of castles. Yeah, that's the whole point. Castles is the traditional move. Black has then a big choice, but with d3, white kind of limits his play, but wants to avoid forced lines. So d3, b5. Bishop b3, bishop c5, that's one of the main differences, that now the bishop is developed to a more active square. It's the Arkhangelsk variation, d6, castles, and the move rook b8.
Wow, rook b8 voluntarily. Before white went for a2, a4.
Yes, I would say typical Dubov, right? That he always tries to come up with some kind of a surprise. One could argue that normally the most natural traditional moves are to play the move h6, shutting out any kind of bishop g5 ideas, and or if black does not worry about bishop g5, then can actually just castle as well. But then after castles bishop g5, things can get very messy.
So what's normal here for white, Peter? Is it rook e1 or Magnus? Did he choose? Oh, he hasn't chosen a move yet, right? Is it rook e1 or h3?
I think he played knight bd2, and castles.
Castles has happened.
And now he played.
He played rook e1.
Wait a second. So that means he castled, but also avoided bishop g5, Dubov. With this, so he's waiting for the move after rook b8. If you go bishop g5 too quickly with black uncastled, probably you have to look at h6 g5, but we have to be ready to face h6 g5.
Exactly. Let me
because black king did not castle yet.
Show this, yeah, bishop g3, and this is very shaky for white. Black has so many different options. Bishop g4, one of them. But also ideas by pushing the h pawn later, by going with the knight to h7 and so on.
Yeah.
So yeah, Magnus does not want to test this.
Magnus goes knight b to d2, but this is the moment where bishop on c1 cannot really go to g5, and that's why you can also.
I have the feeling that we might actually transpose later on to something familiar, but yeah, Daniel goes immediately with knight e7.
So he's allowing d4, because I was wondering about that knight e7 move. It's a very common transfer of the knight in these positions. I thought he might go like something like bishop b6 first, but I guess on d4,
he will just play bishop b6, because he goes bishop b6, d, knight g4. He wants to use the f2 pawn.
Okay, so the attack on the bishop's not a big deal.
Yes, exactly. So he's using this tactical trick with knight g4. hitting the f2 pawn, and then black will recapture on e5. I believe this is kind of the trick Dubov is relying on. Wow, okay, very nice kind of trickery. It seems like he equalizes quite comfortably, but okay, this is also kind of typical Magnus. He does not care too much about equality. He just wants to get a playable position.
So should white just continue with knight f1 here and bring the knight to g3?
Kind of, yes. But since Magnus has slowed down, he's probably a little bit unhappy that black got this chance right away. Yeah, because, okay, knight f1, knight g6. So then we already see that Dubov is saying, yes, I saved h6. Instead of h6, I played rook b8. Yeah, knight f1 on the board.
So we're expecting knight g6 from black, so both knights coming to the g file.
Yeah, and then the reason why I said that, yes, it's tricky move order, but we might be seeing some transpositions. Yeah, knight g6 played as well. That sooner or later white will have to play the move h3. Usually that's the moment when black also says, all right, you played h3, now I can also make this very good useful move h6. And black usually falls back with the bishop to b6, white plays knight g3. We get all these traditional positions where white has to decide that he will push d3, d4, in which moment he will push d3, d4. Basically, that's the main idea.
Let's take a quick look at Makhsoodlu versus Nepo on the next board. Makhsoodlu has won a pawn, but it does look like black has pretty good compensation, and Nepo is at 16 minutes, so hasn't spent any time at all on this opening phase. He lost the d5 pawn. He wasn't able to recapture with the queen, and he just plays bishop e6 attacking the knight. So I guess the problem for white is this undeveloped bishop on c1, the fact that e3 is under pressure. Black will probably be playing queen b6, knight c6, and simple developing moves like that.
Yeah, well, in order to understand what happened, just a very quick recap of the action. We have seen a Nimzo. Okay, e3 Nimzo castles, knight g2, d5, e3 bishop e7, takes, knight f4, rook e8, and I want to see that in which exact moment did Nepo sacrifice the pawn. Bishop d6, okay, short castles, he goes c6, okay, and after f3 goes c5. Yeah, this is very, very instructive, and one should know this motive that in this kind of structures, black actually waits for white to play f3 when white is trying to push e3, e4, then black gets ready to play c6, c5, and then he has the isolated pawn on d5, but the weakness on e3 will compensate for it. So that's how we got to this very special pawn sacrifice. dc5, bishop c5, takes, yeah, let's just show the tactics. Yeah, queen takes d5, bishop takes h7, check, would win the queen. So this is not good. Nepo just played the move bishop e6.
And I guess Makhsoodlu is thinking about where to take his knight, like c3 or f4 is the other choice, right? There's really not, I mean, it's not that many other ways to protect this knight. Bishop c4 feels pretty risky, but I guess it's a move as well.
Yeah, bishop c4 is a move, but then also this bishop gets, and I understand why Makhsoodlu is taking his time. If you would ask me, okay, just from my gut feeling, I should be calling out a move. It's just so difficult to say, because if the knight moves, I feel like this pawn on e3 will be lost in the long run. Yeah, so it's not like I need to win it immediately. For example, knight f4, I can maybe just follow it up with knight c6.
Watch out for bishop h7.
Queen c2.
Yes, maybe queen b6, and you actually try to win it immediately.
Yeah, because this, yeah, let's just show this trick. Yeah, very important. The bishop is hanging. So, yeah, after knight f4, yeah, then you start with queen b6. Basically, not even going immediately after the pawn, but just protecting the bishop, and the pawn is hanging in the right moment. So bishop c4 was your suggestion, yeah?
Well, actually, knight f4 is on the board.
On the board, okay.
Yep, and Nepo did play queen b6 very quickly. So he's pretty confident he's going to win this e3 pawn back. Yeah, he's protecting the bishop against these queen c2 tricks. So does white even have a way not to lose that pawn immediately?
Well, and also there is this bishop b3 idea as well, yeah? So suddenly the bishop from e6 can be mobile as well. So maybe queen e2, is that a move? Or is it simply advisable to trade the knight for the bishop? Yeah, this is a very big question. Let me just check one thing. So if I take on e6...
And then maybe try
How
what?
do
Maybe
you-
bishop
Yeah.
bishop e4.
How do you... Rook takes, right?
Yeah, rook takes, yeah.
Yeah, rook takes, and then this bishop e4 ideas at some
But
point.
you can still, I think you can still take on e3, right?
Well, but if you take, then
Yeah, I'll take.
This is tricky.
And then I
because-
have knight c6.
Yeah, but then I'm very active.
So you
Knight
think white might
c6.
have something here?
I have the feeling that thanks to this bishop on e4 and this pressure on the b7, of course, you are coming with rook d8 very quickly. Not easy.
Okay, he did take the bishop.
Yeah, it's
So he might be planning bishop e4.
the right choice, I believe, because if the bishop moves to b3, then this knight on f4 will be feeling very uncomfortable.
I mean, he can also just try king h1, since maybe it gives a little bit more flexibility than bishop e4.
Yeah, because then you have also this bishop c4 ideas.
Yes.
I'm not sure if this is all preparation by Jan or it's just improvisation. Of course, he relied on the general rules that against f3 we're going to go c5. But I have seen Jan already blitzing out things which was not part of his preparation. Yeah? So,
Let's take a look at Andreykin versus Noterbeck, because that's an interesting position from the opening. White has this pawn in f4, which I think guarantees us a double-edged structure.
yeah, and this is the battle between Mr. Perfects, right? Because Abdusatov has also won all his games unlike in the same. A very big clash.
How does white support the knight on e5, though?
Well, there's always this knight b5 intermezzo.
So black might want to play a6 at some point.
Yeah, but knight's white to move. Yeah, it's okay. Let's just very quickly recap. So it was like a reti, and then it became double fianchetto from white's side. Bishop b2, castle e3. So that's how white reached this. And black lost a tempo on bishop a6. That's the reason why actually one has to see the game from the beginning in order to make sense. That's how white actually got some tempi here with f4. Bishop b7, knight c3, knight b7. And Dimitri had made a move. Probably knight b5 because the queen moved back. Yes, knight b5, queen c8 on the board.
So that knight is about to get kicked out with a6, so we need to act quickly. What could he be planning to do with this knight?
Yeah, how does white keep the initiative? Yeah, this is the big question. Or is he at all thinking that I need to prove something, or just a move like queen e2, a6, knight c3, and let's take it from there? It's also a possibility.
Yeah, queen e2 is definitely an option. Well, we also have a really interesting position with Ho Yifan and Lagno. Now, Ho Yifan has not started well. And
right.
tell us about the game, Miro.
Yeah, I was looking at this game and was looking for a moment to show it because, well, it had a very strange, I want to say, opening idea, but looking at the clock, it might have been in preparation from Lagno. So, yeah, I don't know if I'm allowed to show it on my board. So for the moment, we do have your board, Peter. So you'll have to explain about this game.
Okay, but you already kind of prepared, yes?
Yeah, well, d5, I know it was a very old recommendation on move after d3. It was a very old recommendation which later on people thought was dubious.
Yes, but it had a resurgence in the last 1-2 years, and it could be a very clever idea.
ED5, knight ups, knight d5 castles, and specifically this move knight to b6, right? And that's perhaps some positions after bishop b5 and white doubling black pawns got reevaluated. Because back then, when it was like considered dubious, it'd be just, okay, you have double pawns, your position is bad, right? So then, of course, people, with the help of engines, people studied stuff about dynamics. So here, it looks like e5 pawn is about to be lost, but not really. h3, bishop h5, rook e1, queen e7. And this is, queen e7, a4, and even a5. And this looks very scary, if you ask me. But somehow it works tactically.
Actually, it reminds me of it's a reverse coach. with bishop c5, knight b3, when white goes for this ultra sharp knight c3, queen e2 long castle.
Yeah. Right. So, right. Yeah. So the bishop would be in this case, like if we are talking Scotch game with bishop e6, and the bishops would be off. But yes, knight to c3, f6, queen e2, king b8, and with king b8. I always have this feeling that somewhere knight e5 is going to work. but here, you're sacrificing the queen on e2. It's too much, yeah. So queen d8 and rook a to d1. Still, I'm a bit worried about black's position because still has to finish the development. Don't know.
But on the other hand, I feel it's a very interesting practical try by Katarina. She knows that Hu Yifan was shaky yesterday, and she's not really active, so she's not that sharp. She wanted to get her out of normal structures as quickly as possible.
To kind of force her to play over the board with quite high price of each move. Yeah, exactly. That makes sense. Yeah, if you are comfortable, if you play something you know by heart, and of course, the class will tell. Yeah, but here she's forced to solve problems over the board. Yeah.
So when white plays rook a d1, ideally they're trying to play d4 at some point. So black has some choices here, right? They could either move their queen from e7, or they could try maybe a move like g5.
Yeah, g5 would be very principled at the very least, right? Because queen d7, my knight e5 works, I want to say.
I wanted to play queen e8 just to make sure that we never run into knight takes e5, but queen on e8 is also not exactly perfect. Besides, after g5, white can also play the stylish g4 and then d4, but playing g4 is, of course, always very risky.
What do you think about queen b4? Is that just completely crazy, that square for the queen?
Yeah, I was also...
it's a square.
Thinking about this move, but I had the same feelings. Yeah, that normally the bishop or the knight goes to b. I have never ever seen this.
Yeah, to put the queen on b4, might not be that bad because how do you react? The queen is surprisingly very stable, at least for now. Very stable on b4. There is no bishop d2, I'm guessing, because
so she went for g5.
She did go for g5.
Yes, it was too attractive to pass up. And this queen could even go to g7 in some situations, right? Okay, but Hu Yifan, she was ready for this, and she played g4 to break the pin and have a chance to play the move d4 maybe. But what is she going to do on bishop g6, though?
Well, I told you that after g5, maybe white should play the move g4 because it's not an aggressive move, it's a defensive move. Yeah? Because before you checkmate me on the king side, I want to open up the center.
Can she take b6 and then go g4, d4? Or it's too silly of a move?
No, I think she probably has to do something like that, right? Because
in immediate d4, I'm trying to make sense of e4, where the knight's going.
Yeah.
So, and
but bishop b6 looks like a nice idea.
Yeah, so maybe bishop
she gets
b6.
the d5 square and she gets to play
bishop
d4.
takes, bishop takes, pawn takes, now. But the bishop is still here. Yeah, bishop g6, bishop takes b6, pawn takes, and d4. And this could be interesting, right? So there is no e4 for black. Capture on d4.
There is some h5 idea, no? And then d takes e5 takes on ag and queen h7. I don't know.
Like this.
Yes.
So h5, and if pawn takes,
I take on d1 first, and then I go ag.
You take on d1, rook. Queen takes maybe. So that I'm hoping for some queen d8 one day. I don't know. Pawn takes on g4, and if I take back with the pawn, then I have to be worried after queen h7.
Yes.
Well, at least maybe can run with the... I don't like running with the king on f1 at Nepo style, right? That's what Nepo did yesterday.
Yes, but this is, it's too scary. However, thanks to your queen takes d1 move, you had this e takes f6 intermezzo after hg4. And the line continues, and it's just completely out of control.
And then after, let's say, queen h7, if you don't take the pawn, I have knight g5, queen g4,
Continues,
So the line goes on and on. It's an exciting game. But let's not forget, in a way, we all lies on Magnus Carlsen because he's not the world champion because he chose not to be, but world's #1. But the same goes for Hu Yifan.
So that's on the board. Bishop takes b6 and d4.
D4. Okay. So now the big question is how black is going to continue. Because e takes d4, I'm worried about stuff like queen b5 or something. Maybe
But
not.
then also queen I think that ED4 is
C5,
probably
yeah.
just equalizing. I think ED4 is probably just fine, but
ED4, and you're saying I will not have any tricks.
Problems.
Yeah.
So ed4 is like a solid move for black. And what is like the risky move for black here?
The risky move was h5 or
H5,
something that we looked at. Yeah,
going
h5
all in
or-
with H5, yeah.
Okay.
All right, let's go back to Magnus versus Dubov.
Okay, just to say that E takes D4 was played, so the game comes down.
Calm down a bit. Yeah.
Okay. So where do we go?
We go to Magnus versus Dubov.
All right. So
We've had some big changes on that board. Dubov has advanced his queenside pawns really far, kind of burying the white bishops on the back row. So it's a very unusual position. I guess when I first see it, the only question is like what's happening with the c4 pawn, right? Because that's the vulnerable spot in black's position, and Magnus is going to try to win it. I mean, if it wasn't for that, then black would be having a great position.
yes, so it's very important that it's white to move, so he will probably get the chance to play queen E2, targeting that pawn on C4 as quickly as possible. Because if black, let me just move the queen back. If black gets time to kick that rook away from A4 with bishop D7, then of course all this construction will be horrible. The bishop on B1 will be trapped forever if the rook has to retreat. So extremely important to put pressure on the C4 pawn. How did we reach here? I think we finally got to this very interesting Tabia position after all these move orders. I think this is kind of a very critical moment right now.
So let's say queen e2 happens.
Yes, let me get all the way
Is
there.
there any chance?
Okay.
No, it's probably not a chance. I was thinking like, bishop e6, d5, and, I wanted to ask any chance to play knight takes d5, but
But maybe I can take
Yeah,
on
rook
C4
C4,
first,
yeah.
yeah.
it was kind of interesting to try to sack the piece for the two center pawns. It reminded me of his game from yesterday's first round. So queen e2, how else can black protect this pawn?
Yeah, that's the big question.
I
Because
mean, he can try taking on d4. But yeah, rook. Yeah, I mean, he can try taking on d4.
Because look at Magnus, something is wrong, and Dniepo is looking at him again, like, what is going on? This is not the same Magnus that I know. Because Magnus has already also spent quite a lot of time. The same applies to Dubov. Two incredible players with incredible amount of knowledge of all these positions, and still, because it's such a special kind of line, both players spent enormous amount of time already.
Yeah, but how does one keep the c4 pawn alive after queen e2? It's a big question, right?
There should be some dynamic idea, yeah, I'm guessing, but
Is bishop d7, rook takes, pawn, queen takes,
takes
pawn,
A5, yeah.
anything?
this is like a
that's interesting.
solid possibility, and maybe something that
There's also on bishop d7,
Queen
queen
takes.
c4.
Queen takes, yeah, that was
Yes.
a bit worrisome.
there is so many things to calculate.
Queen takes, and then what? You probably try to keep the queen somehow. Yeah.
Yeah, but for the
And then try to
moment,
play bishop b5, yeah? And this queen is in a little bit of trouble. Maybe queen b7?
I'm confused because Magnus is taking his time for such an obvious move. And what are the alternatives? Yeah, that's kind of the big question. If we don't play queen e2, what do we do?
Then bishop d7, and your rook has to
Yes.
go back, and the bishop is locked like almost forever on b1. So that's a big question, right?
Well, let's look at that line with queen e2, bishop d7.
Or if it makes sense also to include bishop e6 and then d5, bishop d7 with
Maybe
the same
interesting to
idea.
open the bishop. Okay, let's try that too. Bishop e6, d5, bishop d7.
And then again,
Queen
the same
c4,
question.
queen
yeah.
b7.
Queen takes, there is
And
some
I get rook
silly...
b4.
Wait a second, there is some silly bishop c5 move after queen takes with the inclusion of
okay.
d5. And
Nice.
I'm waiting for your rook to go back,
Yes.
which you can't do.
Okay, so he has, I think, played queen e2.
Yeah, he has no other choice. And that's good news because then at least we're going to figure out what's in store for us. What is Dubov plan?
Yeah.
I can see the bishop on e6.
Wow, so Carlsen went under 5 minutes to play this kind of natural move. Okay, bishop e6 is on the board. He's provoking d5.
Yeah, and then maybe this bishop c5 move is so important, yeah, that Miro already mentioned. So how does this go? d5, bishop d7.
7, and if queen
Takes, then bishop c5.
5. And, okay, there is, like if the rook leaves, we see rook bishop f2, right? If rook b4, I was thinking bishop b5, and it's one very funny position.
Exactly.
We have queen.
And for a moment, I thought I can sacrifice an exchange at b5, but again, rook b5, bishop f2, so I don't even have to like worry about exchange sacrifice. There is not much.
Yeah, let's just
There's always bishop f2 trick.
show this.
Okay, but something different happened.
Yeah,
He took,
rook takes.
rook takes c4 and queen a5.
But now black is very comfortable, yeah, because, okay, this rook on c4 is kind of a very shaky piece. Bishop b5 is a huge threat.
So he'll probably be forced to sacrifice an exchange at some point.
And knight f5 played, yeah, he needs to be energetic. Knight f5, a very clever move, because if bishop takes f5, e f5, then suddenly the rook will be able to shift along the fourth rank.
So how does black protect the d6 pawn? Because he probably doesn't want to go for bishop b5 and give it up.
Yeah, no, bishop b5, knight takes d6, for example, looks very good for white. Yeah, we sacrifice this exchange with happiness. I don't know if white can be better, but in any case, it's a rapid game, playable position. Maybe black has also nothing to worry about after queen c7. But I would not be surprised if Dubov wants something else.
So taking on f5 is not a good idea.
Well, it opens all the bishops, it opens the rook.
Knight f4, I mean, yeah, oh, maybe.
Yeah, knight f4, knight e7. It's not bad, probably, but it just doesn't feel like...
Yeah, knight f4 is interesting, though, because if you open the e file,
Exactly.
you kind of exchange the wrong bishop. The bishop on b1 is still terrible.
And the rook on f4 is kind of trapped, yeah? It can never, thanks to this knight on f6, it's a cemento knight. This pawn f5, very interesting. Maybe actually this is a nice positional way, just take on f5, e f5, knight f4, and put the pressure on Magnus that, okay, how are you going to handle this? He would be very happy to be on the black side.
So both players around 4 or 5 minutes. Any other options for defending this d6 pawn? It doesn't look like there's a lot of options, right, Peter?
Yeah.
That's why bishop f5, even though you don't really want to give up that bishop, but I think he just did it.
And there we go. And we're going to see knight f4. Yes. Okay, nice. Very good call.
There you go. Very solid position for black. Bishop on a7 is better than the bishop on b1. The d5 pawn is hanging. So definitely black is not experiencing any problems here.
But, for example, if you ask the computer is at least happy for white from a sense that white has no problems. Yeah, it gives kind of equality. There was something else that was maybe more worrisome for the computer, but this is a human game.
We have a decisive result in the game.
We have a breaking news. World champion defeated. And it's not Ding Liren, but Zhu Wenjun lost her game against Anna Muzichuk in what I think was just a blunder. I'm not sure how the position that I have on my board, how good it was for black or how bad it was for black for this matter, but I believe there was absolutely no reason to go b7, b6 because it turned out white can just take on b6, and moreover you cannot take back the knight because bishop e6 check and a checkmate on f8 with the queen, like say this line, bishop e6, king goes, queen f8, checkmate. So b6, knight takes b6, and she had to take on c4, queen takes c4, knight a8, and that's all. That's all. So Anna wins and brings, well, an early lead for the leader.
Yeah, but it's not too big of a lead because Ju's compatriot Peng is on his way to winning and going to a 4 out of 4 score. He's up a piece against Ainakul, way up on the clock. That game is pretty clear, so I think that's going to equalize the match between Chessie and Decade China.
Wow. Peng Bo, yeah, we talked about him, the mysterious man. I actually have to get into the playing hall at some moment just to check him out. Because
he's the MVP of the China team.
Exactly.
And the question is, can you double your rating in one tournament? I mean, because he's clearly overperforming his 1400 rating.
Absolutely.
Let's take a look at Rapport versus Ding. So Rapport has an extra pawn, but is it going to be enough to win? I mean, you kind of feel like it's not, right, Peter?
Yeah, that pair of bishops, center pawns. But on the other hand, things are hanging, yeah, so I'm expecting a move like knight c5.
Yeah.
Knight c5, okay, white is the one pressing, but probably it shouldn't be enough.
Okay, what about Wei Yi versus Martirosyan? Like the match could come down to this game, which is still very complicated.
Yeah, Wei Yi in a perfect shape. He has scored also 3.5 out of 4. And we know he won Vaikanze. He played a wonderful Grand Chess Tour event in Warsaw. So in perfect shape. But Martirosyan is extremely solid. And the game basically goes along these lines. White is trying something, but for the moment, black is doing kind of all right. Long terms, however, is a very tricky position because black has this isolated pawn, but white has also weakened the king side. The bishop on g2 is not ideal. There is a weakness on the c3 square. For example, if black trades the dark square bishops with bishop c5, that's a big question, should he or not? Plenty of options here for black now to decide, and that's also not good news often in rapid chess, yeah?
Yeah, we can wait to see what just happened because a few moves happened on the board we can see in the video. And there were some exchanges in the center. Things were definitely taken. Okay, there we go. So bishop c5 was played. Bishop d4, and that was the exchange. Bishop d4, rook d4. So we got rid of the dark squared bishops. The knight on b2 obviously is one of the problematic pieces of white's position. So it's going to be a question of whether that knight can return. But every time it tries to go to d3, there's c3 square becomes a little weak. The c2 pawn is weak. So I guess after knight f6, black's position looks okay here.
Yeah, I think it was the right choice just to go back to f6 because the queen on c8 is hitting the c2 pawn now. White will also probably need some defensive move to protect that pawn. Okay, the bishop on e6 is not ideal, but roughly equal. On the other hand, I prefer white. I prefer white because if I can somehow stabilize, for example, protect this pawn and then the knight gets to f4, I would really love this knight to reach the f4 square and then get perfect harmony.
Okay, let's take a quick look at Duda versus Artemyev. Artemyev has like half a minute, but they've got a pretty sharp, unbalanced position here. I like black's knights in the center. Overall, I like black's position, but his time situation is difficult.
Yeah, it's a very, very interesting position because white is taking enormous risks with this weakened king. On the other hand, he's also very ambitious because if he somehow gets out with his bishop, for example, from c1, let's not forget there is a locked bishop on g6. If this bishop eventually will be able to hit the e4 pawn, then we talk about a monster bishop. But if it gets locked down, then it can also cause the game.
Can white just play f4 here, Peter?
Yeah, f4 is a big question.
That's sort of the obvious move. It could be bad, but it's also quite ambitious.
Yeah, but I have some queen b7 idea. Yeah, that maybe I have this queen b7 and take on d2. I don't know if I can do immediately queen b7, but then knight takes d2 followed by bishop takes e4. That's the defensive line.
Got it. So queen e7 was a tricky retreat. He actually is preparing this queen b7 move. Okay, so white traded on c4. bc4 and queen d5. Okay, nice centralization by Duda. He definitely has his sights set on this f4 move at some point.
Yeah, f4 also he can try to get possession of it. Bishop d2, bishop c3, f4, f5. So many ideas, and I'm really worried for Artemyev's clock situation. Maybe if he can spend a lot of time here, he can find the right way, but just with seconds.
Okay, let's go to Carlsen versus Dubov. A lot of things have happened there. And Dubov has sacrificed a piece, but I guess he's planning to take on b2 and have a really strong b-pawn. So this is pretty fascinating. Is king f1 necessary here?
This is very interesting.
Yeah, I think we should stay on this game because it's like the final few minutes.
Yeah, and also...
Well, if you ever lose interest in this game, on board 4, the same match is something crazy happening because Andreikin's knight on f5 is hanging for maybe 5 moves or so. So just as a glance in this game.
It's a fantastic match. Yeah? Every single game is fascinating. I can just imagine how the players are feeling. Yeah, you see your neighboring boards. All right, so
okay,
there's
rook
action.
d2 and rook d1 is how he protected the bishop.
And he went with the king to h1, yeah,
Yes.
so that not to run into some bishop
Rook
e3,
f2.
rook f2
Yes.
ideas.
Okay, so the question is, does black have enough? I mean, the b-pawn is blocked for now pretty solidly on those light squares. I'm not really sure there's enough compensation. What do you
Oh,
think?
it doesn't look like. Yeah, like if you assign a role to each white piece, like rook on c4 stops the a pawn, you know, the guys on b1, d1 take care of the b pawn, so white needs to just come out of the corner and stabilize.
But if we count material, then actually black has 3 pawns for the piece, and he has activity. Yeah, the rook on, actually we are not material done with black.
So it means that maybe black can go towards this grab many pawns route and...
Yeah, somewhere some bishop goes back to c5, rook e8, rook e2. Also, so it's not just the b pawn.
Maybe put the bishop on e3.
But then I cannot use the e file. Yeah, so everything has its pros and cons. Wow, look at Magnus's body language. Yeah, he's also completely unsure how to evaluate this position.
Okay, I think he played bishop e3.
That looked like a long-range move.
I think so. I thought it was, he reached for the bishop and moved it a short square. Yeah.
Okay, then it's bishop e3. Yeah.
Bishop e3. So he protected f4.
And stops any knight d2s. Yeah, it's a very solid kind of move. Rook c6 played.
Well, should we start pushing the a-pawn?
Yes, but at the same time, I also have respect for Magnus. Yeah, he has some ideas luring that pawn, and maybe he wants to go for counterattack with rook cd6 and then some rook d8 check, f6. Check, I don't know. But I don't see yet the mating net. 120 versus 128.
Okay, and can you go... It's black to move, right?
Yeah.
Can you just go bishop c5 now?
You give
So,
the a6 pawn.
Rook takes a6, rook e8, I thought. Because there was always like rook e4 as the reply to rook e8. So I'm pretending that it was the plan, and I'm cutting off the rook.
Maybe bishop d3 there?
He pushed a5. Okay, so...
Yeah, the a-pawn seems pretty precious.
Yeah, okay, let's just show these 2-3 more moves and it's game over. So Magnus needs to act fast.
Okay, so rook takes d6. And maybe we just keep going. Can we just keep going with a4?
Yeah, that's the principal line. Yeah,
Because rook d8, I'll give you that check on the back rank.
yeah, and also the bishop on b1 is hanging. Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's not like you can very easily use it.
Rook takes d6, a4, rook a6, and what's our move? Because I'm trying to make sense of rook a2, but I can't believe it
Yes.
works.
I've been looking at that idea for a while.
It's a funny move.
And Magnus captured the pawn. Captured on d6.
The rook d6 being taken. Yeah? So the big question here...
So yeah, why can't we go rook a2 in that position? So let's go a4, rook a6, and rook a2 here.
Wow, brilliancy.
Takes rook a4. Yeah, I figured out why.
And then
Rook
rook
d1,
b1, and then you
rook
take on
e1.
rook e1
rook
just,
e1.
yeah.
e1.
Yeah, no, this is maybe too
We
much.
might not be losing after bishop
Yeah.
f2, but we don't need it. Yeah.
It's just to show This is what we were talking about, but
Looked very nice at
it
first.
looked nice, but yeah, there was the calm rookie one.
The bishop f2
Bishop
is
F2.
actually a real
Yes.
move, yeah?
It still goes on.
It is a real move, but like, is Black playing for a win here?
I think he moved something on the queen side.
There's not much to move.
Yeah, now we also have to stick
Okay, he
already to
played
the game.
rook c2.
Rook c2, another fancy move.
C2. Ah, going after
Idea.
C3 pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not liking this. And the computer is not happy, but this doesn't feel right.
This particular move, yeah?
Yeah.
Rook c2.
Because,
It's not a very important pawn.
yeah, the rook on b2 was actually doing so much more damage to white's position. Knight e5, Magnus is jumping with the activating the knight. That's why it was also kind of important to eliminate the pawn on d6.
Whoa, I can see some like rook c3, you know, f6,
d8 and knight
or
f7.
check and
Yeah.
f6, and after g6 there is bishop g6, rook d7 as well.
Yeah,
I
many,
mean, in
many
some
threats.
cases, it might
Both down to 13 seconds. Actually, his last move, he played now rook
Okay,
f8.
yeah, he made a move.
He played rook f8. But this
Yeah,
feels
it's
like it
going
went
wrong
out
for
of,
him, yeah?
He lost the direction.
And Magnus's ability to create, you know, perfect harmony, to control like all the board with a couple of pieces is amazing.
Yes. But the position is still so crazy and they have no time. c4 played.
Four. Well, the rook is just chilling on c2, blocking the bishop, can never be taken.
Maybe a4.
He moved something, but we are not
He
getting
played rook
them.
e2. He moved the rook
Yeah.
away. Knight f3. Bishop c5.
It becomes randomish.
Probably rook a6. Rook a6, bishop b4. He protected the pawn. c5, rook c8, c6. Okay, so white is definitely making progress. Unfortunately, it's white's pawns that are advancing.
Yeah, it turns out it's white who has the pass pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some king moves happened.
King f8, king h2.
And Magnus already accumulated quite a lot of time. He is back to 45 seconds.
Yeah, black's pawns cannot move anywhere. Yeah, the rook on a6 is really well positioned.
And I'm reading some results. Katarina Lachno has beaten Hui Fan, but Rosenstein lost. So yes, there is... No, actually that's 2-0 at the lower board. So Magnus needs to win this game at all costs to give his team a chance. And we all know the other boards. Drama.
Yeah, well, Nepo is trying to win against Maksudlu. He's been like playing this endgame and using his time advantage for a long time. So I guess it's still possible because Maksudlu's under half a minute. Duda Artemyev. Well, Duda is better for the WR team.
Well, maybe we can even move around because, yeah, let's move to Andreikin against... No, actually, suddenly see Artemyev on the screen. So maybe, so let's get an update on his...
Yeah, Artemyev is down, I was going to say 2 pawns. And yeah, it's going to be still 2 pawns. He's going to take an f5. Maybe he could draw this, though.
Yeah, but it's unpleasant, and he's down to his last seconds. So yeah,
Okay.
this is the position we are
Yeah,
talking
I think
about.
he can draw this one, though, right? He's going to
Yeah,
win the
with 10
h3
sec-
pawn.
Yes, but with 10 seconds on the clock, you never know. If you have to defend, yeah, it's so much more easy to play the natural moves.
Yes. He's preparing rook e3. There. Oh, interesting.
Super sharp, Artemyev.
Oh, yes.
Defend, and look at the body language.
Oh,
he
he's
knows
unhappy
that.
about something.
No, he's happy that he.
Oh,
is
he's
now-
happy.
Yeah,
Okay, he's
happy.
forcing the draw.
And it's the wrong corner pawn. Yeah, that's it. Now it's a draw. What a save! And knowing that they are leading 2-0, this might be super important save. What about Andreikin against Abdusatolov?
Draking is saving, it looks like. At some point, his position looked very shaky. A few
Wow.
ago, and then
And then,
By some miracle, he stopped those 2 pawns on b2 and a3, and I've never seen such construction, like with bishop being specifically on a1.
and hang on, Nepo blundered his queen h8 check.
Is that possible?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a one-move blunder, but it's a sequence of moves. The computer just jumped like
Whoa.
it's +8 all of a sudden, then it's match over.
Whoa, it's such a study-like line. f6, queen h2.
Yes.
And king d4, queen g1.
Yes,
What a
and
beauty.
also king f4, queen h2, and yeah, let's just show this. Yeah,
Well, that's incredible. Is he still at the board?
yeah, look at this. They are shocked.
That's a brilliant tactic.
Incredible.
And what?
Wow.
And
WR loses again then. If Nepo loses, then nothing can save them, even if Magnus wins.
wow, Elaine, the Elaine team fighting incredibly well. So Magnus, all eyes on Magnus. Will he able to score?
Okay, yes,
Looks
he
like-
did score.
yes, he did score, but
And I think Nepo just got up from the board. Wow, that's an incredible blunder by Nepo. That's just, that's an endgame where he had a huge time advantage and was clearly the one in the driver's seat for a long part of it. But okay, let's go to Andreikin versus Abdusatorov.
yeah, so very important. But in fact, no, it does not matter at all. Already the match is won for Elaine. Because they have won 3 games, they lost only 1. There was 1 draw. RTMF held.
Oh wow, Peng Bo needs to checkmate with the bishop and the knight versus the king.
Okay.
That's where it is on the amateur board.
And let's calculate. So Evgenij lost, Sarana won. No, so it's 2-2. Yeah, it's very confusing the way it's written there. Then it's 2-0 for the Chessy team.
Yes, Chessy is doing well in their match.
Chelsea has scored their 3 points already, so they're guaranteed at least a draw in this match. And they need 1 draw out of 2 games. And one of them, they're getting checkmated with a knight and bishop. And the other one...
Yeah, but Marty Rosyan, yeah, this is the game that I'm having. He's very solid. I think he will hold this. I don't really see winning ideas for White. Maybe at some point...
Yeah, they
F3,
barely have
F4.
any time, these 2 players.
Yeah, F4 on the board. It's the only way to try to break
Maybe knight d7. Should we try to trade that knight or
to
Or
wait.
not.
One more move because probably White will play G5.
or
Then
try something more active? Okay, he goes rook c8. So where is that rook going? Where is he going to go on g5? G5 is probably not very dangerous. There's
Bishop F5 happened. I believe I have seen the move Bishop F5. Yes. And suddenly White has some chances because
knight
the
f7 is the
yes,
threat. Mhm.
Knight F7 is a check. Is a threat. Suddenly everything is hanging.
Yeah, if you take an f5, knight f7 happens, right? So now he has to be careful.
Yeah, it was a very unfortunate move, this rook c8 by Hayek. He played a move. He moved the rook a little bit out of panic, I think all the way to c3 or... Yes, he played rook c3.
And rook a1. The check on a6 is a bit unpleasant looking.
Yeah. With little time on the clock, it's so hellish to be black here. Yeah, White's moves are easy.
I mean, China has a chance to draw this very unfortunate match. But Peng Bo seems to know how to checkmate. Oh, he already won.
Wow, okay,
Drove
good.
the king into the corner.
Maybe we can even zoom into this game because actually the system cannot keep track of the moves that is happening. Then we could be able to commentate just seeing the live board because it's so important. Where he needs to win this game to tie the match.
It definitely looks like he's making progress. Okay, he's going to win the f7 pawn, right?
Yes, the computer
Oh, wow,
screams that it's
that's
winning.
it. That
Wow.
would be a huge win for Wei Yi. Yeah, Chessy is missing a chance to get a full point against their closest rivals.
And Hayek knows, yeah, he's trying some desperate ideas, but probably will try to get with his king to b2. But it should not work. Simply the f-pawn is too fast. C2 pawn is the only weakness, but it's just not enough. Yeah, king b4 played.
And also the knight is coming back to d3, right? To like...
Total defense.
Okay, it's coming. The king came to a2.
Yes, so king a3, knight d3.
King a2, okay, he's going for king b1. But probably we can just go like king e5, right?
Yeah, you also have knight b4 defensive move
Right.
against king b1, so that's not a...
Yeah, and that's it. So king e5 and f6. King. Okay, he went for b4.
Well, why not then? Yes, exactly. If we can, why not just to push?
So he has time. Yeah, it takes black too long to attack that knight with the king.
Yeah, the knight protects, and there is a pass pawn here and another pass pawn here. Plus white's king is also supporting the action. Black has nothing else than to design here.
Well, this was a super close match. And the China team, is pulling out this draw in the last minutes of play due to their top scorers, Wei Yi and Peng Bo. Peng Bo continues to stand a perfect score. That's a huge win for him against the other perfect scorer on the Chessy team.
And there you go. Alright, the piece sacrifice because the knight on e1 is not important. b6.
He's
b
promoting
pawn.
the pawn, yeah.
Yes. No way to stop that.
Well, the big news of the round, I think, is that Elaine delivers the second defeat to the top-ranked team, WR Chess, even though Magnus Carlsen did get a win. But now it was Nepo's turn to incredibly blunder his queen in the endgame due to a nice geometric pattern.
Yes, that was some kind of a crazy pattern because Nepo was so sure that nothing can happen to him.
Yeah.
In the break, we should actually rewind that position. That was very fascinating.
Yeah, the amateur board continues to struggle in the WR team. And also the big news is that the women's board. It's interesting that even despite the fact that Hou Yifan lost 2 games yesterday, and I think Kazakhstan probably won both of her games, the decision was made to have her play today. And it was not the best decision because Katerina Lagno handed her a 3rd defeat in a row. And now that I think about it, this might have been made because Kosteniuk and Lagno are good friends, maybe don't like to play each other. I wonder if that factored in. But it certainly didn't serve the WR team very well.
Well, Lori just showed that, the team really believes in Hou Yifan. Of course, we know that she's fantastic, but she's just struggling with her form. Yeah, there we see a new queen appear. And for the moment, I feel like everything is falling apart for the WR chess team. B8 queen on the board, and there is one more pawn to queen. That's the real problem.
By the way, Andreikin is trying, I could say he's trying to win against Abdusatorov, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to, despite his far advanced pawn in f6.
Wow, and the very stylish move by Wei Yi. He has played the move d takes c2, king f3. Please make a new queen with c1 queen, and then queen g3 check comes, and then you can
He trades the queens and makes a new one, and there's no way for the c5.
Yeah? Queen e5.
Queen
c1, queen e5.
Oh, checkmate. Checkmate is forced.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, wow, that's his idea.
That's his idea.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, okay. Basically, this game should have ended long ago because... No, he even played queen e8 check. Okay, no. Because knight is... Yeah, okay, we are not getting the...
On the screen, we've got Abdusatorov and Andreikin, 2-on-2 rook endgame. Black's king is cut off on the e-file. The white has this pawn in f6, but is he going to be able to do anything with it? It's actually not easy for white to win this one, yeah?
Well, but he also does not need to win it, yeah? It's already a bonus game. The match is decided.
But it looks like he's trying, right? If you look at the tension, it looks like he's making an effort. Okay, king e8. Unfortunately, there's no f7 for white. He loses that pawn, so he can't use it to defend the rook. Yeah, it does look like this game's going to be a draw. Rook E3.
Problem, yeah, so the rook retreats.
And rook F1 check. King G4 and rook H1.
Yeah, basically we could have the big camera angle because the moves are coming in way too slowly. Yeah.
Oh,
that's
there we
perfect.
go.
King F4, rook F1 check. Yeah, if white goes king E5, there is rook F5 check and the G5 pawn falls. There is no way through. Dimitri is shaking his head.
Yeah. He wants to stay on his perfect score, but I think he's going to have to give up a draw in this one.
Yeah, he's like so disappointed as if it really matters. The match is lost. No, the match is won already.
Yeah, but it's pretty a sensational fact that, WR is losing their second match in a row and that Magnus's, presence on the team is, well, it's not guaranteeing them the wins in the matches.
Of course, yeah. We talked about this, yeah, that basically here any board is as important as Magnus's. Yeah, rook F3 takes,
He's
black
going to be
goes
playing
king E6 and then
H6.
H6.
Yes.
Yeah. Exactly, he's gonna break the pawn chain. And you can see on the players' faces that...
But it's a huge win for Elaine. They've only made one draw so far. And it looks like they're going to be playing the team from Chessy
Yes.
in the next round.
Well, basically, one can say that right now that's a title match. Yeah, because Elaine is 1 point behind. If they manage to beat the Chessy team, then they can get the upper hand. And both these teams has already faced WR chess, so the situation is very, very unlucky and bad for WR chess team.
I mean, Elaine has already faced Decade China. Now they just faced WR chess. They've got Chessy left, and after that, it's going to get easier.
But wait a second, I even made a mistake because China team managed to equalize, so it means that Chessy has also lost a point. Yes, so basically then Chessy and Elaine are tying. Exactly.
So that means no one's on perfect score?
Yeah.
No one's on a perfect score.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's a huge matchup we're going to get. It seems like in the next round between Chessy and Elaine. And WR is getting thrown back. It's not clear who Decade China is going to be playing. And we got already GM Han's team versus Koschess. We never had a chance to look at that.
Yeah,
but
they didn't finish because there was the last board running.
Niemann won.
Yeah.
We got 2 draws. Then Satvakasov ruined Andrew Hong's perfect score. So that's a draw. So it's coming down to this game. Oh, let's take a look at it, actually. Kabinazar versus Mero.
But who needs to win?
Or 6.
Both of them need to win. There's an equal score in the match.
Okay, but it's a draw. And this is just unlosable.
Yes, okay.
Which one?
With the bishop on g4 and pawn on h5, we have to get it.
Yes, we got bishop versus rook, so it's going to be a draw.
Also an extra pawn for black, which just makes it even easier.
So Koschess and GM Han's team are going to be
a draw,
making a draw. Yeah. We have a special guest in the studio joining us from the team of Elaine. Hi, Katarina.
Hi.
Hi. Congratulations. Yeah, what a fantastic victory.
Thank you. Yes, tough match.
Tell us about your game.
Well, it was a sharp game. I kind of prepared this line. But of course, I was not sure she's going to play it. And I wasn't sure to play against Stefan because she started with 0 out of 2. So I was like... But anyway, I prepared this line at home. So, and somehow she started thinking already after knight b6. So probably she was not, she didn't know the variation in detail. So, and here you have to be precise with white because I have a very...
Move the pieces.
Yes, but we don't have the board yet.
We don't have the board.
But maybe it just...
Well, I mean... Yes, I can show the games.
Yeah, let's maybe show you Peter's board.
So, should I take this? A pen. So, bishop g4, h3, bishop h5. It's all the theory. So, many lines here to play with white, with black, queen e7. Sorry, queen e7. So, e4, a5. And of course, there are many many interesting possibilities for white, and so. But she played kind of logical moves. But I have a very simple play. I want to castle long, to play f6, g5, and just to attack.
It reminded me of Sergei Rublevsky's Scotch from reverse.
Yes, of course, reverse color. Yeah, yes. Of course. So, and it's kind of in a rapid game. It's not very pleasant, yeah? And when you start 0 out of 2, so some pressure, yeah? And I don't know if she was, if it's correct for white, maybe, but, bishop e3 to protect d4 square somewhere, queen e2, king b8. Okay, g5 here, I could play g5, but the point is that there's bishop takes and knight d5. So, and she takes a pawn b6 or f6 and b6 with a check. So I played king b8, rook a d1, g5 here. So I was ready to sacrifice the pawn. If she takes bishop b6, she takes b6, knight d5. Well, there are some possibilities, some play with queen d6, and then she can play g4, some bishop, I don't know, f7 or g6, and then I can push h5. So I don't know, a complex game. But I think I have a good compensation.
Yeah, we were already worried here for white.
Yes.
We felt you got this king b8, g5, you have everything in
yes, maybe she could have played something like knight e4 here, just to transfer the knight on g3.
Strategical. But then you also get the chance to go knight d5 and knight f4.
Yes, but at least I don't push g4 for some time, yeah? And there is bishop c5, maybe not bishop c5 because of knight f4, but anyway. Okay.
Yeah. But okay, practically speaking, this was very good for you. Yeah.
Well, I was I knew the plans, so it was important. And she was thinking over the board. And of course, when you have only 15 minutes and here already much less, I felt kind of advantage. So g4, bishop g6. I don't think this was a correct line for her. No, I don't know. Well, but she's not playing for advantage. She probably thought, to
try to hold already.
Probably,
yes.
But actually, maybe d4 takes, knight d4, knight d4, kind of forced line. I don't know. Maybe I had something else, but I didn't see. Takes, take. Yes, and here I felt that I have an advantage, but I didn't see a clear way because there is knight b5 and some threats with mate. So I don't know what to do. I wanted to play first something like rook e8. So I need just to exchange the active rook, but she can play rook d7, and then rook d6 is coming. So I thought rook d2 probably is, I have to play it, but here somehow she surprised me, and I don't think she was right to play it. She was obliged to play knight b5, I think.
It's the only chance, to stay active.
I think so, yes, to stay active and then to threat with some mate. So if I take b2, she can play rook g7. Well, I'm not risking, I think, because I have rook e2. And then even knight g6, I can play bishop e4, at least. I don't know. So.
And what was the time situation here?
She had something like about 4 minutes.
Still 4 minutes.
4 or even 5, something like 4.5.
Yes. But she lost the threat completely, yeah? She made which move? She played rook e6?
She played rook e6, yes, and somehow she gave me some time to, maybe she missed rook c2. And here I not only want to take the knight, but also I'm threatening to play rook c1 and bishop e4 and some threats. And knight b5, if she wants to, how to play again with some initiative, I have always rook c6. I can exchange even the rooks, probably. So, knight d5, bishop e4. Here, if she takes, I can play rook c1, then bishop c6.
And the rook is trapped.
And rook is trapped. Probably she has to take on h7 already, giving up the rook on b6 and taking the pawns. Well, to create some player.
Yes.
But I don't think it's I think it's already winning for me. It should be winning, but
At least it's sharp.
At least it's sharp, because here I was kind of very comfortable. Rook c1, king h2, and bishop c6. I want to play king a7. I always have repetition if something bad happens. So before is forced, I take rook a1. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, and okay,
Technically it's winning.
Yeah, rest is a matter of time. You also don't have to show the whole game, because let's not forget that you are sacrificing the break for us.
Ah, yes, sure.
Yes, so please take a seat. We would like to congratulate you. I mean, it's very kind from you to show everything, but we understand that the tournament you are having very important game.
Yeah.
So were you watching your teammates' games after you finished?
Well, yes, I had a look, and I was I thought that Maksudlu Parham had a tough position, and I was surprised to see, I already saw the face, Jan's face, so I kind of understood that something wrong happened there, because, and I calculated that yes, he missed finish. But he probably, yes, he saw the results of the two games, and he thought that maybe he has to push, and he overpushed it.
So how are you enjoying this team event?
Well, when you win, you always enjoy it. But of course, it's tough, many games and long breaks. But, when you win, yes, you enjoy it.
This is a very big match for you guys against the WR team.
Yes, of course. Well, for everybody, it's a big match.
Yeah. All right. Well, congratulations and best of luck to you and your team.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, we have been treated to a very nice analysis by Katarina. What a shocking defeat of Hui Fan. She's losing her third game. But we heard it, and we were speculating that the opening choice was very clever, very smart by Katarina, anticipating the Italian, and then going for forgotten in the sense that it wasn't really played when Hui Fan was in her prime and was playing actively. She wasn't familiar. And then in a rapid game, she was put under pressure right from the start.
Yeah, her game was absolutely critical to Alain winning this match. But also, I have to say that the other very important point for Alain came from the former Emirati women's champion, Wafia Al-Mamari. So again, the two ladies scoring very big wins for Alain. She defeated Vadim Rosenstein. Vadim resigned when his position was not very good. He was going to be down a couple of pawns. The amateur board for WR is kind of a weak spot in their lineup. Other teams, they have several players for the amateur board. But in the WR team, they don't really have that flexibility to put somebody else. So that's kind of like the plus and minus. You have this team sponsor, who kind of creates the whole team, but he wants to play, and then there's no alternative if they're not doing as well.
So if they're planning to win next year, they're still planning to win this year, but if something goes wrong, I have a recipe for them. They have to get the Chinese player.
Oh, that's right. Just pay any amount of money to get the Chinese player.
I did check how long did it take him to checkmate with the knight and bishop, and believe it or not, but it was 24 moves from a random position in the center. So that's up. I'm not betting on myself to do it faster. Seriously, that's
Peng Bo is the secret weapon for Team China, and I don't know what his rating is going to be after this event, but he's winning all his games.
Yes, the Chinese were hiding him for this event. Yeah, they did not let him play any tournaments. Don't increase your rating. Yeah, we want you in 1400. Wow, yes, incredible. But we also promised to take a look at this Maksudlu Nyepo, that where did this Queen H8 move came from, to understand. Because that was a shocking turn of events, and in fact, a very important. And so we will not be dealing with earlier stages. We just look at this position and we understand exactly that it's kind of a very safe endgame for black. The queen and the knight combo is putting pressure, so white is on the defensive. White's king is also much more loose. Luckily for white, the bishop on f6 is kind of holding the position back. Just imagine black's knight ever reaching f4 square or something, that could be devastating. So white is trying to hold this position. Maybe it's even not easy for black to make any progress, but Jan is activating his his king, queen a3, but yeah, suddenly white's queen is now also getting back into the game and now things are heating up. b6, b5, very unfortunate move because I think after queen d8 check,
Oof.
king e5.
Queen e7, queen h8 checkmate. Just for your information.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, queen e7, it's a checkmate.
Let's just show this because it's checkmate in one move in an endgame. All of a sudden, yes. So queen d8 check. Yeah, this b6, b5 was a very careless move. Like Jan was thinking, like nothing can happen to him. So clearly he was relying on king e5, saying that yes, I can sacrifice the g5 pawn because that g5 pawn is not so important. I'm creating activity on the queen side, but now the card shower came. A takes b5, knight takes b5, and suddenly queen d8 to h8 check.
Wait a second, but does it mean that they both missed this idea? Because it seems it would work immediately, queen h8.
Yeah, what's the difference? Because
it would work immediately.
it would work.
That means, none of them seen this idea on a spot.
Let's just show this. Yeah, so this is the way to win the queen. This is one method. Then another method is after queen h8 check, if black plays king f4, which would be the desired move to be active, but then again queen h2 check, king e3, queen g1 wins the queen. So there was, and king d6 loses to queen f8. So let's just show the...
So many drawbacks on b5, because the queen originally would be protected on b5, on c5 with the b6 pawn.
Yeah, and we know that Nyepo actually had a lot of time. So this was very careless. Yeah, but also Katarina said that she understood that Nyepo is under pressure because he knows that the match is looking bad. And then he got distracted. Yeah, he only knew that he has to push. And then probably he felt like maybe the win is slipping away or the chances of winning. And then he tried to be extra fast and it heavily backfired.
Let's also review the Carlsen-Dubov game because it's kind of interesting. We only saw it when Dubov had already sacrificed a piece. How did it come to that point? And where could he have played better?
Well, we don't have an engine, so it will be very difficult to say exactly where he could have played better, but we have seen it here. D5, bishop d7, things went along the line we kind of expected. Queen takes a5, knight f5, takes, knight f4, bishop takes f4, e takes f4, and here Magnus played, of course, a move that is characteristic to Magnus, yeah? Voluntarily giving up the e file, going rook f1, understanding that this f2 pawn needs to be protected. He also wants to avoid the trade of his first rank rook because that rook on c4 is out of the game.
That's a very special move, right? We did not get to see that actually during the live game. We went somewhere else at that point. Yeah, that's an amazing move, taking the rook off the open file.
Yeah, I would give double exclam to a move like this because this is always aesthetically so pleasing when you do something out of the box. So how did Daniel react to it? Of course, occupying the e file, rook f8, queen d2, queen takes d5, grabbing the pawn, takes, rook d1, and now actually Magnus...
This is where he sacrificed it.
He sacrificed because white only needs one little move, king g1 to f1 to get perfect harmony, stopping any kind of rook e2 counterplay, and then all of a sudden black will have a lot of vulnerable weak pawns. So Daniel, I think, had foreseen this all, and went for the very stylish rook e8 to e2 sacrifice. Rook takes d5, bishop takes f2 check, king h1, rook takes b2, and rook d1. That's how we reach this fascinating position where I have seen the engine was showing like 0-0. We calculated the material that it's 3 pawns versus the piece. However, white's pieces are very stable, and if this a pawn is not advancing, then actually white has nothing to worry about.
Right, I did a little research, and believe it or not, but okay, it's not a deep analysis, but up to this point, a few more moves, it's within equality. It's plus 0.1, minus 0.1. So it means like it's an incredible quality of a game, considering how sharp it is and played in a rapid chess.
So what was the big turning point?
We can go on. Rook c2, the fancy move, apparently was a mistake. So if we get to this point where rook takes...
And he played rook c2.
He played rook c2.
Should he have gone a4?
So he should have gone a4, and it's also kind of not trivial. a4, I think what white does, well, the computer was doing check.
A check, yeah?
Check, right.
Okay, so takes.
Hang on a second, was it check or... Yeah, king goes, bishop d3, I guess, because the bishop was hanging.
A3. Looks dangerous for
and
white.
then after knight e5,
Okay.
you have to go rook d2, because after after a2, there is this f6 check. f6 check, bishop g6 check, rook d7 check.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, which you already called out in the live broadcast. I
Rook
remember.
d7,
Yes.
and this mechanism, I know from somewhere that these three guys, they're checkmating the king no matter what. There is rook g7, knight g6 in different...
Well, and also f7 and then
f7,
the queen is coming,
f8 with a check. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a wonderful line.
And black is like one tempo short, because he will be the one checkmating.
Yes. Yes, so that's why black has to play rook d2
Rook
in order to
d2, and
eliminate
Compi
this
says
bishop.
equal. I don't know why. One of the moves is king to h2, for instance. So I imagine it's not the end of the line.
Yes.
It's not the end of the line.
And we know that the players were down to a minute or something. Yeah, it was a very tricky spot for Dubov because he had to be very precise.
Right.
It's on the other hand, I'm also curious that after a4, let me just...
Yeah, A4 is like a very intuitive move, right?
Yeah, but was Daniel worried of rook d8 or just rook a6? Yeah,
A6 is the big
wasn't-
question, right?
Wasn't so obvious as well.
Yeah, let's try rook A6 and figure it out.
I'm not sure that we are capable of figuring it out right here, right now.
Well, we did try rook A2, right? That's what we were looking at.
Yeah, but that was not dangerous for white. At least white was pressing there after rook a2.
Maybe that's the best move anyway, because computer says rook a6 and it equal-ish. So maybe black...
Yeah, this
has
rook
to
a2
find
was
rook
a
A2.
spanner, but it was leading to some pawn down endgame, which was drawish, but still...
Rook takes, rook to b1.
Yes.
Rook E1, and then we just have to
Bishop
go
f2
bishop
was your
F2.
resource, yeah. You also have bishop d2, but yeah, okay, bishop f2 is more natural. But okay, I can
Then
always
take an
take the
A2.
a2, yeah, pawn.
Okay, but probably
Here,
I draw that one pretty easily.
yeah, bishop
It
takes.
takes, and then I come back to
Well, actually, you are
C1.
not pawn down at all. You are going
right.
to e5 and playing
yeah,
for
yeah.
advantage. That's the trick. No, then
Wait a second. Is it that easy for white to make a draw? It's a big question, right?
Not at all easy.
Should be a draw, I guess, but it's not trivial.
Yes. So basically, then, okay, then this line is very
Yeah,
instructive.
it's sad that he didn't push the pawn because it's just so thematic. It was like the whole point of his piece sacrifice was to keep moving those pawns. And if white can find that sharp line, I don't know. I don't feel like, like rook a6 feels like the safer move for white to play.
That's
right?
what you'd normally do in a
Right.
chess game, right? In a rapid game, that is. Yeah, you don't have the time to calculate. You see in one line the pawns appear on b3, a3.
Because actually that whole line that you showed was like rook d8 and bishop d3. It's like, well, either it works for white or it doesn't.
doesn't.
But actually, now I already understand why Daniel played rook c2. He was probably afraid of that line. And he wanted
Bishop
to block
D3.
that bishop.
Oh, yeah.
Because otherwise, why do you play rook c2? It makes
Right,
absolutely
because
no
it's
sense.
like check, check, and bishop jumps to
Yes.
d3, and you no longer have a chance to
Exactly.
attack the bishop. Yeah.
Exactly. So in
sense.
fact, now we understand, and that's why it's so nice that we have time. That in fact the move rook c2 was that after a4, both players had foreseen rook d8, and probably they imagined that calculated lines that it's just too dangerous for black. After king h7, this bishop d3, and then all these mating nets. And by the way, Magnus after the move rook c2 instantly blitzed out the move king h2, like he was very much into all the details of this position.
And the lines here, I just imagine they're fascinating because let's say I thought, what happens if black plays f6? Just stopping white's f6, and who
Some
knows?
knight h4, knight g6.
Or knight e5 even. Like I don't know, because that's this brief moment where black doesn't have a check on the first rank. Knight e5, rook d2. No.
Yeah, because rook d2, yeah, also against knight h4.
I might have tricked you with the move order, I'm thinking now. Could it be that it wasn't a
F2.
check, but knight e5 first? Knight e5 first before going the rook d8. Let's say a4, because I know, yeah, so rook d8, don't play rook d8, but kind of go knight e5, a3, and then for the same.
But hang on, after knight e5, I can already take on b1 maybe, no?
And go a3, right.
And then, who knows? Yeah, I just close my eyes and
So you
go.
see, even with the help of computer,
Yes.
it's not that easy to know.
But by the way, also just to show that rook takes b1, a3 looks so nice, but you have rook a6. And, and you stop the
Two rook
pawns.
takes.
Yeah, no, it's what a fascinating game, and that's why we love chess. Wow.
Well, we also have pairings for the next round.
Okay.
Nothing too surprising. We got the two teams in first position, Chessy and Elaine, both having given up one draw so far, facing each other. This could be the match that determines the tournament's winner. And we also have another big match between Decade China and the team from India, MGD1, which convincingly won their previous match. Obviously, Team China are the favorites on paper in this match, but MDG1 seems to be playing with a lot of spirit, and I think they are going to put up a good fight. They only barely lost to the WR chess team yesterday, so I do expect this to be pretty close. We also have a pretty interesting match between Ashdod Chess Club with a lot of experienced grandmasters versus Kazchess. So yeah, this is a match of experience.
Right, and I think we've got the team pairings, we are waiting for the board pairings, and maybe that's the time for us to have a little break and come back in 10 minutes to...
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, you don't want to miss the next round, guys. We might be seeing the tournament winner after this match between Chessy and Elaine. We'll see a matchup between, I guess, Report and Dubov on board one.
Yeah.
We'll see you in a few minutes.
Waves are off. His clock is ticking. How will he respond to Igor's first move while ready to win?
Who's gonna swing across the channel? I'm a strong swimmer. Who's gonna swim across the channel? Why did you wonder? You say a lighthouse. Am I right, boy? Am I right? Why did you wonder? Why did you wonder?
Make your move. The 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, Budapest 2024, where the story becomes history.
Hey guys, we're back with a huge round for you here at the World Team Rapid Championship. It's round number 6, and we have the two leading teams, Chessie and Elaine, paired against each other. So we're going to be seeing matchups between Richard Rapport, Daniil Dubov, Jordan Van Foreest versus Parham Makhsoodloo. Vidit is going to be back in the fray after a couple of rounds off, after kind of an unfortunate start in this tournament. He's back in against Vladislav Artemyev, Alexei Sorana versus Dmitry Andreikin, and Humpy Koneru versus Zhu Jenner. So they took out Katerina Lagno after her big win in the last round, and also took out Anna Muzachuk. So it's interesting. They both had big wins in the last round, but they are now taking a break and letting the other ladies take over.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if Hou Yifan is going to play this round after how many losses in a row?
Yes, three consecutive losses
in a row.
And by the way, we have our on-site reporter Charlize in the playing hall. Let's hear from her.
It is only round 6, but the biggest head-to-head clash is happening. And this doesn't even include Magnus Carlsen's team. No, this is between Chessie and Elaine ACMG, both teams who beat WR Chess in the last 2 rounds. They are playing here on board 2, and we had a discussion with Artemyev right before the round, who spoke about the high spirits that his team is in. Maybe it's the cool purple uniform that they're rocking, but either way, we know that this is a tournament where team spirit is everything. After this round, we are going to have sole leaders in the event, and with many rounds to go, anything can still happen. So stay tuned and don't miss any of the action.
Yeah, now we're going to see if it's the black or the purple uniforms that have an advantage in this match. It's true that the uniforms from Elaine are really quite nice. I like their purple color. So yeah, guys, what do you think about this marquee matchup between Chessie and Elaine?
Well, it's a super big clash, but I'm also very much waiting for the games to upload in my system. Yeah, I'm very nervous because the games can happen any moment, but I'm not yet ready.
So Dubov, he hasn't been having like the best tournament so far, right? But he has been playing on the most difficult board, board 1. And right now he's playing against Richard Rapport. I think they were actually born in the same year, 1996. So they've known each other since they were kids.
Right, Richie, well, at some point I felt like Richie was considered the more talented one. Or rather, Dubov was stagnated for quite a few years. He became a grandmaster very early in 2600, and then he kind of plateaued for some time to kind of be back at progressing and winning the World Rapid Championship in St. Petersburg, right? And from then on, yeah, and also there's rapid tournaments in pandemic. I think he performed very well, and that's how we learned it.
So they both have pretty crazy styles.
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah, so that's the good thing about this matchup. That, I mean, are we expecting a crazy game or?
Well, is there an option for this game not to be crazy? Because that's, that's clash of styles, that's what we would say, and it's a clash of style because they both play this, flamboyant chess, if you like.
And also Makhsoodloo and Van Foreest is also a very interesting clash of styles. I mean, every time I see Makhsoodloo's games, they tend to be crazy, and he's a very ambitious player. I guess on the Chessie team, Vidit is back in action. He lost 2 games yesterday and was sat out for a couple of games, but his team captain has decided to give him another chance in a big game against Vladislav Artemyev. And Magnus Carlsen, we see him on the video screen right now. His team has suffered 2 consecutive losses, and despite the fact that he has won 2 out of his 3 games here in Astana. And right now, he is playing a grandmaster, Sumia Bilgun. Do you know where he's from? Is that? It feels like Mongolian.
Yeah, yes, it is a Mongolian team. And Magnus, we could say like he's done reasonably well, but then he lost a very important game against Rapport, after which the whole match went upside down. Yeah.
Let's see if we can get on camera the matchup between Chessie and Elaine.
Yes, we need the Chessie-Elaine match.
By the way, so Dubov is black again.
Again, yeah.
And it is another Spanish.
It's quite strange, yeah, that how he always gets black
We have a Slav in Maksudlu versus Van Foreest.
Unfortunately, I don't have the games yet. Yeah, I'm waiting.
And kind of a ready between Andreykin and Sarana. And what do we have against Canero and Zhu? It is it's a Rogozin. Interesting. Al-Mamari, Wafia, so she played knight of 3 and b3. And the interesting thing about that, Peter, is that I studied Einakul's games, and he likes to play knight of 3 and e3. So they're kind of similar. She's using a similar approach against him as he likes to play. Okay, we got the teams on the screen, and there we go. Board 1 is Reports versus Dubov, and it is with this move 5 knight c3 to defend the e4 pawn rather than castles or d3.
And bishop takes c6. Isn't this the line that Rapport played against Nurgyul? I think, yes, he played it against Nurgyul, I believe. Takes on c6, queen e2. Rapport's specialty. Getting Dubov out of book. That's already something.
So what's White's idea in this position? I mean, are they just going for a slow game with pawn to d3, or are they going to try to play like castles, rook d1, d4?
Well, at the moment, the e5 pawn is kind of attacked, yeah, and black needs to defend it in a way. If you play knight d7, that's one kind of game, but I also don't think we should be getting too heavily involved, because as long as we don't get the analysis board running, we cannot do anything.
So what we can say, it looks like, well, not the exchange variation. I want to say when you capture on c6 in the Berlin, and black has an extra move a7, a6, how relevant it is, it's unclear.
We do have an interesting opening in Maksudlu versus Van Foreest, though. When we do get our board up, we can definitely take a look at that game from the Slav. Went in a way that I haven't actually seen, but maybe you guys know something about that.
Well,
no games yet, Peter?
No games
yet. No,
yet.
Definitely could use some help there.
Okay, so Dubov played, I think, bishop d6 to protect and d3.
Yeah, now it's a slow game. Now it's clear that it's a slow game. That's why also Daniel opted for bishop d6. He loses a tempo because he played bishop e7 already, and now he moved the bishop to d6. But in general, if you stabilize the position, then tempi might not matter that much.
And an early queen e2, does it indicate castling long?
Yes, sometimes they also play knight d1, knight e3. It's a very typical idea in this.
Okay, so he just played
queen
e7. Yeah, I was wondering about knight d7 here, but okay, queen e7. So maybe black is the one who wants to castle queenside as well.
Yeah, it could be this, that you do not want to rush with long castle as black, but if white castles long, that maybe you're better off castling long as well, so that you're not getting under this h3, g4 stuff.
I mean, the nice thing about this position is that we already have this unbalanced pawn structure, right? So we know the game is not going to simplify anytime soon. And do you want to make any predictions on where black is going to castle, Miro?
It's 50-50, two options. I would go with long castle. I mean, so queen e7 is clearly the indication that, yeah.
But usually, because I'm an expert in this type of position from black, you keep an open mind. Yeah, you wait for white to determine which direction he goes, and you also want to be flexible. So basically, my kind of rule is that I try to make as many useful moves with black as long as my opponent decides, short castle, then short castle. If long castle, thank you very much.
And you never do the opposite. They say, wait for your opponent to castle short and you castle long then.
No, not in this line.
Not in this time.
Not in this line, yes.
Because it looks like black is very modest, and then I'm recalling Kramnik-Aronian game, or Aronian-Kramnik with rook g8, g5, g4, and a checkmate. And,
yes. Yes, because Levon got careless by playing short castle and h3 together.
Right.
And then invited this rook g8, g5.
So is black going to play bishop d7 here? Or...
No, bishop d7 is ugly. I think normally the knight wants to go to d7. So that's why bishop e6, knight d7, but always then bishop e6.
I think he went to e6, He
runs
went
into
E6.
some knight g5 at some point, yeah?
Right.
So it's also not easy. It's a lot of mind
Yeah.
games. That's why you have to follow your opponent, basically.
Yes, I was a little concerned about this knight g5 move for white, which is why I was thinking maybe bishop d7. Okay, so now Richie has a big decision as to where he's going to be castling. Is he going to risk it and be the first one to determine the king's position?
Well, what else can he do? A move like h3 is a typical move of, yes, it's useful, but black can also play h6, which is useful because then already you get ready for knight d7 and eliminated knight g5.
Bishop to d2, keeping both castles open, same as black. And now, yeah, they'll be playing this little game of staring at each other and asking which side are you planning to castle this.
And look at, Richie is kind of looking at the other boards to see what kind of action is happening there that should I go, I mean, what is the right strategy?
And
Yeah, he kind of knows it's a big decision.
if we were to speculate, okay, this match, well, on paper, chess is perhaps higher rated, but can we call them like big favorites?
No.
Not really, because
No.
there is also the Joker board. And who's on Joker board? Who's favorite on Joker board?
Well, Ainakul had a perfect score, but he lost to the strongest player in the tournament, Peng Bo, the new superstar. And now he's playing Wafia Al-Mamari. You know, she's stable at 1900, right?
Yeah.
So she's not like a super young player nor a super old player, right? So kind of in that in-between range. You know, probably not going to be jumping up to 2200 like tomorrow,
Yeah.
but solid at her rating. And I think she has about like a 2.5 out of 3 score in the tournament. Also pretty good. He's on 3 out of 4. So it's a pretty evenly matched game. We also have kind of a sharp game between Humpy and Zhu. Okay, so which way did he decide to castle? It looks like
He didn't.
Not.
okay.
A3, professional, yeah, just professional.
Doesn't that say that he's not going to castle
Exactly.
queenside?
Exactly.
Yeah, so
H6.
oh, that's really funny.
Who understands the rules? Yeah, you know.
You
So it's more of a moral victory. I believe, like if Black would end up castling short here, it wouldn't be a disaster.
right.
It wouldn't be a disaster, right?
But he leaves open the option of g5, right? So for example, if white castles short,
But the pawn is not yet on h3, so we don't have
Right.
any targets. Yeah,
yeah, if you go g5, it's not really a threat to go g4, is it?
Yeah.
So Richie is getting up, and wow, he's getting up on his move, and he wants to see the other games.
Yes, I told you that
yes.
he is already. This is Hungarian school also. Yeah, he likes to have an overview that what the
Wow.
and draw agreed.
Oh,
Draw
okay.
agreed.
Well, that's a bit anticlimactic.
Look at this. They are very happy. Okay, they are good friends.
Yeah.
They basically kind of sense the tension. Yeah, that okay. Do we go long castle, short castle? No, we don't decide. We agree to a draw.
I mean, a3, h6 was kind of an interesting way to end the game. I didn't even see where the draw for took place.
Well, probably with h6 then.
So, but I mean, we were seeing them on camera, but it wasn't clear.
Yeah, it did not.
Maybe we can take a look and zoom in on the board between Jordan and Maksudlu, because I think their position is pretty sharp. It almost looks like some kind of Caro-Kann structure. So Black has the dark squared bishop to cover all these weak dark squares. White has the space advantage.
Wow, there is another draw agreed, probably. Yeah, on board 4.
Wow.
Oh, the tension is growing.
Wait, board 4 is Sarana versus Andrekin. Okay.
These guys know each other for years, right? I mean, it's...
Yes. Now Sarana is representing Serbia, but they were representing the same country for a long time. Well, I hope the other games don't just end in like the next 2 minutes, you know?
No, looking at how Parham is sitting at the board, there is no intention to finish this game early.
His knight is coming in to e4.
Yes.
Yes. I'm wondering what happens to our PGN files, because that would be That'd be
If you want to
great.
see the position, it's right here on my board.
Yes,
Peter.
yes.
Yeah,
I
94.
saw it, but unfortunately, it's not enough if I see it, but the audience doesn't. Then what do I
Right.
say? Yeah, so
Well, it's easier for you to describe it. You know, the Black King.
yeah, okay. It
going
was
to
a Karo.
D7.
It was kind of a Karo-Kan kind of.
It was actually a very interesting opening in the Slav, but
Yes.
it turns into this Karo-Kan structure.
Yes, exactly. So if I mention Slav, people will not. If I tell that it's Karo-Kanish, then maybe it's easier to kind of understand. Black is doing the artificial castling, yeah, because there was a trade on h6. I believe White has traded the bishop, the dark square bishop, for a knight on h6. That's a typical scenario. Black has lost the right to castle, captured with the rook, and then Black uses this king f8, king g7 maneuver.
But do we think that White is better here, guys? Because, you know, the c6 pawn is a little bit weak, and it's, you know, the rook on h6 is stuck for Van Forest. It's going to take a few moves to get it back out. And, you know, it looks like White should kind of quickly pile up on the c6 pawn while they have the chance.
But it's not so easy because the a5 pawn is also weak. Yeah, so you can go rook fc1, but okay, then I go rook c8, and this rook from a1 can hardly move.
And also the question is, what do we do with a knight on e2? He has two knights. One of them is on e4, and one of them is on e2. Okay, he's reaching for the queen.
Into c3 so that you have b2, b4 move, and maybe b4 pawn will be easier to defend.
Oh, and then you can
b5 pawn.
go knight c1 to d3 or b3.
Yes.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I'd say one of the, well, it's not clear, but one of the problems that Black can't really get the knight to d5.
Yes.
And I was thinking, like, having the knight on d5 is not great, maybe because you also want c5, but like not having the square for this knight at all, it's kind of in the way of the other pieces. It stands on d7. Yes.
Basically, if White gets b2, b4 in, it's almost like a strategically winning position.
Something like what Kramnik was doing in Catalan.
In Catalan, yes.
You know, I think it's pretty crazy that like the Grandmaster games, already two of them have ended, and this match might come down to like the amateur board between Wafia and Mukhtar. They're putting a lot of pressure
Yes,
on
exactly.
the amateur boards by ending their games early. All right. So queen c3, and indeed, Makhsoudlu has played the pawn to b4, so he's fixed that c6 pawn as a weakness. I have to say that I'm liking his position. I don't see how Black is breaking out of this bind, strategic bind, and now he's going to improve the knight from e2. I feel like it can get kind of unpleasant for Black, Peter.
Yeah, this is very unpleasant. No, it's if White gets the fix and White got the fix with b4, there was nothing else to do.
Yeah, queen c3 was great.
It was great. Basically, already Parham prepared it with knight e4.
Well, you know, Van Forest is looking for counterplay with h4. Do you think that White should just play h3 and block that pawn? I almost wonder if, like, Black will play rook h5 and try to put that rook on f5.
Yeah, first of all, I want to say hurrah. I have the games going.
Nice.
The technical issue is resolved. Whew. Now I'm really relieved because, okay, it's just impossible to be commenting. So please tell me, which game should I go? The chat, what does the chat tell us? What they want to see?
Oh, the chat is telling us we're doing a great job without showing them the actual games. They only praise us, Peter, as you can expect, because we have the best audience. So
Thank you, guys. But yeah, but since we've spent so much time on Makhsoudlu's game, let's show what we were talking about. Yeah,
exactly, correct. Absolutely correct. Just have to pull it up. There we have it.
Yeah.
So look at this fantastic position.
He did play h3, right, blocking the h pawn. Queen f8 and knight c5. So he's not afraid to enter that square with a piece because he figures even if he doesn't have c5 as an outpost, Black is going to be so squashed on space. Although, I mean, if knight takes c5, dc5, and rook d8, can we try to get a rook to d5?
Well, I would also love to get a rook to d6, so you were fast enough to stop that idea. But I guess rook d8, we go rook d1. And also
d5.
some knight
and
d4.
you're gonna take.
Rook d5, just take.
Yeah, but there was also like an immediate knight d4, maybe.
Yeah, queen e8.
Queen e8.
I was hoping to defend the pawn for one
just
move.
to show this, that this looks also very suspicious because knight d4, and this is a very strong passed pawn.
One day you can even play f5.
Yeah, probably. There should be a way to put the pressure.
That the idea is not to leave White with this protected pawn on c5. So
But there was also the other one, rook d8. We could go queen f3, I'm guessing. And then knight to c3, knight to e4.
And to,
then
okay,
knight on
let
e6.
me bring this up. So rook d8 just to play a move like queen f3.
Queen f3, well, maybe we are attacking the pawn. I mean, if it's not defended, I will take it.
Yeah, and if queen, for example, rook
Queen
d5, we have knight c3 idea.
The tempo, yeah.
Yeah, that's a problem. And against queen e8, then we can do rook d1. Oops. And then we try to get the rook to d6, just to highlight this strategic idea that exists in the position.
Yeah.
And then we just put it there, and if black takes it, we take cd6, and this is a completely winning structure because black's rooks will be doomed.
You know what's interesting? In the two games it finished in draws, right? Like, one of the whites was from the Chessy team, and the other white was from the Elaine team. So it kind of
they've
equalized.
exchanged the colors.
And it's like, is that just coincidental? I mean, it just works out so evenly. I don't know. It's just a little bit surprising to me how it's so balanced like that.
There's a lot of accent on this particular game because two other games that I figured out were, well, relatively balanced and also quiet. Like Vidit, there was something symmetrical. Vidit against Artemiev, I guess, right?
Yeah, let me pull it up just to get a feeling, because here Max Todlu is in the driver's seat and this is very shaky.
Yeah, Vidit, Artemiev, not a lot seems to be going on. I mean, white does have the bishop pair.
Yes, tiny little something. And okay, finally also Vidit gets, after all, he lost 2 games yesterday, and we have seen that the first game against Armodiahi, he was actually winning and then blundered this devilish trick, which spoiled his mood and tournament and everything. But after having a good sleep, I believe that he's back to his usual strength.
I think Artemiev made a good trade of rooks, and he's probably just going for like rook fd8 next.
You are always faster. You have more moves.
Oh.
I'm still waiting for the move. You already have it. Yeah, it's
my ability to look into the future.
I always envy you. Yes, I'm still waiting. I'm deleting the arrows and so on. And you see, so queen takes d1 was played, right?
Yes. So, well, we have a little mistake in the translation, but I assume it was played. Maybe there was a...
Yeah, well, the one we have
You need to fix it a little bit, yeah.
Like, black is the rook up.
So yeah.
Not...
Yeah, okay, so basically Vidit has something to play with. It's a very solid position for Andreikin.
Let's take a look at Humpy versus Zhu. Another very important game. Humpy is up a pawn. Black has the bishop pair, so there's obviously compensation. White's pawns are doubled. And Zhu just played a really nice, aggressive move, g5. She's got Humpy under a bit of pressure on the clock. I really like this g5 move at first glance, Peter.
Yeah, this is a very typical kind of move. Yeah, you have also the dark squared bishop on c5. And black is trying to kick that knight away with g5, g4. Then black will get access to the e5 square as well. So it's looking very promising for black as a compensation. On the other hand, white is a pawn up, so I guess that maybe with a timely knight a4, something white should be able to...
The problem with knight a4 is maybe I just go bishop e7, and then the question is, what's your knight doing on a4?
Well, nothing, but at least I got rid of this monster bishop from c5.
Yeah, but I still want to go like g4, knight e5...
Yeah, it's a typical line of the Vienna where black sacrifices this pawn. I think it was Levon Aronyan who introduced this line and was using it even in classical tournaments. So it's not just an online rapid or over-the-board rapid idea. It's a very serious line, and black has a lot of possession of fundament here.
Yeah, very good compensation for the pawn. So, okay, we're going to see how that develops.
So look, this match looks relatively balanced, and even on board 6, there's something very fair is played. We have one more interesting match. It's Team China versus what I call Team India, MG A1, right? Where China took an early lead thanks to, a blunder. Yu Yangyi won a game against Raunak Sadhwani, who in this Carlsbad position, won't delve much into the opening, this Carlsbad position, and you can go on and on. Knight f4 is probably okay. Who went bishop f5, and it turned out that after h4, the queen is overloaded. It has to protect both the knight and the bishop, and after queen g4, there is like bishop e2 or f3. So there was a one-move blunder, and in few more moves, so he captured on h4, bishop f5, well, just a piece down, so, well, played few more moves because it's a team competition, and yeah, he had to resign, so China takes an early lead, which positions them very well to win the match.
Yeah, well, China in general has good positions in this match. So, for example, Wei Yi, one of their stars, is like up 2 pawns, and White is just trying to survive.
Yeah, Sunil is having a nightmare event. He has lost all his 4 games yesterday, including that one big shot and chance against Jan Nepomniachtchi when he was kind of winning there. And he lost a pawn already, and the second pawn, the d4 pawn, is about to fall as well, yeah, because you have this queen d6 idea.
Oh, it's already fallen.
It has fallen. Wow, so I'm behind again. I see that the Evel bar is absolutely wrong, yeah, so the Evel bar got stuck somewhere along the way.
Yeah, the current position is this, Peter, right here. So White has lost the d pawn. Let's see if we can put it in. So rook f d1, queen d6. G3, stopping, queen h2, rook takes d4, knight e4 is the current position. So, okay, White's trying to survive, but down 2 pawns, yeah?
Yeah.
Not a lot of compensation. But, okay, what does Black do right now? Queen's under attack.
Well, I guess he first of all enjoys the position. Yeah, that's to start with. After, because he still has plenty of time, we'll try to figure out which direction he should go. This is certainly not the most exciting game. So, okay, Wei has very good winning chances. China team is already leading. What about Peng Bo? I'm very curious of Peng Bo in action, because you remember we had Arjun here with us in the studio, and he told us that they are also very much hoping for their last board.
Well, Shah for India has been doing amazing. He started with 4 out of 4. I'm not sure how he did this morning, but right now it looks like he's poised to win again. I mean, he's up a pawn.
Oh, wow.
I'm sorry, I'm ahead again. He's completely winning. He's up a pawn, and, he has good pieces, good development. Let's see.
So Black played d4. It was already a panic reaction.
Yeah, d4. And White just took. He moved the bishop back. I don't know what compensation Black really has here for the pawn. I guess he wants to go maybe one day g5, f4. So there are some chances like that.
Yeah, of course. He's trying to create some chances. But right now, I'm not only not having the moves, but also I'm stuck. I cannot make a move on the analysis board.
Yeah, try refreshing, maybe?
It's a total collapse.
Well, let's see what other games we can describe for you guys. So Makhsoodloo versus Van Foreest is one of the interesting ones, and it is heating up. Van Foreest is in time trouble. He's under 4 minutes versus 11. His king is in some trouble, although he got his rook to the d5 outpost. And this is just a huge, huge game in the match between the leaders, Chessie and Elaine.
Yeah, and I'm back. The system is functioning. I'm super happy and relieved. Black has rook on f5, rook on d5, but yeah, this monster knight on e4 and the structure guarantees White the upper hand.
But I mean, the Black rooks are pretty impressive, right? Because I mean, what is White's threat in this position exactly?
To go knight d6, maybe? Okay, to take the pawn on g5 would be my answer, but I presume you're planning to defend it.
Okay, Van Foreest has done something.
Rook
and I think
d1 and queen d1 on the board.
Okay.
Yeah, but now, say, knight appears on d6. Can you tolerate it forever? The answer is no, right? So he'll have to take. And then White will get this far advanced protected passed pawn.
Yeah, and the problem with like GF is the queen comes back to G4, the king is really open.
Well,
Maybe you can try it.
He
King
does.
H7, right?
He does.
Oh, did he take it?
With the pawn or with the rook?
Not
I was
sure.
thinking with the pawn, yeah.
White pawn disappeared on the camera.
Yes.
He set it next to the board, so I know.
I was also expecting the move G takes F4. I felt like it's more principled.
Queen G4, King H7, and white doesn't have like any amazing checks.
It looks very promising for white. And Parham still has 11 minutes.
If he goes knight d6 immediately,
Then
because I was
rook
thinking
E5.
rook e5, queen d4,
Bishop
or am
F6.
I planning not to win? Bishop f6, queen f4. I
F4.
thought that was winning, but
Yeah, because
Right.
queen E7, you have knight
Knight
E8.
E8,
Yes. Let me just set this up. Also, queen takes F6, knight E8, but it's the same.
and knight e8 is even cleaner.
Yes, so... Wow, actually, black is in a lot of trouble here.
But yeah, but maybe he still has the resources like knight d6, queen, rook e5, queen d4,
And F6?
f6, or even bishop takes an f6, which looks ridiculous, but you know, if it works, it works.
Yeah.
I'm wondering a little bit about the setup, yeah, that why is Jordan Fan Forest on the second board and, for example, not Vidit, who is extremely solid? Yeah, I'm a little bit confused with this configuration because normally it's considered that you put the solid guys on the top and then they will take care of anyone and all the creative, aggressive guys like Jordan can just massacre on the lower boards. Yeah, it's kind of the usual strategy, but so far, we have seen that the strategy has been working perfectly for the Chessy team.
Yeah, well, a lot of the suspense in this match is going to come down to the women's board and the amateur board, where it doesn't really look very clear from the positions or the clock times who is going to get points in those games. Vidit's game, I mean, it still feels like it should end in a draw somehow. It's like they're in a pretty quiet end game.
Wow, but breaking news. Breaking news. Max Todlu has played Miro's move, knight d6 on the board. The computer agrees. I see +2 point something on my screen. And we already struggled to find the move for black.
Okay, rook e5, queen d4, and now black needs to find a way to guard this rook. Okay, more decisions. So has he played f6?
Let's also not forget, black has very little time, only 3 minutes. Yeah, f6, rook takes f4 on the board.
And may I bring some pleasant news for you, Peter, because you told us yesterday, Kaima is not only the student, but
Yes.
he has already won. I know this match is not as relevant, but he has already won, and I just want to show a little moment. Of course, White's position is already dominant, and he proceeded with rook takes pawn, king. Okay, we don't see my board. So anyway.
Okay, but yeah, it was like a
so
miniature.
It was a nice trick, and he won quite convincingly.
So let's see how Maksudlu is going to go for Van Forest king here. He brought in the rook. What's the number one threat? It looks like it's rook g4, since you're not going to be able to block that. So he goes rook g5. White is down a pawn, by the way.
Yes.
He can take the pawn in h4, but I don't know. Do you feel like this is that convincing, Peter? Because,
He took it. Yeah, he took rook h4, and there are all kinds of mating threats along the h file as well.
Right, but like somehow the d6 outpost feels a lot less relevant here now that the king side has opened up. I mean, the knight on d6 might not be as powerful with, I mean, the black rook on g5 seems to be doing a great job. Like, I'm not convinced yet that white is completely winning.
Well, I feel like black's problem is the passive queen on f8. If that queen would be on g6, we would be saying, okay, it's counterplay, maybe it's 0-0. But with this queen stuck on f8 and disregard the knight on d6 does a great job.
And queen e4 is coming, and you're going to threaten queen h7 mate and the c6 pawn, right? So, and the e6 pawn. So that's actually the big problem in the position, right? Yeah, it's the bad queen in f8, right? Otherwise, if you could put that queen on d5, right, then the position would be very different.
Yes.
So it's the one badly placed piece plus the weakened king that is making this a very difficult defense for black. In fact, I mean, queen e4 seems very hard to stop.
I'm just laughing because I wanted to draw the threat of queen e4, queen h7, checkmate,
Yes.
but the computer refuses. It only gives me the chance to target the weak pawn on e6.
Teaches you
It's enough.
that,
Yeah,
if
it's
you
enough.
take the
yeah.
pawn, you never go for a checkmate.
Yeah.
Well, this is going to be a huge win for the El-Ain team. I mean, is Vidit making any progress with his bishop pair? It still
he
doesn't
needs
look
to.
like it, but I mean, Black is super solid there, very active, so I still don't see it.
Yeah, knight d4 is coming also. Yeah, this is with the bishop a6, knight b3 configuration. Artyom is such a classy player. Yeah, he knows things, and this rook c1 also very nice.
Okay, let's take a look at Humpy versus Zhu Jiner. Humpy has just given up her extra pawn. Going for solidity, she's definitely saying, yeah, well, I'm not better. I kind of feel like this is like a bailout for white. She is obviously, well, just in my opinion, just kind of worse, right? Like I would always take
Exactly.
Black in this position.
Yeah, Black has all the trumps in the position. The knight on c3 is just defending this pawn. The bishop on e2 has no real perspectives.
H5 can happen at some
How
point
easy
or
is
not.
to is to bail out here?
Yeah.
That's another question. Because I thought, like, Black's the move, right? So if you go something along the lines of, say, bishop b4 for now. So what I want to do is to kind of stabilize a5 before, so everything's protected. The kind of tactical point is, or I thought it was, that if you take the rook and a7, then bishop c3, queen e4.
Yes, let me show
I mean,
this.
there is like it's a cheapo, and I don't know how to achieve it. Maybe you should do it via bishop g7 instead and not bishop b4, but I love cheapos.
Yes, of course, we all love it.
Okay, let's go for a second maybe to Maksudlu.
Yeah, just I'm showing this.
Yeah.
The Chipolito, yeah, the double attack on the
E2
and the bishop. So yeah, okay, Black is having everything under control. All eyes on Maksudlu. What happened here?
Well, Van Forest went rook g6. And on rook g4, which was an interesting move, just trying to win the e6 pawn, he plays bishop takes d6. So how do we assess this position? C takes d6 happened. Is this d pawn going to promote?
Pawn takes, but how do we stop it? Let's not forget there is a sneaky queen a7 check threat
Yes.
in some positions.
Also, no, this is just lost.
So what happens on like rook takes g4 here?
I think queen takes just
Queen
wins,
takes.
King
right?
f7.
King f7, queen h5, king has to go
D7.
back, and you go d7.
Yeah,
Then
it's
queen e8.
Yeah.
hopeless, yeah.
d7, but I go queen d6.
Queen d6 though, and you might have a lot of
Perpetual.
checks. Let's call it a lot of checks. We never know if it's a perpetual, but yeah, but looks.
Okay, so he seems to have found something. Okay.
Things are heating up.
So
Yeah, he went queen c5. Yeah, this was instead of going for this.
instead of d7 right away, he just plays.
Yes, queen c5. It's
C5.
total cement. Yeah, just no counterplay whatsoever, and position is hopeless.
So
Whoa.
queen e8's probably going to be played, but then he has queen a7 and
Queen a7, queen c7.
Yes,
Then he
and
goes
then-
d7, has diagonal under control. This is brilliant.
Yes.
wow.
This.
Huge game for Maksudlu to deliver for his team.
I was also eyeing on this idea, but I'm having some technical
Yeah, well, it's
difficulties.
strange why it does not allow you to.
Should we take a quick look at Al Mamari versus Ainakul, because this is the final board of the match. And Wafia, I think, is doing okay, but it's getting kind of unbalanced because her light squares are a bit weak. And if she could have that knight on d4, it'd be great. Maybe even on f4, but on b2,
Yes.
it's a little tricky, actually. I'm not sure, you know. And Ainakul has to win for his team Chessy.
And this d5, d4 is in the air all the
yeah.
time.
Okay.
Also b4, very interesting.
Well, b4 trying to go bishop b5. That's clever. No, actually, he's kind of taking over, and they've got just over a minute. So if he wins for his team, he's going to neutralize Maksudlu's hard-earned win, and then it might come down to the game between Humpy and Zhu Jiner. Humpy is now, well, she's safe, I think. But Black is going to be the one with the outside past a pawn.
Okay, let me bring that up because it's so important. Yeah, black is pressing, but I'm happy that the dark square bishop disappeared. This is already something of a happiness. White should be able to hold, and we know that Humpy has the class. It's unpleasant because even rook end games with the black's rook already on a8 and just pushing that pawn is unpleasant, but it should be holdable.
Yeah, I mean, the A pawn has kind of a simple path forward. So definitely black's play is easier here, but Humpy has a minute more on the clock. I mean, it's possible this could be a tied match. Okay, let's just take a look at Al-Mamari Ainakul, because I feel like this game could like decide a lot. Al-Mamari, she's played her knight to d1. Not a great square.
Yes, not at all. Some ideas are coming here for black.
But the b4 pawn is hanging, Peter.
Yes, exactly. So rook d3, queen takes b4. It's even this is very shaky. Then d5, d4, whatever.
Sure.
But okay, black will not sacrifice.
There's a chance for white. She desperately needs to hold on for her team to win.
And okay, rook d3 on the board. So actually, and white did not capture on b4.
Pawn. Wow, that is surprising. I mean, that pawn really
had to be taken, yeah.
I think so.
Because now d5, d4 is coming, and
because now you just have a terrible knight for nothing. Although, I mean, if the knight can get out to e3, maybe we can.
But then f4 is coming also. Yeah, it's just everything opens up. The computer absolutely correctly points out that it's -3. Yeah, it's sometimes we argue that we don't agree with computer's evolution. This is the moment when we simply know that black is in a dominant position.
Okay, meanwhile, Humpy has played bishop f3, trying to trade off all the pieces and get to that draw.
Yes, the rook end game, which is still kind of tricky, but it should be holdable. So the line that I was thinking about is bishop takes f3, g takes f3. Now if black trades,
goes a4,
takes a4, then okay, white will try to block this pawn at some point, and then the king is marching toward the queen side. And thanks to this c pawn, I feel like thanks to the c pawn, white should be able to hold this without much difficulties. The king reaches c2 and guards it.
Okay, let's take a quick look at Vidit's game. Vidit is about to take a pawn, but it's not going to be a free pawn because there's knight c4. So actually, it does look like this game is heading towards a draw, which we've been expecting from the beginning.
Yeah, which actually Chessy can kind of live with, because on the last board, Ainakul has the chance to equalize the match.
Yeah, maybe we can just keep watching that one. They're under a minute. I mean, this is probably the decisive game for their match, where it's still not completely clear, that he's winning. White played queen c5, but yeah, the poor white king and the terrible knight on d1, she managed to get just really bad pieces. It's just a question of whether he can keep his nerves to win with like 15 seconds on the clock. Let's see if we can get them on the screen.
Yeah, d4.
We haven't really gotten to know the amateur players so much.
Well, also there was Dinglin against Arjun Agassi finishing in what? Probably a draw.
A draw, that's what it looks like from the way they were setting up the pieces.
Yeah, draw. A well-played game by both players. No issues, but yeah, all eyes on this very important game.
Okay, so he went queen e6. Okay, it looks like he has actually 40 seconds left. Queen e6, he's trying to maybe get that queen to e4 at some point. Maybe we can capture on d4, Peter, and try to go knight e3, but there might be a sacrifice on e3. Oh, terrible position.
Capture on d4, and we go queen e1, queen f1, rook d1 double check, and then it doesn't work.
Yeah, but okay, it's all falling apart.
White should have taken
b2.
the pawn on b4 when they had a chance. Now it's too late. Okay, now
rook d2.
Knight
the tempo.
c4.
Nice.
Well.
Okay.
Well,
try.
Well.
At least the knight has come out from his terrible position.
And black is down to 9 seconds.
Okay, we can see them on the board after Humpy and Zhu.
Takes e3. Wait a second. Queen e3, is queen e3 kind of a move?
Yes, okay, but she took with
It's
the
a bad
knight.
position, I know.
Okay, she took with the knight, f4. It's going to get
F4.
wild. So, I mean, pawn takes. Let's just keep taking stuff. It's not the end for white yet. She has
Right.
queen g5 all the time.
Yeah, she will have to take.
I mean, the knight on e3, I'm so happy that knight has finally come out.
It got a stable square after all.
Right, because the knight was just awful. Oh, she didn't take
Wow,
it?
she didn't take.
Ooh, nah, I don't like that so much.
She got scared, but yeah, like,
Oof,
Knight
knight
c4,
yeah.
don't really believe in that, but okay. I mean, she's not.
Okay, some rook
Losing
e2, doubling on the e file, and then eventually when the bishop lands on the long diagonal with bishop c6,
Yeah.
it can be decisive.
Maybe rook d1. I mean, we need to activate these rooks. We have like a useless rook on a1.
Yeah, rook d1.
But then you can trade. Okay, rook e1. I guess I'm not losing there yet.
Also just rook f8 and then go for an attack. Queen
It's amazing
g5.
how it just comes down to this game, right?
Yes.
That's like, it was kind of obvious the way this match was going that a lot would be riding on this last board. And by the way, Humpy's down a pawn against Zhu, but she should be holding a draw. So yeah, this one is still the one to watch.
Rook f8. Yeah, and then now black's position is
Now
so...
she takes. Now, I mean, there's rook f6 idea.
And luckily 95 maybe still exists.
Still holds,
but
okay, wow. She didn't choose the best moment to take on f4. Hopefully she can save her queen.
Okay, but it's dramatic. 15 seconds for black. Just played the move rook f6 with 5 seconds.
wow, but there is no move, right? 95, does rook e5? Oh,
Oh, king f1.
King f1 right into this pin. No,
Okay,
knight,
okay,
knight
I
should
mean,
be over. Rook e4.
At least there's no queen h3. Okay, rook e4, good move. Yeah, ooh, queen h3 is a big threat. Rook.
Yeah, and even bishop takes c4 if rook e1 and then rook g6 finally wins the queen. There is
Yes. Oh, it was a tough game for her.
yeah, very tough.
Not sure she can survive this now.
So,
She plays f5. Okay, so she gave up that pawn. Her king is still under a huge attack. Yeah. This, I mean, she can still
oh,
try
rook
rook
f2
c2.
wins among other things, right? But
That's
Why-
fancy.
you don't even want to play.
I don't think he'll be
F2.
calculating that.
You want to play something like silly but good.
Yeah, the problem is that white's position is so awful that black doesn't need to make very precise moves.
Yeah, it's a free attack. Normally you sacrifice something, at least a piece to get all
I can
this.
see a double attack with queen f6. Not a bad double
Yeah,
attack.
that's,
on the rook and the f2 pawn.
Decisive.
Okay, maybe queen d4 here. But then just check and like rook f6 somewhere.
Humpy, meanwhile, finished her game. I guess it was a draw. Yeah?
Looks like they're still playing.
Ah, sorry. There was.
They're still on the video. And
Yeah.
she's not really having any problems. Yeah, it's not the kind of.
Just for a very quick second, I will, this
Something
she will
just
hold.
happened.
Yeah, this she will hold, so all eyes back to this game. It's checkmate is
They
coming.
just called the tournament, they called an arbiter because maybe an illegal move happened, or
Wow.
Inakul called and he's explaining something. Oh, I think she tried to make an illegal move.
We are trying to understand.
Okay,
What?
So then the black player even gets extra 2 minutes, right? Or something. And you
No.
see the arbiter is
Wait a second.
working on the clock.
Yeah, working on the clock, that means the game's not over.
Yes.
And if the game's not over, even if white gets 2 extra minutes, it doesn't change the
and I
outcome.
think we got Charlize from the playing hall right now.
We are live in the playing hall. Behind me we have ACMG versus Chessy. We have a few draws and one decisive result with Miroshnichenko beating Van Forest. Let's take a closer look. The match might be decided in the last 2 boards between the 2 females, Ambikonuru and Zuchiner, and of course the recreational players. It's very exciting but very tense, since whoever wins this will be the sole leader.
Okay, well, This is the big game of the amateur players, and Irina from Kazakhstan and Wafia from the UAE are facing off. Of course, White's king is in big trouble here, so I think it would take a miracle for her to save this game.
Right, may I interfere?
Yeah.
'Cause you telling us that, well, the joker board is very important. I'm telling you the same. My man, Bang Bo, won this. Lost position, whatever. I mean, he needs to do his job. He's done his job. So 0-1 +2 for China, thanks to his win.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Continues
He's the
on
man.
perfect score. I mean, he's going to become a famous name after this event, right? I mean, to be winning all the games for your team, and I mean, that makes a huge difference, to have an asset like that on your team. Okay, meanwhile, the game between Wafia and Mukhtar continues, and, she hasn't been checkmated yet, but bishop c6 is a huge threat, right, Peter?
Yeah, knight e3 played, trying to.
Okay.
But okay, this is so hopeless.
I mean, she's trying her best to guard that
Yes.
king. I mean, I like when I see the knight on e3. I do really appreciate that. I'm also happy that there's no queen e3, rook f1 checkmate.
Yeah, it's kind of also strange that there is no direct win,
Right.
but the position is just completely winning, and it feels so unfair to her because she's putting heroic efforts. Queen G2
Look at that,
also.
queen g2. She's doing great. I mean,
defending.
she still has not lost the game.
Unbelievable.
I mean, no, this is the best position that White has had in a while. Wouldn't
Yeah,
you say, Peter?
and after Queen H4, there is some Knight F5 cheapo because there is back rank issues.
Wow.
Now
looming in the
what?
air.
Now should she just go rook g1?
Queen H5, okay, this is now suddenly a chess game.
Rook g1, rook g6, queen e4.
Also, maybe rook AC1 and try to go rook C8 in time trouble counterattack.
Okay, she did it. Wow.
Should be 2, rook
C8.
C8.
It's
rook
on the
F6,
board. It's incredible.
Yeah, now
She's doing an amazing job of staying in this game.
rook F6 is probably only move.
Okay. Maybe there's back rank ideas, something miraculous, no?
Well, bishop
Or-
F3 is too strong.
Okay, King G1, just
Yeah.
just to sidestep.
Okay.
Takes King
Good
G1
move.
happened. Okay, I preferred King G1 immediately, but okay, let's not be too harsh on the players. Yeah, they are
I mean,
fighting.
I'm happy that White's rook came out from A1 finally. She got rid of one pair of rooks, and suddenly, his attack has slowed down. She has a chance to survive.
Yeah, H6
plays
looks
well.
C7, but the computer says that it's wrong. Why? Queen E5? Is Queen E5 a big problem? Yeah, on the board.
Queen A1
Double attack.
is an annoying check. Okay,
She needs to retreat, but now Bishop F3, Queen. I mean, there are not too many things.
Okay. Black is still doing well, obviously, but, at least he hasn't ended the game yet.
Well, engine says -4. Yeah, it's engine disagrees. Queen B2. Yeah, the rook is trapped. The rook E1, Queen D2.
Rook A1.
Yeah, and okay, then we know exactly how we feel. Yeah, then Bishop F3, King H7, Rook F6, Rook G6.
Yes.
Suddenly a total domination.
Yeah, well, she's definitely in trouble, for sure. Queen C6, and now I thought the problem here was,
Bishop D3 or something. Yeah.
some kind of attack on F2, but Bishop B5 doesn't seem to do it because we still have Queen C2.
And Queen C2, yes, exactly. That's why I wanted to go Bishop D3.
Is rook F6 a win?
Maybe we have Queen
You can
E8.
trade the queens, but then rook G6, bishop F3.
Yes.
And Queen E8, King H7. After check, I have counter check on G6.
Okay, Bishop F3 happened. This isn't exactly the best, but okay, good enough.
Now Queen C5 perhaps was a tempo.
Okay, Rook F6. The same idea.
And I thought check, check. Queen C8, King H7 check.
And then
you can
King
go to
F1. And thank you very much, yes.
If you survive, you survive.
Yes.
You don't know.
Wow, what a dramatic...
Well, I mean, even if she loses, it just means a drawn match for Elaine. It's not like a tragedy, right? The teams will remain atop the leaderboard, but of course, if she manages to hold on, then they get the win.
Yeah, and knocking down the chassis. Yeah, this is this is the key moment, yeah.
So much riding on this game. I mean, Humpy's still down a pawn, but no problem holding that rook end game.
Yeah, that's a technical position. She has incredible class. yeah, with this king on g1, just no matter how good the position gets,
Yeah.
it's still bad. Yeah, that's
I'm still
the
so
problem.
impressed by the fact that she hasn't lost in so long.
Yeah, it's incredible.
I mean, her position was so bad in this game. Knight g2. I mean, oh, it's sad. Is that could that be the fun? Okay, there's still no queen g.
Well,
Queen g4 is actually a move, right?
yeah, queen f8, king h7.
And you have to give up the queen or something.
Or you have to run with king
Right,
f, but this king f1 doesn't help. I think you also lose the queen at the end.
But at least it's a little hard for him to just give up the rook with check, right? So queen g4 is not the easiest move to play.
With 10 seconds on the clock.
Queen f7, yeah, that's a bit more logical. Okay,
Knight h4 suddenly. Knight g6.
Jumping with
Queen
the
takes
knights.
f8 check is a threat.
Wow,
Be
queen f8.
careful.
Oh, he might fall for that. That's so tricky. Oh, he needs to not fall for queen takes f8
yeah,
check.
bishop e4, correct.
Okay.
But suddenly, okay, queen
e3 maybe?
some things are happening.
Can you go f3? I don't know. I mean, I know everything looks bad, but kind of to get rid of this bishop on long diagonals, like if you play f3,
Yeah.
Rook e8, okay.
Queen e3, rook e8. Yeah, now black has survived the tricks.
F4, we can offer, oh no, we still don't have that trick.
You don't have this.
No. Queen g3, okay. Well, she's still holding it on, you know. The longer you don't win the game, the more chances there are,
Yes,
right?
yes, and suddenly also some rook c7 in the air. Counterplay. And black can somehow never accumulate enough time, always in this 10-15 seconds range, which is very scary.
okay, rook d8.
Rook d8, okay, maybe like rook e1. She can't really move her rook to the 7th rank because rook d1 is mate, so I'm thinking maybe rook e1 attack the bishop.
Yeah, rook e1 is a nice.
F3, I don't know. I'm a little sad about that move. That weakens the king after bishop h7. She did get rid.
Yes, it opens the second rank.
Yes.
Does not feel right.
Yeah,
But
the
okay.
knight on h4 is running out of usefulness.
Yeah, it was very tricky at some point, but yeah, now that the tricks don't work.
But still, I mean, they only have 10 seconds per move. I mean, like anything can still happen. Queen c7.
Yeah, but now I feel like black stabilized. Now it's so easy to play with black again.
Yes.
No tricks. Knight g2. Does black go rook d2 and then queen c8 check, bishop g8 and also goes for queen d4 check? Okay, king h1. Queen d1 is not checkmate, so it's fine. Rook f8, targeting the f3 pawn.
Yeah, the white king continues to have problems.
Yes.
And the knight on g2 basically can't move anymore.
That's also one of the big problems, that even some endgames, when we sacrifice the f3 with queen c5, exactly, that's what I'm talking about. Takes, rook f3 is probably also
Yeah,
close
he's
to
probably
lost.
gonna go for the end game. Okay, yeah, he did.
Hang on a
Only
second.
her knight was a little bit better, you know. But that knight
Because
is awful.
check, bishop g8, knight h4, there's rook f6.
F6.
Yeah, but that's
Knight
only
g6,
move, yeah.
yes, only move. Yeah, I was also.
And I thought maybe trickier would be to go knight h4 first. You know, so hoping for an active move like rook f2, and then you would get a perpetual check.
Yeah, well, I think she had a valiant defense, but it looks like this.
Rook f2, blunder, black blunder, knight g6
whoa,
check.
whoa, really?
It's a perpetual. Yes, on the board.
I can't believe it.
Unbelievable.
Blundering knight g6. Why would you allow the knight to come there? It was literally the
And
only...
white misses.
I know.
White played rook b8. White played rook b8. Now king h7. Just give the b4 pawn. Get out of the.
Doesn't white need to win? Or
No, white needs to
Black
draw.
needs to win.
Black
I'm
needs to
confused.
win. And white could
Yeah.
have just
Oh.
forced a draw.
No knight g6 check? Oh man, I don't know if they have counted up the scores in their match. I mean, she wants to win the b4 pawn. It's kind of funny, but
Yeah.
I can't believe it.
No, now it's over. Yeah, king h7 and this bishop gets to d5.
Oh,
There
they
is
had
no
such a
way.
huge
Five and everything.
chance.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was such a... yeah.
Imagine the teammates, the captains, and so on. Heart attack, complete heart. Even for us, it's so difficult to control our emotions. But
So now bishop d5, right? King g1
and then you just take this pawn,
yeah.
and you are pawn up, and
And the knight is almost trapped,
Yes.
right?
oh, it's hopeless. And no more tricks. Yeah, that's the other very important factor. Yeah, that no more tricks. Okay, knight f5, still trying, but bishop d5 check. Then rook g2 check. Yeah, on the board.
Okay, so she's losing both pawns, yeah?
Yes.
Maybe we can take a quick look at Humpy's game because, you know, she's
Yeah. Okay, it's a dead draw. It's
no
not-
chances, yeah?
No chances whatsoever.
King on e4 is too good.
And also black's king
Yeah.
is cut. Yeah. So everything depends on this game.
Oh, they just finished.
Yeah.
Okay.
So agreed.
All comes down to the key matchup on board number 6. But
Wow, and what a clutch it would have been, this knight
I
g6
know,
check and
I
knight
know.
f8.
Yeah.
Wow.
miracle chance was
It would also be such a reward, right? Because
Yes,
there's
for the
so many
defense.
brilliant defensive moves.
Yes.
Sometimes, yeah, like on the verge of losing, sometimes beyond the verge. But yeah, she would save a very important half point.
Yeah, so Chessy seems to survive. What a match.
We're going to have a guest in the studio soon from the match between Kaz Chess and Ashdod Chess Club. This one went, seems like, pretty well in Kaz Chess's favor.
Right, thanks to victories of Peter Svidler and Alexander Grishek.
Yes, but then also Evgenij Alexeyev won on board 4. No, actually it's tied. The match is tied, no? Because the last board was won by the Israeli, by Ashdod team.
So Ayapov lost to Nikin.
Actually it's 3-3, right? I'm losing my mind already, but I think it's correct.
Right. It looks like Tanikin won and Alexeyev won. And how did Nihal Sarin do against Mamedyarov?
It was a draw.
Big draw.
Ah, okay. Okay. So this match is getting wrapped up, and they are going to be staying as the leaders.
Yeah, we have now the camera on the players. We can still feel the tension, despite that it's a technical win. It shows that, yeah, there is so much tension on the players.
Well, he finally looked up, so I think he's feeling a little more
Relaxed.
relaxed, yeah. And he's being watched by his captain, Emil Satovsky. He's probably extremely happy. By the way, I can tell you a little bit about Ainakul. He's one of the players that is rated over 2,000.
Yes, 2025 or something,
Right,
yeah?
and that's because they were taking the June 2024 list for the eligibility, and since then he's had other tournaments rated, and he actually crossed over 2,000.
So he can never be used on this board anymore in the
Exactly,
future.
right. But of course, it does illustrate, you know, how seriously the captains have to look for an underrated and improving recreational player, right? Because it's nice to have someone who's on an upward trajectory and is actually over 2,000 at the time of the tournament.
Yeah. Well, that was my kind of guess. Of course, I didn't know that Pengbo will be so successful, but when I saw that the Chinese team relies on a 1,400 player, not on a 1,600 or 700, I felt like, wow, there is some catch there.
Yeah, absolutely. So you would believe that if they wanted to be as close to 2,000 as possible, they would find someone 1,999. Yes.
But they know that, yes, it's enough.
He's the right guy.
Yes, exactly. So Ainakul has won the game, this marathon game. What an incredible moment and what an important victory, because like this, the match between Chessy and Aline ends in a 3-3 tie. Wow.
Okay, and by the way, Magnus Carlsen's team, WR Chess, did win their match. Magnus won again, and most of his teammates did as well. I think they won with a 5-1 score. Hao Yufan also winning after 3 losses.
Well, that's actually no real surprise because, okay, WR team is just way too strong. But what hurts them that they had 2 very important big clashes and they lost both those matches.
So how do you feel about this round for Chessy and Elaine, the leaders of the tournament? It looks like their match is finishing in a draw due to a big win from Ainakul for the Chessy team and balanced out by Makhsoudlu's win over Van Forest for El Ain.
Well, it was a very, very tense match, right? Okay, it's not like all other boards were uneventful.
Right, well, two boards were kind of taken out early.
Were taken out, but then Andreikin's game was quite interesting at some point, and I believe like at the very end he was even slightly better against Widit.
Yeah, Artemiev. I also mixed it up already once today. Yes, well, but I also feel like when the two of the players in a six-board match ends in a draw, then suddenly the pressure on the remaining players is so much higher.
Yes, because one result is all it takes, yeah. So we did not cover this one at all, but Royal Chess, the team from Uzbekistan, had an absolutely fantastic match against Hans Niemann team, which was decided by the draw on an amateur board because they kept exchanging wins with the white pieces. I think first 5 boards finished with the winning.
And Andrew Hong won again. I mean, he's having a good tournament. And Alua Nurman beat Salimova. So that is definitely an upset on the women's board. And their final board finished with a draw.
Yeah.
Okay.
So actually, Royal Chess won then.
Means, I guess.
Because they started with the white pieces, yes. They started with the white pieces, yeah. It's wow. And Hans Niemann lost to Sindarov. I feel a little bit guilty that whenever Hans loses, we mention it. In the previous round, he has beaten Shakria Mamajau, just to make it clear that, yes, we are objective. Just it's somehow, we missed that moment in the previous round. Wow, but we have seen this Royal Chess team already against the WVR team yesterday, how dangerous they were. Yeah, it was a very close match. You have something, Miro, to share with us?
Yeah, because apparently we will be joined by a guest at some point from the Kaz team, from team with Grishuk, Svidler, and so on. So the guest remains a secret for now. Yeah. But I just wanted us to take a quick look at Grishuk's game because I was looking at it behind the scenes and I couldn't figure out what was going on because White's Andrei Volokitin, black Alexander Grishuk. White's attack, White's threats always looked very serious. And there he went for what would seem to be a decisive combination. You are not forced to go knight f6. If you play knight f6 means, well, you consider yourself to be winning. So what ends up happening that, okay, the knight's taken, okay, I'll just go with the line rook e7, and then the moment you take with the knight, there is queen f7. So black has to take, white takes, and king h8. And I'm surprised because I thought, yeah, what's after queen f7? Turns out it's a check. And then the game went king g2, knight h4, somehow black wins. And I was puzzled what happens after king h2.
Yeah, bishop b8.
And only then I realized that this bishop on a7, it's actually alive.
Wow.
It stayed there for maybe 15 moves or something, being irrelevant in all those lines, in all those actions on the king side. So it was easy to overlook, I guess, that after king h2, you do have a check from b8.
Yeah. Wow.
Yep. So that's it, and we are getting ready for the guest.
Okay, we're joined in the studio by Grandmaster Peter Svidler, who won his game for the Kaz Chess team.
It was the dampest high five I've ever seen.
Welcome to the studio, Peter.
Thank you.
Do you want to walk us through your game quickly? Or do you want to give us your impressions on this game? Were you watching this?
I'm just very happy it ended how it ended because because Sasha's not here, I can moan a little bit on his behalf.
Go ahead.
Because this is the second time in this tournament where he plays something that is extremely rare and his opponent just knows everything and he is becoming a bit upset about it. He still scored 2 out of 2 in those 2 games, so he is not, moaning too loudly, but he doesn't quite understand what's going on because twice in this tournament, he played something which is basically non-existent, which he hasn't played before, ever, and just runs head-on into what seems to be perfect preparation. But yeah, very interesting finish, yeah, because honestly, when I saw queen f7, I thought white is winning because I didn't realize how strong knight h4 was. I thought, okay, the checks will run out, but knight h4 is just too strong, yeah. So yeah, this is very happy, and my game ended up being quite quite okay. And the main reason for me to be satisfied about my game is I managed to play a decent game of chess after my previous game, which wasn't a given. Have you seen my previous game?
No, we haven't.
I blundered into a threefold into a very easily winning rook ending.
Against Tabatabai.
Yeah, which made us not win the match. Not only did I not beat a very strong player after playing quite well, it also cost us a match point. So I wasn't sure, you know, what mood I will be in, and I was playing another very strong player in Pavel. But yeah, good thing I managed to collect myself a little bit and did something weird. Like I keep on playing this line, this b3, d4, e3, c5, knight e5, which I'm sure Peter knows everything about this, and I know nothing. And this is my like third game in this line, and I still refuse to like open a computer and check the other games or like switch the engine on or any of these things. I just play this and I think, okay, not in classical, but like in Blitz and Rapid. I keep on doing this and then starting to think on the next move. Basically on the next move. So you went knight bd7. This is already a little bit of a surprise for me because I think what they normally do is they force you to play f4 first. They go queen c7, provoke f4, and then they go knight bd7. But he started with knight bd7, and already I was kind of out of book. And then I settled on this idea of playing ed4, cd4, knight d3, which is what happened in the game. Knight bd7.
I think if you touch...
I can actually do that. Okay, I wasn't sure if this is touch screen. Yes, so knight bd7, I played this. And the point is, of course, he can sort of insist on trading these knights. But I think this is a slightly better version for me because generally speaking, black, well, I can't actually drag, yeah? This is a square for the knight. It's not a square for the bishop. Black would very much like to go knight d7, knight c5. So by doing this, I mean, I'm getting some kind of a reasonably kind of, okay, only, come on. Normally-ish looking reti, I might want to play bishop a3 later, or maybe I will switch back to d3, bishop f4 or something. But comparing this position to my other option was here to just take on d7, I think this is like a massively better for black in comparison because the knight gets to c5 so quickly. But the thing about the line I chose is that it does allow exactly what Pavel played, which is e5, e5, rook e1, and e4, which is extremely principled. I more or less have to accept this pawn sacrifice, and we get this position, which honestly, and you know, for us as martial players in particular, you know, your first impression, I think, probably is that black is close to winning. Because I have this bunch of pieces which are still in the starting squares. It's very unclear how I will develop it. This whole group of people on the queen side. I have a pawn on g3 instead of a pawn on h3, which would be a slightly better, let's put it mildly. And like the whole thing feels extremely weird. But if you start looking at lines, if you start with bishop f5, I have queen f3. And if bishop g4, very importantly, I can take on b7. And it's not really about winning one more pawn, it's about doing something with the tempo. And also putting a queen on a square where black cannot continue attacking it. And then I basically, almost everywhere, my plan is to play bishop a3 and start trading. And it's not clear how I'm getting mated here. And if you do what Pavel did in the game, which is bishop g4, this gives me a very important f2 square for the knight. And now my king side, it still looks shaky, but I've sort of covered all the squares. I want to play d3, knight d2, knight e4. And also incredibly importantly, I want to play bishop a3, or even rook takes e7 followed by bishop a3 in some cases. And in the game, it looked like, you know, this still looks like a very unclear position, but like 5 moves later, we get here. And if you give me 3 more moves here, I will play knight d2, I will play knight d4, queen d2, rook a1. I'm just a pawn up. And you can play h4, but it doesn't really do very much. And I thought the critical line was h4. Come on. I can do this maybe, yeah. Knight d2, I thought he has to take and play knight h5. And at least ask me a question how I'm pretending to stabilize here, because g4 you can... I don't know, we didn't really talk after the game, so I don't know what he didn't like. g4 is actually a playable move here, but you're never very happy allowing the knight to come to f4. I thought I can go knight f1, queen g5, and queen c1. And then if the queen goes to g6, I am much more happy to play g4 because the knight no longer comes to f4. Yeah. So these were the kinds of lines I was calculating, but instead Pavel played queen e3, which I thought...
By the way, it's very close to Marshall already.
Yeah. He played queen e3, which is a move I didn't quite understand, because I think maybe he just kind of forgot I have knight f1. I don't really know why you would give me this with a tempo. And now it seems like I'm just sort of coming out. Maybe he wanted to play queen g5 and realized after queen d2 he'll have to continue running, and it just doesn't look good anymore. So he played queen e5, queen d2, rook e8. And I took a practical decision. I played queen g5, and hd3 I just took with a knight, forcing this endgame. And this is sort of what we're aiming for. I had to spoil my structure on the king side a little bit to get here, but I'm still a pawn up. The g4 pawn is kind of desperately weak. It will get picked up in all kinds of ways, and I was also ahead on the clock. So from here I converted, I think, reasonably cleanly. So this is maybe my first ever experience of playing this Reti line and actually getting a decent position out of the opening. So it's a landmark, you know. I will treasure this memory.
Well, thank you, Peter. Please, if you have time and you would like to join us for a quick chat.
I think...
Because I would like to ask you one thing, yeah?
Sure,
that
of course, yeah.
You are always saying, yeah, I haven't opened the computer, I haven't looked at this. Whenever I see you play and whenever I look at your results, they are brilliant. What is your secret?
Well, I think those things are weirdly not in contradiction. Because if you... And these days I can't claim I don't work on chess at all because I have Prague. So I have a reason to work on chess outside of my own chess playing. But as for me, if you basically, like if every position you play that you haven't looked at with Prague is new for you, you don't lose this feeling of freshness. Yeah, I play so rarely that every tournament I play, it's very easy for me to remember that I still like this game quite a lot, you know. So honestly, I'm not lying, and I don't think there's a contradiction. It's just that there's no feeling of grind. There's just this feeling that, you know, every 3 months or so I get to play the game I still love dearly, and it's fun, and occasionally I get good positions, you know, just by sheer luck, it seems.
Yeah, wow, it works. It works, yeah. Loving the game is important.
It is an important factor, yeah.
This combination of having the skills and the love is the right combo.
Yeah.
How are you guys feeling about your tournament? You just won a really big match. Actually,
we haven't actually, I think.
You haven't won the match?
No.
Really? Even those 2 wins?
Yeah, we won on 2 and 3, and we didn't win the match, which is very, very
So what do you think, and how do you think it finished then? Like with
3-3, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, because we lost on 4 and 6. Bibisara saved a very...
You did lose,
At some point, it looked like we might actually lose the match after winning on 2 and 3 and drawing on 1 with black. Because Bibisara was in horrible trouble for most of the game, and 4 and 6 were sort of in trouble. Actually, on board 6, we were winning at some point, if I can find it. Yeah, there. Like, I'm not sure where to start, but just like a random snapshot. Our very, very interesting, promising young player on board 6 lost this with white, which can actually happen because black has a very safe king, and my game finished somewhere around this point, and my first instinct was to say, okay, this is clearly winning, and then I thought, but like, where's the weakness? Normally, you win with the queen very easily. When there is a weakness, you can immediately start attacking. Either the king, like you start going for mates, or you can, I don't know, create a passer on the queen side. But here, the b7 pawn is very nicely covered by this knight on d6. I'm not quite sure where this bishop on d1 belongs. Like, you can play c3, bishop b3, but it doesn't do very much. So I think, obviously, you shouldn't lose this position normally. But it's not, like, you don't actually win this by hand. You still have to figure out exactly how you're going to make progress. But he basically, he played queen b3, and then he played c3. This is already kind of, you start feeling that the pieces are a little bit too bunched together. And then queen c2, knight c4. We're still fine, but now we probably aren't, because rook e1, knight e3 happens more or less against anything. And in more or less 5 moves, this went from, I mean, clearly we are the only side playing for a win, to we are now resigning. And then on board 4, another young player played a very, very interesting, hard-fought game against Evgenij Alexeyev and lost at the very, very final. Like he held really nicely for most of the game and then made one mistake on very low time. So we ended up drawing the match.
Well, Peter, I can tell you that your team is playing chessy in the next round.
What fun.
Wow.
What fun. I mean, you expect that most of this tournament is going to be a round robin. Like you don't really, unless you're having an absolute nightmare, you will end up playing all of the top teams. So it's not like we can hope to never play them. But yeah, that's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, all right. Well, thank you, Peter, for joining us. Sure. Best of luck to you.
I'm probably nodding to the wrong camera, but there we go.
Yes,
thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Cheers.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that was another awesome round. And let's just go over the standings after the end of that. We have 3 teams now tied for first place. China won. So they have joined Elaine and Chessy, who drew against each other. 3 teams tied for first. There's a ton of suspense, as now they start to play kind of like the next tier of teams who are still really strong. For example, Decade China is playing Ashdod Chess Club with Volakitin, Ilyanov. That was just Peter's team's opponent. Elaine is playing Royal Chess, team from Uzbekistan, young players. That's always going to be a tough challenge. And Peter, Grishuk, and Mamedyarov are now going to be playing the team from Chessy. So actually, it's still going to be super competitive in the next round.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are looking forward to some more dramas because this round was also crazy. Yeah, so many ups and downs. On the 6th board, the top match was decided that finally Elaine managed to draw the match. So yeah, it's just crazy. I'm also losing my mind already.
Yeah, we got
too much
the
action
results of the round. Peng Bo continues his perfect score for Team China, beating Mihir Shah from India. And we had a draw between Ashdod Chess and Kaz Chess. Han's team lost. Yeah, that was 3 wins for the other team. Oh, rookies, how are they doing? Okay, they lost this match. And okay, well, those were the top teams. I think we covered that. And I think we are ready for our break.
Yep. I had mine, thanks to Peter, but you guys, yeah, you definitely deserve one.
Yeah, no, we're so excited for the next round to see which of these teams can differentiate from each other. 3 teams in first place, and who can pull ahead. We'll see you on the other side of the break, guys.
Waves are off. His clock is ticking. How will you respond to Eco's first move while ready to win?
Who's gonna swing across the channel with a dagger? I'm a strong swinger. Who's gonna swing across the channel? Why did you wonder? You say like house. Am I right, boy? Am I right? Why did you wonder?
Make your move. The 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, Budapest 2024, where the story becomes history.
We're here in the players area with Nurgyul Salimova. Nurgyul, this morning you played a simul. Tell us about that.
Well, yes, actually this morning I started the day with a simul, I think 12 boards, maybe 14, I don't remember. I played against kids and it was very nice. You know, it's always very special to play against kids. It brings me like very positive and like just good vibes. So the day started in a good way. Although the round started 2:30 and I was a bit tired maybe after it, but it was still very nice, and I'm very happy that chess is getting more popular. I mean, we have simul's, we have also other events here, so it's very nice.
And are you enjoying Kazakhstan?
Oh, it's my second time here, and unfortunately, like previous time and also this time, I don't have much time to go out and to see. Although I arrived a few days earlier here, but was just too tired because I played a few tournaments in a row and just wanted to sleep. So, but I like it here. It's always a very nice organization. Also this time, also previous time. I played a women's match, Kazakhstan versus the world, last year. Both organizations were like really high level, very professional atmosphere. So yeah, it's all good.
And tell us a bit about your team. You're in the gmhansniemann.com team. How did this come together?
Well, Hans just invited me a few months ago, and I was like, why not? I like to play Rapid and Blitz, and it's fun. And like all of the team members are, like almost all are my friends. So it's a very young team, it's a very ambitious team, and we are having fun. I'm not sure if the tournament is going so great so far, but we are trying our best, and I believe that we are very young, and with the time we'll be even more stronger.
So you're young, you're friends, you obviously have great chemistry together. Did you do any training or preparation for this event beforehand?
We were doing actually puzzle rush, like, I don't know, like the whole day, basically for a few days, and well, I cannot compete with them so far, with Amin, with Darda and so on, but I'm trying, let's say, and let's hope I improve.
And of course, we saw you in the candidates this year debuting. You're obviously in the Chess Elite now. How do you prepare differently for such long events compared to a Rapid and Blitz event such as this?
Well, for candidates, it was very different. I mean, it requires months of preparation. And for this event, unfortunately, I did not have time to prepare because I played like 3 tournaments in a row, classical chess. And you know, it's very hard to switch actually from classical to Rapid and Blitz, especially after a month of chess, full of travels, and you know, yeah, it's hard. But also, it's a bit more. I don't know. I don't want to say that it's not. Of course, it's all tournaments are serious, but you know, it's different when it's Rapid. Classicals are much more tense, I think. So I'm just trying to enjoy. Of course, last seconds is very shaky. It's not enjoyable, but I'm doing my best.
Well, thank you very much, Nurgyul, and good luck to you and the rest of your team for the tournament.
Hey guys, we're back with round 7 action here at the FIDE World Team Rapid Chess Championship. It's round number 7, and we have 3 teams at the top of the score table. That's Decade China, Elaine, and Chessie. Elaine and Chessie just drew the match against each other, but they're also closely followed by 2 teams just a point behind at 9 points. That's the Ashdod Chess Club and Royal Chess. So we're in store for some very competitive matchups in this round, guys.
Absolutely, yeah. It's crazy. We have seen so much action in the previous round, and there we have the standings.
It's a 3-way tie for the first, and then what? 2 teams on 9, 2 teams on 8, and then the others are falling behind quite a bit, right?
Yeah, well, at 8 points, you know, we have some very strong teams like WR Chess, where Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi are playing. I mean, I think our viewers who haven't been following yet will be shocked to know that a team with Magnus Carlsen, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Norbek Abdusattorov, Pragnananda, this team is placed currently number 9 in the standings, right? It's quite shocking. But there it is. They have lost 2 matches so far in this event. And but there is nobody on a perfect score. The teams leading the tournament have each drawn 2 matches. So they've lost some points as well. And it's been very close. At some point, Chessie was the sole leader at the end of the first day of play. But after drawing their match, I think they drew in the morning.
Yeah,
right?
they drew 2 matches.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, after drawing 2 in a row. I remember there was certainly 1 draw. They drew 2 in a row. Well, now there's a 3-way tie for first place. And let's take a look at the pairings for round number 7. If you guys can see that, if you've got eagle eyes to see those pairings, we've got Decade China playing the Ashdod Chess Club, a very experienced team with grandmasters, Volakitin, Elyanov, who've been over 2,700. Elaine is playing the dangerous team made up of young Uzbek grandmasters, Royal Chess. And Chessie is getting also a tough test in Kaz Chess, who are led by the veterans Mamedyarov, Grishuk, and Svidler, who we just had in the studio prior to the break. MGD1 getting, you know, at least a little bit of a reprieve with the team from Astana 1. And where is Magnus Carlsen's team? They are playing World Champions Higher School. So let's see what that means. Actually, Magnus is resting.
Yeah, that means Magnus is out.
Yes, and it's going to be Nepo, Abdusattorov, Prague, and Keimer, and Kostenyuk back in the lineup. So, yeah, Ho Yufan's time, you know, hasn't really coincided with, like, good results for WR Chess, so Kostenyuk is back. Let's see if that helps them. And what other interesting pairings do you guys see here?
Well, I would like to focus also on the Chinese team now, since they are in the lead. Dinglin against Nihal Sarin. From the Ashdod team, we see a Catalan. I already do have the games. That's a fantastic news right from the beginning. And it's very interesting because Nihal Sarin is playing the system that Dinglian was playing against Dubov. So now it will be very interesting for the whole chess world to see how Dinglian is fighting his own system.
Well, you know, speaking of Dubov, actually his opponent Sindorov has played a King's Indian against him. So I guess that is going to be a very interesting clash. We haven't seen too many King's Indians on the top boards in this tournament, Peter?
Yeah, not yet. But also this Dinglian game is a fascinating theoretical battle. But since we have now Daniel Dubov and Sindorov on our screen, so let me find that game so that we in synchron with the...
Okay, Sindorov comes with the rare move H6 in the classical variation.
H6 in the King's Indian.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a very popular move. Yeah, in like 2 years ago it appeared. Yeah, for example,
correspondence. I think they started to play it correspondence, which was like very surprising.
Well, it's also kind of one of the first lines of computer. Yeah, computer just says that H6 is a viable move, and it was also the line that the Uzbek players, young players, already used in the Olympiad in Chennai 2022.
And yeah, if I may, on the second board of this match, something like really exciting, I hope, is happening. So this is the line which Peter must be familiar with.
Yes.
And we all are, right? So this all well-forgotten pawn sacrifice in, in Queen C2 line in Queen's Indian. I don't know if that it will be a modern take, if they've analyzed something new, or they'll just repeat the good old lines. I think A3 used to be the move, and well, just saying, it could be potentially a very, very interesting game.
Yes, absolutely. It's always very interesting when some old line, which was very principled and then kind of forgotten, not really discussed in modern times, and get a reappearance. And then how do these games go? Yeah, there was a recent game, Anish Giri against Magnus Carlsen in Vaikanze like 2 years ago, which Anish went on to win against Magnus. I think that also that result might have influenced that the line did not see a real reappearance. Yeah, if Magnus would have won a game with black, then everybody, of course, this is a good line. He lost, so we don't touch it.
Okay.
Where would you like to go next, Peter?
Well, we have seen one King's Indian between Dubov and Sindarov. We have seen a Queen's Indian in this one. Yes. So let me just quickly then go over the next ones. For example, Artyom against Vohidov. Okay, this is a slow English reverse kind of Sicilian. There's not much to talk about right now. It's typical Artyomiev style. Yeah, he does not try to challenge his opponent in the opening. He just wants to get a playable position. And then, thanks to his fantastic strategical feeling outclass his opponent. And Vahidov against Andreikin, that's also kind of still a rather slow game. It's all yours. Where you want to go?
Okay, well, let's take a look at Zhu Janair, Alua Nurman. You know, when I saw this opening, I was like, okay, Zhu Janair is playing the line that Kastenyuk played. And I think actually Kastenyuk played it against this player. I'm pretty sure, because doesn't that ring a bell? Like this whole Queen D4, Queen E3 line.
But Kastenyuk went Queen D3, which is even more mysterious, I think. Queen D3, and then, yeah, like Knight D5 and takes was the...
Well, it looks very familiar.
But it is.
So I wonder if Zhu got that sort of inspiration.
Well, look at the clock situation. Alua Nurman with the black pieces seems to be super comfortable. She has blitzed out all her moves, so clearly she has studied after that game. You were right to the point.
Right. It's not completely unfamiliar to her now because she's already faced something like this in this tournament. So Queen C7. What do we make of this position? White has this bishop on C1, awkwardly undeveloped. Playing Knight D5 is not so easy.
Yeah, and we analyzed it back then already, that black is trying to go for a very quick Knight A5, Knight C4. Black wasn't able to achieve that in that game, and now she is making sure that she will be in time, no matter how white reacts. I'm feeling comfortable with black.
I know where we can go. We can go to Ding versus Nihal. Like, it might all be theory, but they're at least on move 21, so there's definitely something to look at here.
I told you that this will be a big theoretical clash, because when I saw the opening, it was clear that they will be going along these crazy lines. Just to understand what happened here, we have to go back all the way here. That white actually captured CD5, rook C1. Like 4 or 5 years ago, this was considered a very dangerous line. Then black was able to neutralize it. But do the players remember all the computer moves? Yeah, that's kind of always the big test. And it's absolutely logical from Dingliden's side to test his opponent. But look at the speed with which both players are blitzing it out. It just shows that 2,700 players know all these lines in and out.
Now this spectacular piece sacrifice.
Yeah, Knight DC5. It's the main idea, the main point, and actually the only clear way for black to equalize, and the lines are just starting. They are just beginning. White takes the piece, B takes C5. Suddenly, it turns out that white cannot really hang on to the pieces. The queen from E8 eyes the knight on B5, the rook from C8 eyes the bishop on C7, and there is also this C5, C4 idea hitting the queen. So that's why the next couple of moves are also kind of forced. Bishop F4, C4 played, queen a4, the queen has to keep an eye on the knight. Then comes bishop c5, suddenly pressuring the f2 pawn. White played the move bishop e3, bishop c6, the pin, bishop takes c5, bishop takes b5, queen takes a7, and knight takes c5. This is the moment when black has regained the material. And how do we assess the position? Double-edged.
Yeah, white has chosen the move b3 here. So I guess they're trying to come in with like knight d4 pretty soon. And using the fact that there's a pin on the c pawn, so black doesn't have the move c takes b3.
I remember those days, yeah, that it was, computer was saying that 0-0, but whenever these lines like b3 appear, you felt like as a professional player that it's just the starting position for further analyze, because still so many questions. Yeah, one of the moves I think is like queen d7 comes humanly to mind that, okay, why not queen d7? But suddenly then, for example, queen takes d7, how do we recapture? Knight takes d7 would be logical, then knight d4 comes with a tempo. Bishop has to retreat, and who knows, maybe white can try to rely on some pass pawns with b4. What a sharp position.
Yeah, and e5, who knows, knight f5. Yeah, e5 is just bad.
Maybe knight e4 can be tried, but then there's knight d4, yeah? Now we still have a question with that knight.
Yeah, this is one of those nightmare issues, yeah, that you don't want to play this line with white, but you are also not happy with black if happens, but you have to be ready. That's chess on the highest level.
Okay, I got a fun position for us. Yakuboyev versus Maksudlu. There is a rook on h5. That's not something you see every day. So Yakuboyev has sacrificed a pawn in this Queen's Indian, and he just played his rook on h5, opening up the d5 square for the knight. Then he put the knight on d5. So is this aggressive, or are these pieces just going to get completely misplaced there, Peter?
I'm very much liking what white is doing. I happen to know quite a lot about this line. I'm not playing Queen's Indian already for ages. I'm not playing chess at all. Okay, and I'm returning for the Olympiad. That's another story. But this was always kind of a very dangerous position. It was one of the lines that I was most worried of when playing the Queen's Indian, because things are getting out of control. Back then, the computers were also not that strong. And I was analyzing all kinds of these rook d5s, rook h5s, sacrificing also the rook on d5 just for the light squared bishop for compensation. The engine did not really understand what I want, was claiming black is better, but I'm supposed to be playing black and I'm not a computer, yeah? I want to have everything under control, and this isn't a position where you can have everything under control.
So Peter, is knight g5 one of the ideas that white has in the position?
I think there are many ideas, but one of the biggest problem for black, that where is black's idea? Because when I look at this position, I don't count material. I look at this monster knight on d5. Let me highlight it. I look at this pawn structure with f2, e3, f4, this bishop on g2, all the light square domination, and suddenly look at those black pieces.
Yeah. Like, let's imagine you want to bail out with black and give away the pawn and say, I'm trying to equalize. But where?
Yes.
There is no such, like, so sometimes it'd be like you go knight d4 or, yeah, in this line, it seems to be like a perfect combination of factors. Like the pawn on f4 controls e5. And also, I remember there was a line where you would go to h5 with the rook, and after g6, you would go rook h3. With white's pawn on g3, so there would be rook will be doing only one thing, attacking the king. So now it's a perfect rook on h5. It can go to h3, g3.
Yes, and also this h6 pawn. No, it's a very dangerous position. Yes, it's very unpleasant.
Okay, well, let's think about how we're going to survive here for black.
Yeah, the engine just comes as done. It's 0-0. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, okay.
So we have a few ideas.
Okay.
I don't know, is bishop c8 crazy? Because I'm not sure like what my bishop's doing, but maybe it has some
it's a solid move. It's a good move
on that diagonal.
It's a reasonable move. But actually also, maybe you are preparing f7, f5. It's one of those
one of the ideas,
defenses that then suddenly the rook is awkward.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, like bishop h3, f5, how...
To sacrifice.
Is there a move? Is there a move for white at all?
Yeah, because there's queen g6 check, yeah, so we can't sacrifice the exchange.
So rook f5 doesn't really work because, yeah. No, so it seems like all the black pieces are kind of loose, but yeah.
I think black has to play the move bishop c8. You are absolutely point on. And then the question...
no, is this... No, it's absolutely ridiculous. Knight d4, I was thinking. With this silly tactic, pawn takes, queen takes, knight.
But then it's more like equalizing, doesn't threaten much.
Well, Makhsoodlu is trying to figure out how to neutralize the initiative. He's now 5 minutes down on the clock. How about we take a look at another game that is spicing up in this match? That's on board 1 between Dubov and Sindarov. We have a King's Indian where black just played f5 and Dubov decides to take, and black has a big choice as to how to recapture this pawn. So is he going to be taking with the pawn, which is sort of the natural way to do it, or is somehow that rook on a3 going to enter the attack? Are there like some tricks about how to do that?
Well, I think this whole setup with putting the pawn on a4, rook a3, bishop d2, queen c1, it's a very classy way. It's considered to be very nice. And I believe Topalov with the white pieces was doing this many times against the King's Indian, and we know that Topalov was always a big expert from the black side. Whenever I saw this, whenever I'm following some games who are playing against their own weapons, it's always very interesting. You can learn a lot.
I mean, it seems like all the pieces can take an f5, right? Like knight f5, bishop f5, they all seem reasonable. But, you know, GF is kind of more ambitious. The question is, like, does it get punished in some way?
Yeah, for example, knight f5 leaves the e4 square unguarded, yeah? So then white can switch to positional play with bishop d3. Let me just put it on the board. And then I think that white should be enjoying some small h for sure.
G6 is a little weak.
Yeah, if you take with the pawn, then usually white is doing some knight h4, f4 business.
Okay.
I think maybe here knight h4 is running into some knight takes d5 tactics. So let's just show that. Knight takes d5 and then suddenly the knight on h4 is unprotected. But even this I'm not completely sure of because there are so many rook h3s coming at the end. Things are out of control.
Okay, so GF, knight h4, knight takes d5, huh? You have this discovered attack. Okay, what did he choose?
He just capture with
the knight.
The
knight, okay.
And yeah, capturing with the knight is usually somewhat sad for the King's Indian player. Of course, you want to take with the pawn, like normally, but he...
Okay, so he went with the knight, and we're expecting the move bishop d3. Anything else that white can do here? That really seems like the most logical.
Yeah, it's the most, because black is threatening e5, e4. We want to control it. The bishop is doing nothing, and also we open up the e5 for the rook, just in case the e4 square is protected. Clearly, black's knight is also heading towards the d4 square, but at the moment, with the weakness on g6, I don't think that I mind that too much from white side. Most probably black will follow it up with knight f6, activating that knight, and fighting for the e4 square.
By the way, it looks like Alua Nurman on the women's board has a pretty comfortable looking endgame against Zhu Jiner. What do you think, Peter? She just developed her bishop to f5. The c2 pawn is a bit weak. I mean, black doesn't really have any weaknesses. Would you say this is a successful opening for black?
Yeah, definitely it's successful. I don't know if black can hope for more than just normal equality, because after all, there is pressure on the c2 pawn, but white has this powerful knight on e5, bishop f4, bishop f3. It's not a bad kind of scenario. But I'm hoping, and I think this is what she wants to achieve, that if white plays the most natural move, rook d2, protecting the pawn, then black can trade this monster knight with knight c4. And knight takes c4, rook takes c4, might give black a tiny bit of an edge, but white is very solid. And white played the move rook ac1, just keeping her options open against knight c4.
Well, let's take a look at Vahida versus Andreikin on the third board, I think that is. Or it's actually the fourth board. So I would say that Vahida's opening play is a little strange to me when I see, you know, the holes on b4 and d4 and, you know, all these light square pawns, only a light squared bishop. I don't really get white's opening concept, but I do like black's position here, Peter.
Exactly, of course, with this d4 square. And black hasn't sacrificed anything for this strategical gain. I absolutely agree with Computers evaluation, +1 for Black. Yes, it's absolutely true. Black did not just solve all his opening problems, he's already seriously fighting for advantage.
So our coach would say in a witty manner that you did have a lot of control over white squares in this game. Like if I would do something like this with white, that's what I would get. Yeah, you did control a lot of white squares.
Yeah, but what about the dark ones?
The other ones. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, so okay, this is a chance for Andreikin, for the Elaine team. And what about the Joker board? The 6 board, Hassanov against Galim Januli.
That was an exchange Slav where I think, White did get the opening edge a little bit, but in terms of what's going on now, well, White is trying to build up a kingside attack, but Black did manage to get the knight to e4. This is a pretty double-edged position. One thing that I really like for Black is that their knight is coming to f5 and they're getting that huge outpost. It's kind of hard to see White actually doing much against that knight on f5, Peter.
Yeah, but on the other hand, White also has this powerful knight. He's jumping on the dark squares. Now knight g4 is setting up some bishop takes e4, knight f6 ideas. But it's really, like you said, it's all to play for. Probably it's dynamic equality, a very complex position. I do see that I have here Mamedov against Richard Rapport, and we haven't been talking about the Chessy team yet here now, and they are facing the Kazakh stars with Mamedov, Svidler, and Grishuk. So I think it's a good moment to jump right in there.
Yeah, well, Mamedyarov has played in his typical style, and he's built up a very attacking position. I mean, when you see this position, you're like, yeah, that's exactly what Mamedyarov enjoys. We're probably going to see opposite sides castling. If White ever manages to castle, White's pawn's already advanced pretty far. On the king side, he's got the d6 outpost, but, White doesn't really have perfect development either. So it seems pretty unbalanced.
Yeah, it's unbalanced, but I feel like this is also very much Mamedyarov kind of style. What happened here? How did he get this control with this e5 and knight e4? Because this scares me a bit for Richie. But okay, Richie is very creative. He normally knows how to handle things, but Mamedyarov is a player who is stylistically, I think, quite unpleasant for Richie, because he's also very good at all this craziness. And I do remember a couple of games where Mamedyarov with the white pieces beat Richie.
One game in that match already ended. Grishuk versus Irina was a pretty fast draw.
Wow, okay, that's a great prep then by Sarana, because, okay, neutralizing Alexander Grishuk.
Okay, we have a fun position. Let's go to the young Turkish prodigy Erdogmus versus Sadvakasov on board 4 of their match. I don't know, I see a king on d8, Peter.
Yes.
For Sadvakasov. I don't know how that happened. It seems like it was a disaster that led to that. So a few moves ago, the knight went to b5. Nice sacrifice from Erdogmus, and it prompted Black to guard that c7 square with the king. He lost the right to castle. So
terrible.
Yeah, Sadvakasov is like in big trouble here.
I think this game had the predecessor, and White was Morphy and Black were a Duke in the count.
Yeah, right? In the Philidor defense, yes.
Right.
Exactly, but here the good point for Black is that White had given up the dark square bishops. Yeah, so this is the only thing that keeps Black in the game. If White is not energetic enough, and that was the reason why also Erdogmus was setting up all these very direct ideas. Like after d takes e5, he made this stunning knight sacrifice, knight b5, because strategically otherwise the position is absolutely good for Black. Now Black was unable to capture on b5 because bishop takes b5 is a devastating pin, threatening to hit on d7, and if you try to protect that with a queen on e6, then you run into knight takes e5. And for example, just to highlight how things can end, oops, let me make this move. For example, if Black plays along the lines, then there is a direct checkmate. So knight b5 a big shot, threatening knight c7, and that's how Black's king had to move. Black played the move king d8, and now Erdogmus plays on in the spirit, goes queen a5 check, provokes b7, b6, weakening the structure, and then falls back with the queen to c3. I believe the same tactical ideas remain intact after cb5, bishop takes b5, followed by knight takes e5, rook takes d7. The Murphy game comes to mind. So, of course, Sadvakasov, a very strong player. He hasn't been active lately, but he was a very strong 2600 player 20-something years ago.
He was actually the World Junior Champion in 1998, which was the first year that I played in the World Junior Championship.
Exactly. But look at this, and Erdogmus, the young generation, the young superstar goes knight d6, insisting, please take this knight, I want to sacrifice this knight. If bishop takes d6, queen takes c6 is a deadly double attack on the rook on a8 and on the bishop on d6. How do we defend against this? By the way, king c7 runs into knight e8 fork, just to highlight one more problem.
I'm afraid there is no move after knight d6.
Well, we should probably go to the game between Mamedyarov and Report, that board one clash, because, I mean, it is about as sharp as it can be with opposite sides castling. You know, Mamedyarov having just played g5, you know, there's always a potential sacrifice on f6 looming. He just played rook g1.
Wow.
Whose king is in more danger? Like, White's king is pretty open on c1 as well. So the only problem is that there's still a knight on b8, like blocking Black's rooks from coming to attack. But, you know, g takes h6, I guess, is already the threat on the board.
Yes, and if after gh6 you will have to play g6, then that bishop on h7 is blocked. White's king will feel immediately secure. I would also say, like, if it would not be Mamedyarov from the white side, I would be believing that, yeah, Richie will handle, he will mix things up, and he will create a lot of counterplay. But again, Shakhriyar is showing always a lot of confidence. He just blitzed out the move rook g1, like it's the most natural move. Yeah, Richie goes for bishop takes e4. He has to eliminate that knight.
Yeah, but the bishop was kind of defending the king as well, and it sort of opens up the f file. Okay, does he have h5, actually? Maybe he's planning to close things up with h5 here.
Yeah, if he gets the chance to do that, then strategically can also be winning, so it's a very double-edged kind of...
h5 actually seems like a pretty good idea. I mean, because if he gets to play h5, g6, he's totally fine.
Yeah, and h5 followed by knight c6, just hit that e5 pawn, provoke that d pawn to move, or of course, if you have time to play cd4, it's all the better, but wow, actually... I was praising Mamedyarov, but maybe Rishi just kind of calculated and felt like he will be able to handle this attack.
I have a second idea. What if you just take on d4 and like gh6 and g6 and like try to just take the e5 pawn?
Oof. Okay.
Well, if this works, this probably just wins for Black. It's I presume Mamedyarov has something in his...
I'm just saying, like, it looks like Black actually has a bunch of defensive ideas.
CD4, G takes, G6. I'm not even sure what... Do you go H5 here?
Okay, but he did go H5. He went for the more classical way to keep the lines closed.
Yes. Here, honestly, I was thinking that D5 or knight F4 to start with, maybe.
That's what happened.
And
now what happens on G6?
Like G6, White would go D5 and play for a little bit different motif, like...
But Richie goes C takes D4,
C takes D4, that's what I was thinking, that how dangerous knight F4 is, and Richie says, no, it's not dangerous.
Yeah, but we don't know, because knight takes H5, knight F6 check.
Whoa.
Yeah, it is. For us, it's dangerous. Maybe for Richie, not.
But
he just went king B1.
Doing king B1.
Not really a move.
Wow.
He thinks he
doesn't want to move to B1.
Well, actually, he might just want to go bishop B5 and play positional chess. Yeah, okay, you get the E5 square. Okay. But I will neutralize it with bishop b5 and then combine knight takes h5, look, whatever. It's
could be.
It's kind of shocking that he's allowing g6, no?
Yeah, but that makes this game so entertaining because they are both kind of ready to bluff sometimes, but they're also capable of calling the bluff. Like, because I'd be, let's say, on both sides of this board, I say, oh no, this looks too scary, let me play something more positional, I would lose at the end.
Yes.
But they're like, okay, I see it, I've calculated, it works. Let's go.
Yeah, and then the move like king b1, just like also a tempo, like signaling to your opponent that I know.
Now I don't
actually don't see a reason not to try g6.
But okay, queen takes d4.
Queen d4, and there will be some dynamical problems, right?
Yeah.
Because I already kind of counted this pawn on e5, it's mine, but
And
now
you
I
are
cannot
not getting-
take
yes,
it.
you are not
now I
getting
cannot
it.
take it.
And Dogmuk's got the fork on e8. He forked Sadvakasa's king and queen.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so that's the first win for the team from Chessy by their 13-year-old prodigy, newly minted grandmaster.
Okay, I will just pull it up because it's such a picturesque final position. Yeah, knight e8 check. We already had it. We had it.
Winning in 14 moves. Wow, against a grandmaster. That's pretty rare.
Poor Sadvakasov. Yeah, he's such a good player, and then this game doesn't do justice to him. We will move on immediately.
Okay, let's move on to Bibisar versus Anna, because the women's board also has a lot of interest, and Bibisar played the opening really quickly. Obviously, this was like a lot of preparation, and she has a pawn for the exchange, but what a pawn. Those center pawns on d5 and e5 look very dangerous, and she's built up significant time edge over Anna. But is her position better? I mean, it feels kind of better, doesn't it, Peter?
Yes, yeah. Basically, this is a very dangerous idea. It was a novelty when Yesipenko played against Vincent in last year's Grand Swiss, and Vincent was also heavily struggling, burning a lot of time on the clock. If you are not familiar or you haven't analyzed it, haven't anticipated this sacrifice, then practically it's almost winning for white. So very good chances for Bibisara to score a win here. And the problem for Anna is that she has this tremendous class, but class doesn't help you here at all because everything is different than it used to be.
Yeah, well, okay, let's go back to Shaq versus Richie, because finally Mamedyarov captured the pawn in h5. And how to make sense of this position? I mean, he's down a pawn. He does have a lot of attacking ideas on the king side. He just developed the bishop to an outpost on b5.
Yes, because he relies on this very safe king on b1 and says like, you know what? The only good thing you have in the position is this knight on e5, but is this one square enough? d3, and Richie is trying to create some counterplay.
So on knight f6, there's king f8. So there's already sort of like a perpetual for white if white wants, right?
Yeah, but it's Shakhriyar, yeah? He is not even thinking of that.
I think we're going to see knight f6 in this game, right? So knight f6, king f8, and then...
And you are sure that black cannot go king h8? Because it's also possible, you know?
It's possible. It feels very dangerous to go to h8.
Okay, let's just put it that, yes, black has these two choices. King h8, king f8.
There is, I don't know, it doesn't make any sense, but there is queen f6, technically, for white.
For white.
White, yeah.
Yes, exactly. There is queen f6.
Doesn't make much sense, yeah.
Just to highlight it.
Queen takes, in fact.
Yes.
e6, right? Not the pawn take, because pawn takes... no, it does work. And
it's possible, yeah, it was just beautiful to highlight that there are even such ideas, but I don't think that
knight f6, things are getting serious, right?
Looks like Martirosyan is also putting Svidler under pressure.
Wow, Grunfeld, or what was it?
No, it was a Queen's Gambit declined with a6, but it seems like the black king is really weak with those 3 pawns on the 6th rank, and he just can't really hold the d-pawn.
Yeah, no, actually, according to computer, it's borderline lost. It's +3, and there is no way of getting out of the pin. Yeah, Peter Svidler in a terrible situation. Martirosyan. What happened here in the last couple of moves, just to understand that?
Looks like he overlooked e4, like very last move, maybe. So b6 was, well, reasonable, I guess.
Yeah, but yeah, the d5 pawn is weak, and because of this, Peter felt like he needs to go for this 4th line. However, the 4th line does not seem to work.
But could he like play g5 even? I understand it's not a favorite move, but maybe to get rid of the f4 knight.
Yeah, but then also this knight takes d5 tactic somewhere might happen. Yeah, it was a very unfortunate, and now it's bad. It's just very bad. Queen d7 played. So after knight takes d5, there is at least b5 protecting the knight on c4. If that knight stays alive, it's okay. And Peter gets up from the board. Yeah, this is often a good kind of strategy. You signal some confidence, You try to put your opponent under some pressure, but Haik says...
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can it be that pawn takes?
Yeah, he took with the pawn, yes.
He took with the pawn, because I just noticed like queen c2 is a double attack in some positions, queen b1 is a double attack.
Yeah, okay, b5 has to be played.
b5 is what you do.
Yes.
Yeah, but then...
Then you get checkmated somehow.
Let's go to the action between Shaq and Richie because it is heating up. And, you know, Shaq's attack is kind of like he's trying to crash through. He played knight f6, king h8 happened, and he played h5, knight bd7. So clearly Richie's trying to neutralize this, but okay, the knight came off the board, but now the d3 pawn comes off the board, which is a relief for white. So the game is kind of going to change. Black is going to get still the strong knight on e5, but we always have this h6 idea.
Yeah, does Shakira really want to take this pawn? It's a question.
What else do you think he might want to do?
I think probably he took. I don't see the black. Yeah, he took. If he already captured on d7, yeah, it was clear. But practically speaking, I think Rishi should be kind of happy that he at least developed all the pieces.
He's going to have a good night, but, you know, white's king is safer, right? He's going to be on a2, and there's less chances for black to attack that king. So Shaq has, I think, a good chance to score for his team, and they really need it because Peter's in trouble. Darman has already lost. But, you know, a lot might come down to the board between Bibisara and Anna.
But also there, yeah, Bibisara is pressing, and Ainakul. Of course, Ainakul is the secret weapon.
That one looks pretty even for now, at least.
Okay,
right?
This is good news for the Kazakh team. Because, okay, neutralizing Ainakul is already one of the key factors fighting against Chessy.
Okay, so the knight returned to e5 in Report's game. Are we going to see a trade of rooks, or is white going to play something like rook h3 or, okay, rook g3? He
went rook dg3. Honestly,
nice.
Yeah, nice, but...
He wants to go like maybe g6, h6.
He wants g6, h6, exactly, because h6, g6 isn't exactly obvious where does it lead us. Black will probably try to double on the d file, like rook d6, rook a d8. The only anti-square would be on d2. So this sounds like a good idea if I have the time. The big question is, do I have the time at all?
I feel like we're watching like a vintage Mamedyarov attacking game. You know, it's like so typically in his style, you know, throw everything forward and put his opponent under this pressure. So, yeah, it's nice to see that. Okay, so queen a7, Richie's trying to get a queen trade. And
queen f4 now?
Queen f4, queen d4, h6,
d4,
yeah?
Or g6 maybe.
Or g6.
G6 followed by h6.
Yeah. In any case, queen f4 is the Mamedyarov move. Yeah, on the board.
And it's not clear because you'd think like some queen c7, black would have tactics, but there is no tactics.
No tactics, yeah.
You're just self-pinning your knight.
Exactly. And the way how Shakriar looked around signaled like he's super confident about his position.
Yeah, I've won my game and now, yeah, let's see what you guys are doing.
Exactly.
Yeah, this kind of look.
Queen d4 played.
Yeah. Well, you know, the bishop on b5 is just doing such a great job.
It's an amazing piece. Yeah, it turned out we were praising the knight on e5, how strong it is. No.
And yeah, Peter Svidler has lost his game to Haik Martirosyan. So there's a lead there for the Chessy team.
Yeah. It's a big win by Haik.
So that means they're +2.
+2 already.
2.5 out of 3. And then...
And Anna's position is not looking great against Bibisara.
Yeah,
I mean,
so that's what I had on my screen. Well... feels like it'll fall apart sooner or later. Yeah, there was this pawns on e6, d5, and it's not the light square bishop, it's the knight that white has.
Yes, yeah, it should be winning.
Never be any sort of like blockade.
Okay, but this makes the match then still very unclear, because if Bibisara wins and Mamedyarov wins, then they are tying the scores.
And the last board...
It's kind of drawish, or it was drawish when we last saw it.
Hi, Daria. Like maybe white is a tiny bit better.
Yes,
I mean, and also like
30 seconds for black, by the way, only.
Whoa. What I wanted to point out that like a move like bishop c8 is like not an amateur move, like you know, isolating the rook on a8. Yeah. So like normally you would expect, I don't know, I see a check, I give a check. Yeah, like bishop c8 followed with rook c7.
Yes,
right?
showing
This is
class.
Can I show you an idea?
Threatening e4.
In the game between Shak and Richie. So
Yes.
Mamizyarov, after a long think, played rook h1. I was trying to understand this move. He hasn't pushed a pawn. So maybe what the point is he wants to go h6. And then on the move knight g6, there's h takes g7, king g7, and there was rook h7.
Ah, wow. So this...
I think this is what he was preparing.
Yes, clearly he was preparing this. But Richie, of course, sidesteps with rook g8. And if you just try to rely on cheapos against Richie, that will not work. So g6 played now by Mamizyarov.
Okay, f5. Wow.
Cheapo for
Okay.
cheapo.
Oh, that's
the
an important
board.
move. I mean, you can't take it, and he might get a queen trade out of that.
Wow.
That's something he might have missed.
Look, and there is something that we might have something unique. Like white goes h6, black trades the queen, and white goes h7. So white will be playing an endgame a king up.
Yes, it's
For
a
quite
very
some time.
Yes, very tricky kind of endgame. It can be very unpleasant for
Okay,
black.
so h6 is probably the move that white should go for here.
But also, like if you take too many pawns, black can start playing for a stalemate, which won't be easy to avoid with the king being locked on h8. So it'll be a fun game still.
Yeah, many crazy things. And the clock situation, well, it's under control because both players have little time. So it's not a one-sided affair time-wise. And also the position is now very wild. Richie is fighting back.
Is there anything better than h5, h6 though?
I'm a little bit surprised that Shakrial wasted this one tempo on rook h1.
Rook h1 feels soft, right?
Yes, it set up this beautiful trick, but of course Richie will never fall for this.
Yeah, they're equalizing on the clock. So what could be the plan for black after h6?
Okay, I guess going for the endgame is very natural because after all, black's king is in a mating net kind of.
And the knight on e5 will continue attacking the g6 pawn. So it makes it a little tricky for white to just do what they want.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he just missed, I don't know, missed f5, right? Because, I mean, this move has sunk him into thought. He doesn't seem to have an answer for it.
Yeah.
It would be a bit of a shame if his attack got stalled like this.
Well, but he's facing Richie, yeah, and he's the master himself of the initiative, so he knows how to kind of counter it.
Yeah, well, I guess an alternative move here could be rook e1.
Yeah, just to kind of stabilize.
Yes, maybe just rook e1 is okay.
He's done something, and I no longer see a pawn on h5.
Yeah, it's h6.
It must have been h6.
Yeah, it's h6.
Okay,
yeah.
so we got the queen trade happening on e4.
So we are getting this fascinating endgame.
He pretty much has to go h7.
Just want to mention that it's so pleasant to play when you start +1 in every match. Bang, boys winning again with black.
Again, yeah.
Some Sicilian, right?
No, this is Ang Boys, the man.
All right, so can white also take the pawn on g7, or is that just...
He went king a2.
Oh, king a2, wow.
King a2, okay.
Shocking.
This somehow signals that he's not sure what to do on the king side.
Wow, he didn't want to commit to h7.
When is it?
Yeah, it seems like the way the game is going that Richie has chances to escape now.
Yeah, now he captured g takes h6, so no more h7 check ideas.
Okay, Muzichuk is 100% losing. So that's going to be a big win for Kaz Chess by Bibisara. In the amateur board, it's still pretty even, so I don't know how that's going to end up, but it doesn't seem like anyone has an edge there. So this game is actually really important. Like Mamizyarov really needed to get a win here.
Yeah, so if Richie holds this, then they are winning the match.
Yep.
Most probably, because Ainakul is also pressing. We saw that his opponent had very little time.
He kind of completely messed up, right? Mamizyarov, I mean, now he didn't even want to go rook h7 check because there was just king f6.
Well, in this regard, one can say, yeah, he messed it up, or Richie put up some incredible resources, you never know how to call it.
I would call it he messed it up. I mean, come on. You walked right into F5, you know?
Can you do something like rook h4, kind of forget about like playing for a win? Or, I mean, at some point, like let's imagine we lose the g-pawn and we win 2 e-pawns. White will be better, right?
Yes.
So say maybe give a check, go g7, go rook h4, right?
Okay, rook h4, rook d4 on the board right now.
So he did go for it.
And Shakria under 20 seconds.
Well,
our audience is asking for an interview with Peng Bo.
Definitely.
Yes.
We really hope
need
that
to
he
see the
speaks
man,
English.
right?
We really hope that he speaks English, right? Rook h5, rook d5, setting up invitation for repetition of moves. Yeah, rook h4 played. Does Richie know about the match situation? Probably.
But the thing is, does he want to leave it all to the final board? I mean, just in case, like, I mean, yeah, Ainakul has things under control, but they've got less than 30 seconds, right? You just never know.
Well, did you see Mamedyarov was moving rook to h7, then he moved it back to h5. He's not sure what to do because...
he's repeating.
It's the draw agreed by repetition. Too much tension.
They did repeat it for 3 times.
Okay, well, there's one game still going in their match.
Wow, but okay, Richie, I have to say bravo. I mean, defending this against Shakria was really stunning performance.
Yeah, that game definitely gave us some excitement.
Yes, so all eyes on Ainakul. But actually, Ainakul is trying to squeeze something, but he does not even need to squeeze.
No,
Maybe
he just needs to not lose, you know?
Maybe the captain will just go to him and say, okay, shot done. Enough.
I don't think you can do that.
Not anymore, yeah? In the old times, it was possible, yeah?
Yeah, no.
But bishop c6 professional, inviting rook c8 and then we trade the rooks and congratulations. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, by the way, Artemyev, is he winning against Vohidov? Because that match is up in the air between Elaine and Royal Chess.
Yeah, let's go to which game?
Well, any of those games would be interesting.
Okay, Artemyev, Vohidov is an endgame. It should be normally winning knight endgame with pawn up, but this king is very close to the a-pawn.
That means Elaine will squeeze out a win. Because right now they haven't lost any games. I mean, Andreikin is definitely better. Andreikin trying to win. He's got a big time edge. He just played a spectacular move, rook to d3.
Wow, another spectacular move, knight a8 by Artemyev, putting that knight in the corner that you can basically trap it with king c6, but he is setting up the pawn sacrifice with knight b6 if he is ready with his king already on the king side.
Right, the knight always has a way out. And Andreikin, I think, has, he's torturing his opponent. He's got good chances to win this one. I mean, it's that b4 square that white weakened in the opening. Now there's a knight sitting on b4. And let's see how they're doing on their final board. And Galim Janoli is winning for Elaine. Okay, so it looks like Elaine does have this match in the bag. This is one of our favorites. And in terms of the team, the China team, how are they doing?
I'm keeping an eye on Artemyev's game because we have him on the camera.
Sure.
And king b5 played by black. Artemyev done to, well, actually the clock situation is equal, which is always good news for Artemyev. Usually he's done to few seconds. Now the big question, can you go for knight b6? So he goes knight c7. Wow, he gives the pawn and he activates the knight. King takes a5, knight d5. He wants to go knight e7. Target the g6 pawn. Very interesting. Still extremely unpleasant.
So what do you think? Can black survive this?
According to computer, yes. Computer says almost draw, but I don't believe in this. Yeah, with little time on the clock, knight e7 is coming. The king is too far.
The king b5, knight e7. That's what has happened already.
Yes, okay, let me put it.
It looks like all the leaders.
And g5, h5, exactly. That's the problem. Sorry, but g5, h5 happened and there is a fixage on h6.
Yeah, so knight f6, you go g4. Right?
Can Black survive this? I don't believe he can. Knight f6, g4. It would be unfair if white is not with, but maybe
c5 and
yes, and knight g8 against knight f5, passive defense.
it looks terrible, but if it holds, it holds. I mean, it's
Yes.
not much he can do.
Oh, but the good news for them is that actually Artemiev does not need to win this game, yeah, because like you said, Irina, they are leading, right? Yes, on the last board they won.
c5,
Okay.
king e4.
I think all the leaders are continuing to win their matches, so nothing is really going to change in the standings after this round.
And this is very bad news for WR, who were hoping for some upset.
Well, they're going to have to create those upsets themselves. If
But
they
they
have
only
another
play
chance.
against the Chinese team. All the other they lost
Right.
already.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
That's kind of the.
Andreykin did win. Yeah, he converted. That better structure, better pieces. He's doing great for his team on board 4.
Yeah, fantastic.
And their recreational player won. So yeah, there's not this game doesn't really matter too much for the
So
standings.
we can move. Do you have any proposal? Elyanov Vei is still in progress. Does it matter because we haven't been covering? No, Yuan Jun won, Pengbo won. They are +2. Then Elyanov is.
I think Abdusatorov might be losing to Kirill Shubin.
Wow. Yeah, and Pasha is also not doing well. So yeah, this match is lost. China team is winning.
Yeah, Abdusatorov does lose. So, well, actually, the match for WR wasn't that easy because
Not that easy.
started with a loss, and then yeah, there were a couple of tense games, but of course, yeah.
Yeah, but they are still going to win
yes,
handily.
Abdusatorov lost.
And Elyanov must be lost against Vei.
And Vadim Rosenstein, yeah, this is we talked about this, that psychologically, as an amateur player, when your team is not performing well and you are the sponsor of this team, I think there are also a lot of emotions, a lot of nerves in play. He's just not capable of showing what he is actually capable. He had shown it last year.
Oh yeah, it is not easy to go on a losing streak.
Yes.
And be playing in a team with like top elite players who are kind of like watching your games, right? There's just so much pressure on you.
It's too much pressure.
I really feel like it would have been a smart idea for there to be like an alternate, someone who could take over if things are not going well. Of course, you have this motivation to play alongside the best players in the world, and I guess that's why this whole tournament was created the way it was. But it's a drawback for his team, and it looks like Artemiev is done.
Yeah, and he's very disappointed because he only drew the game, I believe, but it was clear that his team is already winning. So, no, what? He actually won a pawn? Then I don't think that this ended in a draw. I mean, nobody will agree to a draw in this position.
Well, do we see where the kings are?
Artemiev did win. I just updated.
Artemiev did win, yeah?
Yeah, that's the final position.
Wow, and then they are discussing now.
King e6, and he won. That means he what? Won
Yeah,
on,
+3.
1 + 3, yeah. Very
but won
convincing.
on time or?
Maybe he won on time, yeah, because, okay, it's bad, but you would never resign with
Yeah,
that.
like you don't resign after you play King e6,
Yes,
right?
yes.
China team also won pretty handily. They won +3.
Well, when you start with +1 every match, it's not.
Yeah, Pengbo, yeah, the X factor. Just too much.
We
to
have a
handle.
small recap from Charlize in the playing hall.
We are once again live in the playing hall. Behind me is where WR Chess has been seated. And funnily enough, this round they have only seen decisive games. So I'm not sure what has been going on in their team meetings, but something has worked. Because we know they haven't had the best few rounds. They lost to Alain MCG and they lost to Chessy, the two leaders of the tournament. But looks like they're having a comeback as they are currently winning the game, with Kostyuk being the last one playing. Here on the second board, we had the the Decade Chess China team, who convincingly won 4.5, 1.5. Of course, these are just the top two boards starting from the beginning, but Chessy and Elaine MCG is still in the lead. We have one more round left today and 4 tomorrow, so much can still happen. Let's stay tuned to find out. Back to the studio.
So this is what's
very strange.
Okay,
Wow.
we are back. All right, Peter, do you want to show that beautiful triangulation that you just found?
Yes, yeah, because we were kind of speculating that what happened in this Artemiev game, and it's some kind of a study like knight endgame. And we have to also have in mind that both players had like 20 seconds each, which means that if you are able to pose some problem, some question to your opponent, then he can crack under the pressure. So if we get the analyzing board up, yeah, there we have it. So this was the position. After h5, knight f6, g4, king c5. And we were speculating that, yeah, what's in store for us? Because after knight f5, it seems to be so strong, hitting the h6 pawn, black can simply play knight g8. And where is the breakthrough? Black's king is close enough, and against king e4, there is knight f6 check, returning, and all of a sudden the g4 pawn is also weak. So what happened here instead? After king c5, Artemiev played the move king gc, and please keep in mind both players have only 20 seconds here, so creating a ghost threat or whatever kind of threat is crucial. Knight e4 check, because for the moment black's king cannot come closer. King d6 runs into knight f5 check, and then the h6 pawn is lost. So black goes knight e4 check and king g2. And you signal to your opponent that, you know, my friend, you are putting up incredible defense, but after king f3 you are in Zugzwang. And Vohidov, with little time on the clock, believed Artemiev and played the move king d6. We were trying to understand what would have happened after king c4, because seemingly the knight f5, knight g8, king e4, knight f6 line still holds exactly the same way like before, but by this incredible triangle, he created this feeling that black cannot play like this. So black actually preferred to give up the pawn instead with king d6, a pure panic. Reaction, now white collected the pawn. We don't know if it's winning or not, but of course having a pawn up helps. King f6, knight d6, threatening knight e4 check. And here probably after king e6, by playing king e6, black lost on time, otherwise the game would not have ended, since king e4, king e6, knight e4, knight f7 protects the pawn, and the game goes on. How it would have ended, we don't know, but in any case, it was a win by Artemiev, and I was very impressed with this triangle with just 20 seconds on the clock.
Shall we take a look at what happened in the game between Yakuboev and Makhsudlu? Because that was the game that we began looking at in the opening. It seemed pretty fascinating, and it did explode into some pretty cool tactics. So maybe we can just take a quick look at that.
From the moment we left, or because we haven't even seen
like
from
this moment is good.
From this, okay.
Yeah.
So rook h5, rook d8, knight d5. This was the moment we talked about, and we were speculating that maybe bishop c8 could be a clever move. But instead of this, Makhsudlu played the move f6. It's a very ugly move because it weakens more light squares, but black attacks, black questions this rook on h5, so white has to react. And rook f5, all right, so setting up any kind of positional exchange sacrifices, g6.
Wow.
It's a rook sacrifice.
It's a rook sacrifice, wow.
Did he have to do it? Because rook h3, like I understand it's not as energetic, but you keep the amount of rooks on the board equal, and you still have your light square threats.
On the other hand, probably he had foreseen this idea and he was so attracted to it. I mean, when do you get the chance to make a positional rook sacrifice, right?
So g6, he goes knight h4,
yes,
right?
definitely. No, actually he didn't.
He had another idea.
Yeah, I was also expecting knight h4 and then just sit. But no, he played knight c7. And after queen d7, played the move rook takes c5. Okay, this is the moment when without engine we won't be able to give you a...
Well, he wants queen g6 and perpetual. Yeah, that part.
No, don't tell me he wants perpetual. No, is it perpetual or... No, maybe he can hope for more or not. After bc, yeah, bc.
Okay, let's take it.
Because you don't sacrifice all this to make a draw, no?
So takes king g8,
Bishop h3, yeah?
bishop h3, and then king h1, rook g1.
There's also knight g5. Like with the queen on g6, you go knight g5, and then you go queen h6, bishop d5. I think this should be enough.
So many things. Yes, threatening queen h7, checkmate, fg5, check, king g8, bishop d5. Rook f7, queen g6 check should
king
be winning.
h8, and you
bishop
take
f7.
Bishop f7. And usually that's enough, yeah.
It should be. Bishop f8, it's still...
Well, queen h3.
Queen h3,
usually it's enough. But yeah, like it's not very usual position. Yes, I mean, it's easy to go wrong, right?
It's completely crazy. Yeah, but queen d7, rook takes c5. Okay, let's just applaud also the players. Yeah, this is incredible.
On the other hand, I'm sorry to interrupt, but if it would be like winning, no problem, then rook g5 is a much better move, right?
It's more forcing.
I'm kind of forcing you to take the rook, and I'm just going check.
Let me even put it, because rook g5 is another...
I mean, it's a laughable move, but at the same time, you're forced to take, I guess.
Yes.
Because queen g6 is a threat.
Wow. Yeah, okay. Everyone with an engine can try to find out. We don't have the time to get into all the details. In any case, let's take a look what happened here. After rook takes c5, there was f5. Yeah, Miro, you're absolutely right. Maybe with rook g5, he could have forced things. Rook c3, queen takes c7, knight d4, and knight takes d4. Okay, that's how the liquidation took place. Knight takes c3, white has compensation, but black is probably already holding this.
Yeah.
And it ended in a draw.
And then you know what? You turn this game on your screen. You skip the opening usually because they know, these grandmasters, they know everything. You see this position on your board and you say, okay, it was a boring game.
Yes, draw. Yeah, draw. By the way, after rook g5, can black anyway just ignore and play f5?
Yeah, I was thinking this, but then I just... Again, I'm tempted to say I don't believe it because that's what we used to say, but nowadays you have to check everything. Yes, rook takes g6, king h7.
Yes.
And then...
And maybe it's just fine for black because the knight is hanging and there are no mating threats.
Yeah, like rook is... I mean, still, I can't believe it. It's happening, but yeah, maybe I'm not in time.
Yeah, maybe not. In any case, yeah, it's too complicated.
And it's time to deploy the other rook, I guess, like rook e6, queen to c7, rook d5, and we have more rooks.
But okay, some knight before already. Yeah, just to highlight.
We're just getting started.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, okay, a fascinating game. What a tournament! Also, yeah, it's unbelievable. All kinds of actions, yeah, here between the top players, theoretical discussions, crazy middle games on the so-called 6 board, some dramatic action. You never know exactly what to expect. A part of that our friend wins. Yeah?
Wins,
yes,
wins
exactly.
with white and then wins with black and again with white and again with black. So this part is clear. All the rest is absolutely unpredictable.
Yeah, well, the leading teams, they got pretty comfortable victories. Decade China won with 4.5 to 1.5. Elaine won with 4.5, 1.5 against, you know, a tough team from Uzbekistan. And Chessy won 4-2. And team from India won 4-2, although they did take a couple of losses from, I guess you could call those upset losses from lower rated players. So we've got one more game today. We will see if the top teams will, you know, continue to be challenged. Certainly the rounds have been fascinating so far. So we're going to take a short break and come back to you with the final round of the day.
Waves are off. His clock is ticking. How will he respond to Eco's first move while ready to win?
Who's gonna swing across the channel? I'm a strong swimmer. Who's gonna swing across the Why did you wonder? You say a lighthouse. Am I right, boy? Am I right? Why did you wonder? Why did you wonder?
Make your move. The 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, Budapest 2024, where the story becomes history.
Hey guys, we're back and we're awaiting the pairings for and the beginning of round 8 to start. So it'll be the last round of the day. We've got 3 teams tied for first place. The standings have not changed in the last round. And meanwhile, we are bringing to you some highlights from the previous round. Grandmaster Miro has prepared to show us something.
Oh, well, so for those of you folks who were watching the previous round, this should look familiar, and also you should be curious what's the absolute truth here. For those who missed it, it's a game between Yakuboyev and Maksudlu, which we thought was, well, the game of the round, almost for sure, even though it will finish in a draw eventually. And that was the key position where I think we switched to this game there, and we thought, well, this looks like a perfect setup White gets in this line. And the move that was played, f6, looks shocking because it weakens the light squares even further. So imagine my shock when I found out that it is the best move, confirmed by an engine, and it took me some time to understand why. So I think bishop c8 was something that we were looking at, and it turns out that not any other move that we were discussing, but f5 is very strong. So perhaps White's whole idea is that I play f5 and I'm threatening f6, and if you go f6 now, I'm sorry, but it's too late. So it's rook h3, rook g3, and here we actually talk about like all the white squares being weak. And f6, as ugly as it looks, it introduces very concrete problems. And now rook h3 allows black to play f5, and all of a sudden black is solid. So f6, rook f5, best move. g6, well, best move. Knight c7, guess what? Best move. So this is where black goes wrong, because queen f7, believe it or not, and I didn't have the time to check all the lines, but apparently this keeps the game close to balanced, which is very hard to believe. While after queen d7, rook takes c5, double exclamation mark, White is winning or close to winning. So the other idea I had was rook g5, which looks kind of achieving the same. Queen will take on g6. Black says no. f5, rook g6, king h7. Originally, I was very optimistic about this position, but no, plain and simple, black wins material, black wins the game. So apparently, getting in f6, f5 is the key, and whenever black achieves this, it's good. So, queen to d7, rook to c5. So how many brilliant moves White played? So f5 was played. So here we were, of course, right that White is winning. So I'll just show one way of how White can win. So queen h6, for whatever reason, is not. Yeah, queen h6, king g8, queen g6, king h8. And one of the ways to win would be to go knight h4. So bishop e4, bishop d5, and queen h6, bishop d5. Too many threats. White's winning. So queen d7, rook takes c5, f5, rook c3, queen c7. So he played all the right moves. Knight d4, and here, all he had to do to take on d4, queen b8, exchange on b7, and go rook c7, winning the piece back. And yeah, having material equal. I don't know where these queens go and say on f3, right? He doesn't want to go to f3 for whatever reason. Anyway, White ends up capturing on e7, getting an absolutely, well, overwhelming positional advantage as well as the attack. So it was that close, and then in the game, this endgame with opposite colored bishops and White having initiative proved to be not enough, and, well, Black didn't have that many troubles. Fascinating game, what can I say? Back to you guys.
Well, what about the game between Shaq and Richard? Have we checked that one?
Yes, Richard was never better in this game, I can tell you. Well, there were a couple of moments, I would not recall all of them. So, and as you can imagine, it was very sharp, so that means a lot of mistakes. We probably should start much earlier, right? Because there was a key position which we were discussing, but say over here, Shah going h4 is already something, I guess. I mean, probably a theory, right? And what was like the first interesting point for us? I'd say something like this, right? Where any, I don't know, chicken player as myself, I'd trade the queens. I'd say I'm terribly worse and probably would lose at the end. queen, and also, well, it's a move with some threats. Anyway, so next picture that we will have would be something like this. Richie already, now I've broke the thing, so I don't know how to work on this. Rook G1, yes, so castles, different sides. Knight F6 is a threat. This is where he captured on E4 and went H5. This was good. Knight F4, CD4, King B1, all that was good up to this point, I guess. Up to this point, there was some, like computer was not sure, but up to this point was good. Knight C6 was much better than Knight D7, as it turned out, over here. So the game seen Knight D7, and he given the D3 pawn away. And it's very human to get rid of this knight on F6, which is irritating, but computer actually is not impressed at all. The knight stays on F6. There is no checkmate. We are just waiting. We're developing the knight, and we keep the D3 pawn alive. After Knight D7, this exchanges. I don't know how to move here now. Now, it's getting stuck. Sorry, guys, but I'm afraid, yeah. The technology is broken.
Something is written.
Yeah.
Good luck, yeah.
I don't know, yeah. You see, technology does not want me to analyze. Anyway, there were a couple of moments where Mamedyarov would clearly get an advantage, but not at the very end. At the very end, when we were blaming him for, okay, not blaming, but saying like he probably missed something big, not really. Richie defended extremely well.
Well, I think what's happening now is that there's a bit of a delay to the round because it's supposed to start in like 10 minutes, 11 minutes.
You to us, a delay to the round.
Oh, wow. But it seems like there was one game being played until just 2 minutes ago. And that's why we have a delay, because the next round's supposed to start in 11 minutes, but we don't even have the team pairings, let alone the board pairings. Oh, that means we're going to have to wait around a little bit longer.
Yeah, and can we speculate, or we don't know what kind of pairings we could get?
Let's show guys the results from round number 7. We do have that prepared for you. Tournament hall is empty. Okay, round 7 saw the leading teams maintain their leads pretty comfortably. So WR Chess defeated world champions Higher School with a score of 4-2, although Kirill Shubin had an upset win over top 10 player Abdusatorov. Then we had Decade China getting 3 wins against the Ashdod Chess Club. And Pang Bo stays on his perfect score. Elaine, led by wins by Dmitrian Draken, their recreational player Galim Januli, and Artemyev also won 4.5 to 1.5. Chessy defeated Kozchess 4-2, and that was that interesting game between Mamedyarov and Rapport that we were just talking about. Indian team MGD1 defeated Astana 4-2. By the way, how did FIDE management board, do against the rookies? Oh, well, the rookies scored a few wins in that one. They actually, FIDE management board just barely beat the rookies, 3.5 to 2.5. We have the very young Roman Shagjiyev, who defeated former women's world champion Zhu Chen.
Well, I would say it's an upset. I would have guessed that the rookies are the favorites.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, Gurel Adiz for the rookies is having, I think, a great tournament. He had like a 2,800 performance yesterday. Oh, look at that. His performance in this event is 2781. He actually hasn't lost any games. He's beaten Nihal Sarin. He's beaten Nigel Short. He's drawn Daniil Dubov and Javahir Sindarov.
Yeah. Amazing.
So he is doing great. And yeah, Turkey has a lot to be happy about, as well as their shooter, Yusuf Dikic, the new hero from Turkey. You guys know?
No.
Oh, you guys are in the dark? You don't know who that is? We actually even had something in our YouTube chat about Yusuf. Well, this guy became famous. He helped Turkey win a silver medal in pistol shooting.
Pistol shooting Olympiad in Paris. Yeah, I've seen the meme.
There you go. You've seen it.
Much of
Yeah,
a
that was a
backstory, but I've
great.
seen
It's a
the
great
meme,
picture. I was so inspired. I learned a bit more about him. So yeah, this guy's like this 51-year-old former, I think, policeman or like from the gendarmerie in Turkey, and he was competing without any fancy equipment. He kind of just showed up like in his t-shirt, just like with the gun, and it looks. The jokes were that he looks like a hitman. Okay, so yeah, the link there was that there's a lot of famous Turkish sportsmen, and Gurel Adiz is one of them, definitely representing very well. So we have gmhans.com. They won with 4-2 against Tunis, Kazakhstan.
But no draws.
But Hans did lose.
Yeah, Hans's team practically makes no draws whatsoever.
It's a very aggressive team.
Very aggressive. Yeah, they win, they lose, but yeah, there is no middle ground.
I'm very curious as to what the pairings are going to be.
Well, that's the worst time to have a delay before the last round.
We just got the pairings.
Because yesterday we did have one round delay. That was round 2, but somehow, we sped up and almost finished on schedule, right? So.
And now for me, the excitement is that maybe WR chess against China, no?
Yes, that's what we're going to see. WR is going to challenge China.
Wow.
And that is their chance to redeem themselves and make an impact on this tournament because they've already lost to the other top 2 teams.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if they're going to lose this one, then they're completely out of it. And I hope that Magnus is going to be playing. We're going to see a matchup between Magnus and Ding. That would be super exciting. Okay, then we got Chessie being challenged by the team from India. That's going to be a competitive lineup. We're going to see Harika playing against, either Anna Muzichuk or Humpy.
Okay.
Interesting. Will they pair up the Indians against each other or not? I mean, Anna did just lose her game, so I'm not sure what the captain will decide on that one. Elaine is getting a little bit of a break in playing the team from Krakow, but still this is a team that has numerous GMs, and this is where Timur Gareev is playing for them on board too. I mean, I just point that out because he's American and he's playing for a team that is mostly Polish. Then we got gmhans.com playing the Ashdod Chess Club. Also a very tough matchup. And Kaz Chess playing Royal Chess.
Wow.
Like Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan.
Yeah, but also if you consider that Kaz Chess is the older guys, like Krush, Svidler, Mabidyar is not that the same age, and they're facing like the very, very young Uzbek team, right? Like Yakuboyev.
Yeah, Sindarov.
Sindarov, Yakuboyev, they're below the under 20 guys, right? Pretty much.
Yeah.
Also, we have a chance to interact with our YouTube chat a little bit. We've got plenty of time.
You never told us there is a YouTube chat.
There is a YouTube chat, and our YouTube chat has been insisting that we interview Peng Bo.
Yeah.
And guys, we have brought this to the attention of our producers, but it just hasn't happened yet. Yeah, so we've told them that you're interested to see this legendary player for Team China. But we're not sure if he speaks English, and not every, people come here voluntarily. Like, we don't actually force them to come to the studio, and not everyone wants to, I think, maybe visit and talk in between the rounds. So keep that in mind, guys.
So, the real chance we'll have if they win the event.
Exactly.
If they win the event, he wins all of his games, which we expect him to do anyway, and then maybe he'll accept.
Yeah, I mean, one person in our YouTube chat actually said that they looked up Peng Bo's results in domestic Chinese tournaments. I don't even know how that's possible, and and by that estimation, his strength is around 2,300. But that's not something we can verify. So who knows what is going? I mean, certainly he looks like a strong player. That part is obvious, right? Like he's winning pretty convincingly.
And this is a magical number. Now that you've mentioned something around 2,300, because
Okay, it's a relevant story, but once he played, I think it was Russian league back in the day, like Super League when it was very strong. He had a fantastic result and his teammates telling him, okay, so now you're crossing like, I don't know, getting to 2750 something. No, I had a terrible Chinese league. The average was 2300 and I scored 50% or something like that. Yeah, so just imagine how strong 2300 is in China.
Yes, exactly.
Oh yeah, you know it's always dangerous to go and play in the Chinese league. I think for
I was
players.
Told this. Yeah,
yes. No, I did that. I think once, and for sure you're playing like people that you don't know, but these people are good.
Yeah,
and it's hard to maintain your rating playing in the Chinese league. So it might be kind of similar to playing in Russia, right?
Not anymore, I'm thinking. Now it's similar to playing in India, I guess, because like it's not only the very top guys, that the names that we know, but everyone dreams to become one of those. And then you face, I don't know, someone who's maybe 2100 rated, but he's much better and he's very motivated, he studies a lot. Yeah, and even he can be a tough opponent.
So let's speculate a little bit on whether Magnus is going to be playing this match.
Well, he will.
He will.
He will.
Yes,
He will for sure.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, is it fair to say that we think Team China is starting with a +1 score?
Well, we have to have some controversial takes. The answer is yes.
Well, we've looked at the statistics, right?
Yeah.
And
what are
And
the
also
colors?
well, actually, WR is white on first board.
Okay, so
Magnus
they're
is
lucky.
white.
They're lucky. They have 3 whites out of 5 games.
well, right now he's on a score of 1 out of 7.
Yeah, which means because he won the first game, he lost 6 in a row. Yeah, and
That's
I mean, the captain has his work cut out for him in terms of getting him, you know, feeling better, I would say. I mean, for any player, like, to lose 6 in a row, like, even if you're like a professional player, I mean, how hard is that?
yeah, but on the other hand, if now he wins, then he becomes a hero.
Yeah. So
this should be the motivation.
Then to redeem himself.
Exactly. Then everybody can forgive him.
right
For losing this 6. He wins in the most important
Right, and
moment.
Peng Bo has got 6 out of 6. You know, they had one other player rated a very decent 1847. That person got a chance to play 1 game, and then they were like, that's it, you won your 1 game, and now it's, Peng Bo coming into the fight. So, yeah, that has definitely been the secret sauce in China's results. But however, they're not like the clear leaders in the tournament, despite that 6 out of 6 help from their last board. I mean, they're still just in a tie in the top 3.
Yeah. So the other thing I was thinking that it's very common that the teams who have chances, they're rooting against the ELO favorite. Okay, you brought up all the strong players, blah, blah. And now that could be an exceptional match when they are rooting for WR chess because otherwise China runs away with,
Well, you know, WR chess, if they do win now, they're going to actually catch up to China. Let's take a look at the standings. We've got 3 teams at 12 match points, and they are, increasing the gap between the next teams. It's now basically 1 match win separating the top 3 and the next 3, 4 to 6. So, but MGD, WR, and Krakow, I mean, if they can win, we would have a tie of like 6 teams in first place. I mean, which sounds crazy, but these teams all have a chance because MGD is playing Chelsea. Elaine is playing Krakow. So they're playing the teams that if they beat them, we could see a tie for first place.
In this regard, I feel like Elaine has now a good chance because, against Krakow with this very solid lineup that they have, should be able to win, I believe. And if suddenly the other matches end the way they would like, then suddenly they could get a nice lead.
Let's take a look at who is playing for the Krakow team.
It is Teklov, I think, on first board.
Oh, here we go. Let's take a look. So we got, this is more like who they were playing against. Couldn't find that for some reason. But yeah, we have Teklov, we have Gareev, we have Claudia Coulon. as well. Let's see, actually, here. Who did they beat in the last round? Okay, so we had Teklov, Gareev, Bernatsky, who beat Vidit earlier in the tournament. Shimon Gumulars. So they have all GMs and I am Kulon Claudia on the women's board. So of course, as you know, it is going to be competitive, right?
Yeah, of course, it's not easy, but if we would start naming the Elaine team, then we understand.
Yeah, then we see that those players are a little bit more elite, right?
Exactly. With Andreikin on board 4, Artemiev on board 3, Dubov on first board, so far struggling, but he's Dubov, yeah. So it's a very strong player. And
did he win the previous game though?
I don't know. Let's check it out. Because
he drew against Sindarov.
So actually, he did not win a game yet.
He didn't win a game yet.
Yeah, but he did not have a single weak opponent because his first round opponent was Grachov already.
Yes.
Yeah. So it also shows that one unlucky game. Yeah, that he was too aggressive with the white pieces. You remember this Catalan where he sacrificed the piece, or he took the piece.
He has 2 losses. Yeah, he also lost to Magnus. And there was that game against the IM that in the night end game that he was in danger in.
Yes, there was
that one.
There was this game. Yeah, but on the other hand, if Elaine, for example, goes on to win the event, then I think Dubov will be quite happy. Yeah.
Okay.
And there is also this, this thought that they're leading and Dubov is not performing well. And imagine if tomorrow he starts performing well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about the board pairings that were just published. So we do have confirmation that Magnus Carlsen is back in for WR chess. He's going to be facing Ding, and that's pretty historic, isn't it?
Brilliant, yeah.
I mean, they haven't played, I guess, since, was it Norway chess?
Yeah, it was Norway chess, yes.
A few months ago. Okay, then we have Nepo and Wei Yi. I mean, that's a pretty ferocious matchup. Wei Yi so good in rapid chess, but so is Nepo. And okay, Nepo suffered a little mishap earlier today against Maksudlu, but overall he's a very dangerous opponent. The interesting thing is that they took out Prague, and yesterday the board 4 for China was Wang Yue and Li Chao, and they were struggling a bit on that board. And for today they just have Xu Xiangyu playing.
Yeah, the young player. He's very solid.
Yeah, and he continues to play for them, and he's going to be now matched against Abdusatorov. Kostenyuk is up against Zhu Wenjun. That's a big matchup. And, Vadim, as we said, against Pang Bo, no surprise there. So let's take a look at Chessy versus MGD. Adiban is playing on board 4. Actually, whoa, hold on. There's something interesting here.
Yes. Humpy plays on board 4.
Oh, wow. Chessy really changed something up. Wait, Chessy took out Vidit, and they took out Van Forest.
Wow.
That's a very
So what's the setup?
What is going on?
We are curious. Yes.
Yeah, they took out 2 of their most high-rated players, other than reports, and they put in Marty Rosyan, Sarana, and so Humpy's not playing Harika on the women's board. Humpy is playing Adiban on the other board, and Erdogmus is playing Harika. I mean, it is a surprise.
It's allowed.
Yeah, this is even the question, yes.
Oh, yes, it's allowed. It's not like the women have to face each other, but the women
has to be on a team.
Have to be on the team.
Wow.
So that is, quite surprising and interesting choice. But I mean, Chessy going without 2 such high-rated players. What do you think about that, guys?
Well, I'm shocked. Okay.
Yeah, well, seriously, I imagine you could argue that maybe Vidit didn't have good tournament or this or that, but it is an important match. It's the last match of the day as well.
Yeah.
It's not like you're giving somebody, a rest.
Yes.
It is quite shocking.
Okay.
There you have it.
There it is. And so Ainakul versus Shah. These are 2 very well-performing board 6s for both teams. So I am not sure who is even the stronger one, but Shah Munir, he has only lost to Pang Bo, and that's it.
He had a chance. He was clearly better.
Right. And he won all the rest of his games. So he is a great player for MGD1. While Ina Cool, I think, has also only lost one game. Guess who it was to?
Yes.
It was to Peng Bo. Okay, right. So, we'll see how these guys fare against each other. Now, in terms of the next lineup, it's Dubov, Makhsudlu, and Artemyev. So they're actually letting Andreikin rest, and they're letting the young Volodar Morzin in to play board 4. Lagno is in for Zhu Jenner, and she's playing against Coulon Claudia.
But hang on, what is happening here? Yeah, Andreikin was Mr. Perfect, right? He was like scoring all the wins. He had one draw maybe or something like this. And then they are taking him out in the last round when he does not need any rest anymore. It's confusing.
It's confusing.
Well, I guess they think they can win without them. I mean, they are outrating their opponents by a lot. So
I understand, but still, Andreikin is Andreikin. It's just incredible. Yeah, of course,
you have a good tool, you use it, right?
Yes, okay, but Morzin is also fantastic. Yeah, I remember the Samarkand Championship. He was going undefeated in the World Rapid and Blitz. Incredible.
Well, then we have an interesting matchup between GMHans.com and the Ashdod Chess Club. So Hans is going to be facing Nihal Sarin. Tabatabe versus Ilyanov. Darda against Volikitin. Salimova Hotanashvili is a pretty elite matchup of the two ladies. And Kaz Chess, Royal Chess.
Wow.
Think it'll be a good one.
Yeah, Kaz Chess, like all the guys playing, right?
Yeah, all of them are playing.
They have
rested.
a lot of
Darman is resting.
Darman
He's
is
being replaced by Alisher Suleimanov.
Makes sense because he has taken quite a beating last game.
Yeah, losing in 14 moves, it was painful.
Yeah, I think that against Erdogmus, they should have not let him play. Yeah? He's young, dangerous, and Sadokasov has a tremendous class, but these young guys don't let you show your class anymore. Yeah, they are so tricky right from the beginning.
And I'm thinking, okay, it was 14 moves, and not a single white piece in this game moved backwards. It was very clean, like knight went c3, b5, d6, e8, win the game.
Yes.
That's...
And queen d2, queen a5, queen c3. Yeah, that was...
Okay, that was the only... there was a move backward.
Yeah, queen c3, but it was a key move.
It's a key move.
All right, let's make some predictions for the final round of the day. There's 3 teams tied for first. Who do we think is going to be ahead at the end of this round? Who do you think has the easiest pairing? I mean, it must be Elaine.
Yes, clearly.
Yeah, but...
Versus the Polish team.
Will they be the sole leader? I'm not sure.
Because Chessy will try to win against MGD1.
I'm going with a very bold prediction that China's going to win.
Wow.
Against WR.
Yes, win the match.
Ooh.
I feel it. I don't know. Yeah, that's the feeling.
It's going to be such a kind of, in a way, such a disappointing thing for WR coming in as a #1 seed and losing to all the other top teams. Like,
look, but the results of this thing, I will not make this mistake twice, because I remember in Tromsø when they were proceeding to win the match after match after match, they were not taken seriously. We thought, okay, it's a great team, it's a strong team, but come on, they will not win the Olympics. And now it looks the same. Like the feeling is the same. They're winning every match. They're winning quite convincingly. If anything, okay, I mean, the draws they've made were a bit shaky, but it's any draw on 6 boards is shaky. Yeah, so I'm thinking they might win the match.
yeah, I mean, it's like a bit of a sad thing when you invite Magnus to play.
Yeah.
And the team actually just starts like losing and not even being really in the hunt. That would be just too sad. So I'm going to have to say that I hope that, I hope that this match will, go a little bit better for WR than some of their other key matchups. That's all. Let me say that.
Look, and then once again, we have to praise the format. Because normally you would think, yeah, I have the best players. I get all the best players and then my team wins. And that's why I guess team chess gets criticized, because after all, it's not like we are passing each other or something, assisting each other, right? And here, thanks to the format, and you can have this tactical ideas, which I'm very curious on when, like Humpy playing Archivan said, like, say you have a woman playing your team, but you don't have the woman's board, so to speak, right? And so that's.
I think the matchup between Chessie and MGD1 is like a
this should
toss-up.
be.
I mean, I think the fact that Chessie has taken out 2 of their top players, I mean, they're really not that much stronger on paper now than MGD1. MGD1 has Eric Geisy,
They also
board
have
1.
the spirit, right?
Yeah.
You've seen them. I mean, after each
Yes.
match, they gather together, they prepare. That's
the only team that we can really see here, right? Because they camp out right by our... Yeah. Okay, guys, let's take a look at what Charlize has to say from the playing hall.
We are at the end of the second day, round 8, and we have yet another heavyweight clash up with WR Chess versus Decade China team. This means that our world champion is playing against our world number 1, Ding versus Magnus. Since this is a team sports event, we all have our favorite teams. I want to know in the comments who you're rooting for. Personally, for me, it's Decade China team. Not only because we have both world champions in the team, but we've got the star of the tournament in the team, Bo Pang, playing on the 6th board for China. Now, why this is so special is this guy is 1400, playing with both world champions on full score. In his a few rounds ago, he played a game with a bishop and a knight checkmate that he executed in under 3 minutes. How many of you can do that at home? Let's stay tuned to the broadcast, especially on this game. It's going to be exciting.
This is the first time we had a really good video look at the MVP on China's team and how quickly he executed the bishop and knight checkmate. Well, you know, I once played an IM who wasn't able to checkmate me with bishop and knight. So, you know, that is actually really, really impressive. Okay, the players are sitting at their boards. So let's see if Magnus is already there. Let's have a look at the playing hall.
Yeah, also good news. The games are uploaded. Everything is ready for action. Yeah, Magnus is ready, sitting there with Dingliren. Jan facing Vei.
It's a very principled matchup. Like, I just feel like WR needs to be motivated to like just have some impact on this tournament. You know, coming in as the first, he's like, okay, it's one thing if they don't win, but like losing all their key matchups is like kind of embarrassing, isn't it, Peter?
Yeah, exactly. They are fighting for honor right now. And that's when usually top guys are the most dangerous. Magnus going for e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5. The Rui Lopez.
Okay. We saw Ding use that a lot in his world championship match against Nepo.
And 6d3 this time. No 5d3, 6d3. The big difference is that the bishop is on e7 this case.
And the drawback was that he could play knight take e4, but...
Wow, what? Hang on, there was some talk. Did this game finish already? Nepo's game? Draw? What?
Wow.
Yeah, draw.
Really?
Draw. Because Magnus congratulated, or Jan got congratulation with the black pieces. He neutralized Vei. Crazy. What a strategy is this?
They're very strategic. You know, you don't necessarily expect these short draws and like these sort of fun events, right? But it's not like the Olympiad, right? I mean, you kind of expect the players to come and just play, but I guess they are employing some kind of strategy there. And he was offered a draw in the 4 knights.
Wow.
And that game just ended. It is surprising.
It is surprising because I felt like, okay, Vei with the white pieces against Jan, at least it's going to be a big fight. Yeah, it's. I did not see this coming at all, and I understand that the Chinese team is relying on Peng Bo, but this case it's now 4-2. I mean, they have now much more white boards, right?
Yeah. So, well, there is Yu Yangi who plays the Petrov, so this is kind of doesn't count as a whiteboard. Again, like, remember there were years where Yu Yangi was like impeccable with his Petrov. No one could pose any problem.
By the way, Peng Bo just played this move A3. And I don't know what do you call the Sicilian, Peter? these.
Yeah, well,
two
this
nights
is B45, right?
Oh, that's what you call it. Okay. I wondered if it had any other name other than the ECO code.
Yeah, and usually now the new generation does not know the ECO code at all. Yeah, if I'm talking with young players and ECO, this is B33, B45, they look at me like, what? Yes, just changed. So yeah, basically 3 wide games. Yeah, Magnus, Duda, and Kostenyuk, and only 1 wide game left for the Chinese team with Yuanji. Okay, and of course, Peng Bo.
Yeah, Duda was observing Magnus's game to see how he's doing.
Yeah, then let's check out what kind of openings did we get. So Magnus against Ding Liren. This is actually a funny line. It's a forgotten line, and I have seen Ding after the move A4, Bishop D7, Knight C3, being a bit surprised. He looked at Magnus like this move was kind of neutralized 15 years ago. What do you want? But believe me, probably Magnus does believe that there is more to it. Maybe black is fine, but he still has some questions there to be asked, and clearly he surprises Ding Liren with it. On the other hand, this is a famous structure. Nothing really changes compared to all these anti-martial businesses. So the Vei game against Nepomniachtchi ended in a draw just very quickly in 5 seconds, so that we know against the Petrov, Vei chose the 4 knights, and after knight d4, white has this possibility of taking on d4 and pushing e5, the famous drawish variation. So the game was drawn. Duda against Yuanji is this Petrov line, which is slightly worse for black, but very solid. The good old line, not the modern fancy stuff. And Chu Chiangchu against Abdusatorov. Okay.
That one featured an early H4 move that turned into some kind of like exchange Slav structure, but with the white pawn being on H4 and black's bishop fianchetto to G7. I mean, there seems to be like, I mean, actually, I think Xu he's trying to create some play on this board.
Yes, absolutely. So that's why I'm completely confused. Vei shuts down his wide game against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Chu Chiangchu, on the other hand, against Abdusatorov is extremely aggressive.
So you're trying to understand, like, what's the team strategy here?
Yeah, exactly. What's in store for us?
You know, we have more moves here, right? A6, B5.
Yes, and knight E5.
Honestly, it looks very pleasant for white, if you ask me, because, yeah, like if I'm comparing to the exchange Slavs, right? So the bishop on G7, it's not clear if it does a lot.
Yeah, bishop D7 was played. I believe I have seen the move bishop D7 on the board, yeah. All right, so it's a very playable position.
Well, we also have Zhu Wenjun taking on 2 sets of doubled pawns against Alexandra Kostenyuk, but she does have very nice control over the center, so maybe we can take a quick look at that.
Yes. The pawns look ugly. On the other hand, they control very vital squares, and most importantly, black has access to the d4 square himself. And that's why I believe that black has absolutely no problems. Just very quickly to understand how did we reach here, because this is kind of a fascinating structure. It was an Italian game with knight c3, a6, bishop e3, d6, allowing the first trade on c5 with d takes c5, a4, making sure that black is kind of blocked from going after the bishop. So a4, castles h3, stopping bishop g4. And then black felt that, all right, white is wasting way too much time. Let me just play bishop e6, because bishop takes e6, fe6. This structure is quite solid. I don't see any problems. Where is white's breakthrough? And in fact, with black, we know that, okay, we can play queen d6, b6, bring the rook, start maneuvering the knights. You always have this d4 square for the knight on c6. Interesting.
Well, I have to say the opening positions from so far in this round are not like the most exciting. But I think we can stick to Carlsen versus Ding, because that's just like, those are two names that everyone wants to watch. And there is actually still a lot of play left in their position. Carlsen just played the move knight d2, Peter. So it looks like he's trying to prepare the move f4 potentially.
Yes, also he is guarding the c4 and b3 square. So one of the typical ideas for black in this line is to eventually go b4, b3. Sacrifice this pawn, but destroy white's structure. And Magnus with the move knight d2, make sure that this does not happen. And as you indicate, there is also the f4 idea, multi-purpose move.
Right. So, I mean, what is Ding thinking about here now for a few minutes? Because he has an obvious move, castles, and he hasn't done it. So what could be his alternative? Like something like bishop e6?
Yeah, bishop e6, but we also have seen in the Magnus game when he did not castle in time against Richard, yeah, that how things can heat up. For example, yes, bishop e6 is a natural move. Bishop takes e6, f takes e6, f4 would be kind of a thematic reaction. And now black has a tough choice to make. If you take ef4, knight f4 comes with a tempo. No, Ding says, thank you very much, I'm not interested. Let me first castle. And then take it from there.
Okay, so he did castle after thinking for several minutes, actually. He's down to 10 minutes. And Magnus, I think he played his move pretty fast, right? It was f4, okay.
Yes, f4 on the board.
So very typical, trying to open up the f file. And how is black neutralizing this? Because it does feel easier for white to play, doesn't it, Peter? I mean, the knight on a5, it's a big question, what it's doing there.
I think it's one of these typical ideas that if you check with computer, then the computer just tells you probably instantly that, you do this and that with black and then it's not dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
But if you don't know the exact reaction, then especially in a rapid game, you are kind of puzzled, yeah, that why people have not been playing this, it makes perfect sense. And that was exactly the feeling that I had when Magnus opted for this knight c3 old line, that he definitely has some fresh touch for this position.
Well, what is white's threat here? Is it the move f5? Or is it, okay, well, we're going to see, because rook b8 was played. So if white wants, they can play f5. But other options include, I suppose, even like taking on e5, playing knight g3 is a possibility.
Yeah, my feeling is that from black side, I'm not worried of f5 at all, because I'm feeling that some central break with d6, d5 will come. Quickly, white is unable to control that. And the big question is now really then, how is Magnus going to react? Clearly, f takes e5, d takes e5, fixing the structure and then trying to play on the squares, but it's not so clear. For example, f takes e5, d takes e5, knight c4, a positional way.
Yeah, this is something I was looking at as well.
Yes, so for example, what do we have? We still have this b3, but b3 doesn't seem to work. Let's just show that after b3, probably white can take on a5.
Can we take a2?
And then knight c4 back.
Knight c4,
and we get a very compact pawn structure. This is a good trade. We can play them b3, stabilizing. This should be in white's favor. Okay, but of course, this was just an illustration. Black should not play like this. After f4, rook b8, FIDE, knight c4. And Magnus did make a move. Black can probably just take on c4. Bishop takes c4, and if I could go bishop e6, I would maybe go bishop e6. I'm not sure if this pawn is hanging. It's kind of a question. Because otherwise, if black has to lose a tempo, just for example, a5, just to highlight, then knight gc, knight f5, if white is fast enough and he remains with this bishop on c4, then strategically it's kind of winning, yeah? So black has to watch out. What happened in the game? There was some development.
He did play a move, but the pawn is still on f4. So that means none of the two.
That means I need to refresh because I am not getting the move.
None of the two, right?
So he played knight c4.
c4 immediately.
C4 immediately.
Yeah, more flexible.
So now we expect a trade, and I think that's what happened, right?
Captures.
Maybe a5 to protect the pawn.
But then we are back to this line.
Yeah, and then it's promising. Yeah, I was really worried. This FIDE, knight g3 kind of structure.
Will he play bishop e6 like Ju Wenjun and try to go for those double pawns?
Yes, and probably I will not take on e6. Yeah, maybe I will even play a move like b3 or something. Maybe even queen e2 just to stabilize, to have this f5 square. Yeah, this f5 square.
Couldn't find a move. Look, I mean, if you go along this line, f takes, d takes, knight g3, bishop e6, and then if white goes knight f5, and you think, okay, he went crazy, and you take on c4, dc4, but what's the next move?
The hanging bishop on e7.
Like g6 doesn't work, I take go bishop g5, queen d1 doesn't work, knight e7 check.
Yes.
And then queen f3, bishop goes, rook a d1, catastrophe.
Hey guys, can we take a quick look at Peng Bo versus Rosenstein? Because, you know, Peng Bo is playing so confidently, like he doesn't even need to castle in this game. I mean, doesn't the move g4 surprise you, Peter? Because white doesn't exactly have great development to be playing so aggressively. And at some points, as black, you're just like, well, okay, I'll go d5. How bad can that be?
Exactly. I mean, g4 is begging to be met by d5.
I think it's overly confident.
Yeah, and also I have to say that actually Vadim Rosenstein is an aggressive player. Yeah, so I think if he gets the initiative, he's much, much stronger. So if he finds the strength, the inner strength, to come up with the move d7, d5, then it's anybody's game.
Yeah, and I just think, I don't know, Peng Bo refusing to castle, to develop any pieces before launching his pawns is, it's a very risky strategy. It might be giving Vadim a good chance to counter-strike here.
Yes, the big question, of course, that how does all this boom, boom end? Yeah, for example, d5, ed5, how do we capture back on d5? Because there's this g4, g5. I was thinking that maybe with the knight, it feels more natural to me to take with the knight, because maybe you have to take with the bishop on d5 in order to go knight takes d5 afterwards, but giving up the light squared bishop, and I have this bishop h4 check intermezzo just to highlight. For example, already after bishop takes d5, maybe something like this. Who can evaluate this? I don't know.
Honestly, I have a feeling like opening the c8 bishop is very dangerous. So I was thinking to go g5 after d5. I'm not interested in any of the pawns, but let's say h takes, okay, it's a primitive line, h takes, f takes, knight e4, knight e4, pawn takes, and I don't know, maybe I take on e4, maybe I just go bishop e3, queen h5, I mean this direction. I don't really believe that this works, but it could be white's idea, because like taking on d5 with the king on e1 is something that I don't want to be looking at. Yeah, bishop h4 and all this. Yeah, so d5 is definitely a strong move. And I had a question, look, after e5. Well, we do not go...
This is a good French. I don't know.
It's a good French, so we go knight d7 and yeah.
Yeah,
something's going to be hanging. Yeah.
Even knight e4 was maybe interesting, just to sacrifice the pawn. Even this I would not rule out. But the strategy, I think, pays off, because Vadim went knight h7, and this is certainly the move that Peng Bo was hoping for. Knight h7, h4, and then g5. It's game over, basically.
He's crushing. You see, he's that strong. He doesn't need to develop his piece. He doesn't need to castle.
Oh, knight h7 is kind of shocking.
Yes.
Right? To be like, you know, playing the Sicilian, but not wanting to strike in the center with d5. Yeah, knight h7, it just makes the knight very passive, and now so much easier for white to develop the attack. Okay, let's get back to Magnus's game. He did take on e5 and played knight g3, very natural. I mean, of course, white's position looks very attractive at first glance. He's got the f-file, a really nice bishop on c4, sort of like easy play on the king side. I mean, from the point of view of the opening, we have to consider it pretty successful for white. You know, it's a question of whether black can neutralize this initiative.
Yes, it's very unpleasant. And also the clock is ticking down. White has a very clear plan, very clear vision. Knight is heading to f5. Black has to make a super tough decision. How do I react to this? This is Magnus, yeah. Always comes up with some new ideas. What did Ding play? Did he move his knight from f6? I don't see a knight on f6 anymore. Could it be he opted for knight e8? Yes.
Sorry, guys. I know this is very interesting, but could you please check the game between Richard Rapport and Irina, and particularly the last move Richie made, rook e3 to to f3. It's not only the exchange sacrifice. Exchange sacrifice, in my understanding, when you take a minor piece with the rook, so your opponent is obliged to take. But just to casually move, so the last two moves were, I mean, it looks like very normal Italian. Okay, maybe not normal, but common. Here, g6, rook f3.
Oh, wow.
That's
beautiful.
Something incredible. And I have no idea, like bishop f3, queen f3, I guess, and something is hanging. g6 is hanging, yeah. So
and then the fork and f5, you know.
Yeah, and you can't really defend g6. Well, knight e7 would be one way of defend, but it just looks ugly, and knight e4 wins in this. Yeah, so Richie controls everything. So bishop b3, queen b3, it calms down, so we can continue. Well, does it though? Because king g7 is the same knight f5, so knight g6 is still a threat.
Yeah.
Which is very inventive.
Which is in very good shape and plays with a lot of confidence. Also, it seems like he has a lot of ideas in store. I'm a little bit worried because now we are playing together in the Olympiad. I hope he is not using all his weapons here. He should hold back for the Olympiad as well. But I'm very happy seeing him in great shape.
Okay, well, Ding Liren has elected on some sort of defensive setup against Magnus. He's pulled his knight back to e8. Magnus brought the queen out to h5, attacking f7, knight d6, bishop d5, saving the bishop from a trade, and bishop f6. Yeah, it doesn't look completely convincing. The bishop on d5 is still unchallenged. But how does Magnus develop this further?
Well, I think now, because black went into stability, but also passivity. Yeah, white got the free hand.
Queen f3, Peter. How about queen f3, maybe with some ideas of knight h5?
Maybe, but I was actually just naturally trying to develop first my bishop from c1, like bishop e3 first. Maybe I even gonna play b2, b3 just to make sure that the c5 pawn remains weak forever. And then rook f2, rook ef1. I'm just building up the pressure. Yeah, I don't feel like moving my queen right away.
Yeah, I agree with you, because actually queen f3, there's bishop g5, right? And you can trade off that bishop. So yeah, definitely developing the bishop to e3 with a tempo and then doubling up those rooks.
Yeah.
Feels a lot better. And black is really tied down because if they move their queen, there's going to be an exchange sack on f6.
And Magnus played, I think, the move b2, b3. I'm really loving this, yeah. Just to make sure that no c4 sacrifices, whatever the structure is fixed, we're going to go bishop e3 next.
That's a beautiful prophylactic move.
Could be a very clever idea, because I thought you could do the same with bishop e3, rook c8, but then black has, like g6 he plays now, and then after queen f3, bishop g5 would be almost like forcing to trade the bishops. And now I'm thinking, can he go bishop b2? Like with the bishop on e3, rook on c8.
Yes.
Bishop f2 would look like very strange. You're in a way of your own pieces. Now perhaps bishop b2 is just a legit square.
Queen e7 there.
Yes.
So bishop g7, yeah, so black has to stick to the passive setup.
Yeah.
So he didn't go for bishop g5.
Yeah. How realistic is that black goes king h8 and
f5?
Suddenly starts to counter. You know what?
Well, it will depend on circumstances, yeah, because many times if white goes, for example, anyway for the bishop b2 direction, then clearly black will never play f5.
Then you probably want to play f6.
Yes.
Like if you touch the f pawn, it goes to f6, not f5. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bishop e3 is on the board.
Yeah, bishop e3.
But now, now like you have bishop e3 and possibly even queen f2 at some point.
Yeah, putting the pressure.
So probably queen c7.
Yeah, queen c7. Then is h4. I mean, h4 is always an idea, as computer taught us. Like you have the position, there is an idea of going h4.
He played rook c8.
Yeah.
Yeah, so h4 is not possible.
I'm not very No, I thought queen f2, and if the queen defends, then h4. But then it's some trying to do too many things at the same time.
Yeah.
But suddenly, like, black's position doesn't look so bad, right? Like the knight on d6 kind of covers f7, and the knight on g3 is restricted.
It's not too bad. That was also the reason why Dinglian finally decided on this setup. Yeah, it looked much worse than probably it is in reality. Yeah, queen f2 is played, forcing or inviting black's queen towards the queen side.
Just realized something, that the bishop on d5 is not that good. I mean, okay, it pins the f7 pawn, but the moment black pushes like the f pawn, it's not doing that much.
Still, I'm loving this bishop, and I believe that Black would try to get rid of it by some timely bishop c6 if he gets a chance. But now, big question. Okay, queen c7 is more natural, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just to defend it like this.
So what's White's plan? I mean, that's the question, because king h8 and
well, Miro
f5 is interesting.
Miro has already highlighted that he has this h4, h5 idea.
There's h4, there's bishop g4. That was my problem.
Okay.
Yeah, and then
You can still go h5.
yeah, you can go h5, you can go bishop g5 and install something on f6 because the f7 pawn is still pinned, right? That's kind of your last chance. Because king h8, f5 will come, maybe?
So how bad is, like, if I go bishop g4 and you go h5 and I just take it with the g pawn, how easily do you win back that pawn?
Do I need to win this pawn back, or I'm just following in the footsteps of Miro with bishop g5?
And just kind of claim that, like...
Bishop goes to f6, maybe queen e3, rook f2, rook f1. It doesn't
I'm not loving it, contrary to the popular slogan. Yeah, I'm not loving it.
Yeah, definitely not. So Magnus also walking around just to get a feel for the match. Maybe this is also what we should be doing. Quickly using the moment to check out on Duda. Duda is squeezing something, but Yuanji is extremely solid. I believe there might not be any breakthrough there.
The game between Kosteniuk and Zhu, I mean, it's just kind of a maneuvering game. Not much is going on. It feels kind of equalish for now.
Yes, it's kind of equalish. Maybe White got at least some play. I like that Kosteniuk regrouped her knight from c3, got this pawn to c3, covering the d4 square. Very important. And maybe she's hinting at some, you know, that, okay, you have this eternal weakness on b5. You never want to push b4 because then you give the c4 square for White's knight. It's tiny something. And the real problem is that Abdusattorov is under heavy pressure against Chu Chiangchu.
Okay, let's look at a fun position now between Gareev and Makhsoodlu. This is the Elaine match against Krakow, and I actually see some open files and opposite sides king castling in this position. So, you know, and Makhsoodlu has been one of our most interesting players. We followed his game closely in the last round. Is he just doing well here? Kind of feels like he is, unless there's like a rook g6 in the air somewhere, but the white bishop is pretty bad in f2. So we got to say that Makhsoodlu's position looks quite nice here, right?
Yeah, there is a counterplay. On the other hand, for the moment, White is a pawn up.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, I don't really believe that counting pawns in this position is the right way of proceeding.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, knight b5 played, giving chances for many tactical motifs. Like rook f6 hitting the queen is overloaded, but you still have rook e6 and also a move like, yeah, I think rook e6 is the...
No, queen c4 check there is.
Queen c4 check, yeah, no, then this does not work at all. I wanted to delete my arrow there on the b2 pawn. So yeah, knight b5, very interesting, because then the whole idea of what happened in the last couple of moves, I just want to understand, yeah, the logic. So White broke with e4, d takes e4, queen e4, Black sacrificed the pawn on c6, rook b8, queen takes c6, bishop a3, and White opted for knight b5. The same applies to rook b6, White can play queen takes e4, so how is Black proceeding?
Crazy position. Yeah, so it's so tempting to say, like, we deflect the queen somehow, or we take on b2, use the pin, but
yeah,
I can hardly see the way. Yeah.
It's very interesting because just before knight b5, it looked like, wow, okay, what Makhsoodlu is doing makes so much sense, and then knight b5 puts pressure.
So maybe just like go bishop b4, but then we're losing the momentum quite a bit.
Yeah, and then, okay, who knows, some rook e6, then already all these rook g6 ideas.
Like, yeah, rook g6 is actually.
Yes, I'm not sure.
Right.
But okay, back to Magnus or back to Richie, or what is happening?
We can take a look at Magnus's game, but it's not going to result in any fireworks anytime soon because they're in the end game. Magnus has the better structure. But in terms of whether he can win this, I suppose he's preparing the maneuver knight f1, knight d2, knight c4. It's certainly not a lot of fun for black to play this position.
So who is winning is Peng Bo. I don't know if you want to hear this, guys, but the guy is already winning. And as we said, it was a bit of speculation on his side to play this early g4, but if it's not getting countered, then of course he's...
And finally not d5 on the board, but just a bit too late.
Yeah.
Knight does not change anything anymore. So this is good news. We have seen that, okay, Kostenyuk is trying to squeeze out something.
Still not a lot of changes on that board.
Yeah, but okay, something to play with. However...
Finally, some changes in the game between Ksu and Abdusatorov. You know, that structure has changed in the center. And I would say that I generally like where it's going for black, probably.
It gets more messy, yeah? It's not anymore this stable advantage for white or something.
Yeah, he's got the bishop pair. I mean, the bishops are still not completely open. He's got to figure out how to protect e4. Is he going to go for bishop f5, or are there other ways to protect that pawn?
By the way, the Duda Yuanji game ended in a draw, so a very solid performance there by Yuanji, neutralizing Duda. So all eyes on Magnus needs to win to give his team a chance.
He's got a big time edge.
And a lot of pressure on Dingley, and he knows that this is so important.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a lot of options for how to make his pieces better. Yeah, the bishop from f8 can't really move. So what can he do with the knight?
Okay, guys, I have a question, if you will.
Yeah.
Abdusatorov's game, because you were asking how to protect the e4 pawn. Can we try to protect it from f3?
Wow.
So it's a genuine question, because queen g4 is a serious threat. Yeah, and first I thought it cannot be that white doesn't have a defense, but...
Maybe we take it and go king h2?
And queen g4.
King h2, queen g4,
still don't have rook g1.
Rook g1, that's what I thought, and I even thought queen h5, king g3, and that's clear, but there is this thing called bait in one.
Yes.
I didn't
against bishop f3, can I be very professional and play bishop g3?
Yeah, perhaps that's what you have to do. But are you threatening to take? It's another question. Like if I deploy... Nah.
Okay,
yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, I go queen g4.
Then knight d5.
And then you wait, and you only take when
well, I'm
it's winning.
stepping knight takes e7 checkmate, yeah?
That's a beautiful one. And,
yes.
and I say, yeah, I exchange the rooks, and then I will see. Now you will not think anymore.
Yeah, who wanted to make room, right?
Beautiful.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, so queen b2, there is still a lot of tension in this one.
A lot of tension. Actually, queen b2 also prepares some queen a3 at the right moment.
Yeah. That's a very sharp game, and it's a crazy match, despite...
Crazy match.
Yeah.
Ooh, but we have a crazy position in Garay versus Makhsoudlu.
Again,
yes,
back to this.
Oh, it's more crazy. Come on, we got to look at it. At least one crazy game per round.
Okay.
You know, Magnus will be playing his endgame for a long time. We can still come back to it. So... Makhsoudlu has sacrificed a piece.
No, of course, bishop b2, right? I mean, this guy is not going back.
Of course, but... Yeah, so bishop takes b2, king takes b2.
Okay, well, you would think that Makhsoudlu has at least a draw here, but...
Knight takes d4, takes.
Can white hold on, though?
King c2. Well, I think that black has to find the perpetual, and it's connected with rook takes b5 at some point, no?
So queen d3, king c1.
Queen d3, king c1, and...
And somehow there's no checks because this knight is covering everything. But it's so dangerous looking.
Yeah, but I also have some rook e8 check, trading the rooks, and then queen is getting activated on the long diagonal.
Rook g3 is an idea as well.
Yes. I was
so
looking
you're saying
at
black has to force the perpetual.
Yeah, I don't know if you can force it with rook takes b5. Is that a perpetual? And then queen c3 check?
Goes to a1.
It goes to a1 and queen b2.
Yeah, it isn't so obvious.
Wow. So, I mean, because that match is quite important.
Well, originally I thought c3 is clever, but then knight takes c3. And there is the rook b7, rook e8. And
Okay, let's just show this because this is very
knight
important.
c3, and like here, if you have a move, it must be winning. Like rook b7, it wins, but there is rook e8. Yeah.
Yes, trading one pair of rooks.
There was also queen d5. No, that's nonsense. I mean,
Okay, but it's a razor sharp.
yeah, the position is
Position.
crazy sharp. Yeah.
Okay, we can take a look at Artemia versus Bernatsky. I mean, because so far nothing has really been clarified in this match at all.
Artemiev Bernatsky. Okay, but Artemiev is enjoying himself. This is lovely. Look at this. E5 square. Black is forced to passivity. Bishop on b2. Rook on g1, g5 pawn. Artemiev will win this. Only point that he's down to 2 minutes, but he's used to this.
That's him.
I think it's so clear, yeah, Peter. I mean, it's like White's king is a little
No, it's fine.
as well, but okay.
White
Six,
White
G6. Look at
G6,
this diagonal.
yeah.
Oh,
Oy, 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 oy. Also, some
Okay.
endgames can be very bad. I don't know. I'm not loving this for black. No, I believe in Artemiev. I'm a big believer. And Gumulars against Mursin, the two youngsters. That's a big question. Okay, it's a dead draw endgame, so no drama
big
there.
Right, but you should just see the move that Maksudlu played. So he is not looking for perpetual.
No.
Just played c3. He's threatening checkmate in 2. He's threatening the knight on b5.
yeah, but knight c3. What's the next move? That's
Yes.
what I thought
Well, the
was
next
very clever.
move, maybe something with the f7 rook. Is there anything to
Well,
found?
I can reveal that according to computer after c3 it's plus 2 point something for white, yeah?
Wow.
Because of
That would be a
knight c3.
Yes, because
big
of knight
upset
c3.
for the team from Poland if he can get a win here.
Actually, after knight b5, I was calculating a little bit this bishop takes b2, but I did not see why it should work. Computer was showing some 0-0. I don't know what was the brilliancy.
You know, Artemiev has like less than 20 seconds, and he just offered a queen trade.
Exactly.
I mean, I know his position is better. Like, even if the queen trade happens, he's planning knight f3, knight e5.
Well, then it's game over, yeah, if he gets there. So bishop d6 and knight f... Yes, this is Artemiev.
Yeah.
Bishop takes
Why do you think this
f4.
is so clear? I mean,
Well,
like,
he will put something on e5 and look at this packet.
I mean, you lose the d file, right? And if rook f7 is
rook
like knight
f7.
e5 and or bishop.
Bishop e5, yes.
wow, you guys are so confident in this.
Well,
I mean, it's poetry of positional chess, you know.
Yes. And we believe in Artemiev.
Okay.
Sensational player. This move, bishop e5.
Bishop
will hurt.
e5 is.
Normally, Artemiev does this with 1 second on the clock, you know, and then you are going crazy. Why didn't he lose on time? Because otherwise he will crush me. Wow.
I'm trying to figure out where is this match going to be decided. So, because if Gareev gets the win, the team from LIE needs a win somewhere.
Well, what about Dubov against Teklov?
Well, they could get a win there. It's just they've been maneuvering around for a long time.
Okay, but knight on d3 in the Catalan with bishop f1, this pawn formation, Dubov will win his first game. By the way, he's also up
Way ahead on the clock. Yeah, that's definitely a good place for them to get a win. But they're not going to get a win on their last board.
Okay, but already Dubov, Artemiev, 2 wins. Yes, Gareev might get a win there, but...
Not so sure about Logno. I mean, she's down on the clock, and I'm not sure her endgame is like that amazing. So Morzin is like a dead end game. So if Dubov wins, they still need a win, and
Yeah, it is very tense, this one as well.
And
the last board is drawish. The last board is drawish. Okay, but this is good because Artemiev and Dubov can win. That's 2 win and only 1 loss against Gareev. This is still a good deal for Elaine.
Okay, shall we go back to Magnus?
Yes, definitely. Let's see this massage.
By the way, I also think that Ju Wenjun has improved her position against Kostyanyuk. I mean, look at her queen on c2.
Yeah, there is no... Well, if someone is better, then it's black because white is kind of tied down and Ju Wenjun is such a nice strategist. I'm really worried for Kostyanyuk. And already we know that they are losing the last board. And then if they lose this, then then this is crazy.
Using the fact that the knight to d2 is hanging, can we just go knight b8,
yes.
king wherever it goes, and knight c6? Like we learned it from Artemius.
Yes,
You take my pawn, I go knight d4, you resign.
On the board, on
Like
the
this.
board, yeah, of course. Juvenjun will not miss this chance. Knight b8 on the board. I'm pretty sure that black is just winning this. And then that's the end of WR chess, because then how they can win the match? They cannot even tie the match.
Yeah, I mean,
unless Abdusattorov.
I mean, he's up a pawn against Xu, but I don't think he can win this position. Actually, Xu is getting some attack on the dark squares. I think maybe Abdusattorov needs to be a little careful here.
He definitely needs to be.
Bishop e5 is coming.
But okay, bishop e5, queen e6, but draw is not good. Yeah, so he needs to play for a win at all cost. What happened in Pengbo Vadim's game? There is any turnaround or not? Does not seem like.
White's still up a pawn.
Yeah.
White's still better in the long run. But, you know, they don't have a lot of time. I mean, the Pengbo, wow, look at this. Vadim is landing a tactic.
But this is bad. This is just a blunder because takes, knight e3 check. Ends up losing after king d3.
Because the bishop on e6 is going to hang.
Specifically around.
d3, yeah.
d3. Okay, well, it was a good attempt.
Yeah, but unfortunately it does not
will
work.
Will it work, or will Pengbo...
Not against Pengbo.
Cold-blooded king c2.
Not against Pengbo. Yeah, on the board, king d3 played.
Yeah.
It's game over.
Oh, that's unfortunate. All right, Magnus played queen g3 against Ding. He has like temporarily sacrificed a pawn that he's going to get back right now. Still feels like he's torturing Ding.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, if you want to know the computer's evaluation, it's quite interesting. Yeah, that computers are very optimistic. It gives like +2 advantage for white.
Wow.
Throughout this endgame. Yeah, ever since this endgame was reached, it's like +2 point something.
So it's not even the fact that white is winning something by force. It's just that the structure is so bad.
The structure is so bad, yes.
Structure is so bad. Bishop g.
Just another magic by Magnus, yeah? But it will not help them.
Wait a second. Well, like if we try queen f3, we always lose, right?
Yeah.
We always lose. Somehow. We don't know how, but we will lose. We'll run out of moves.
Yeah, because this a5 pawn, it's so vulnerable.
Well, there's a lot of intrigue left in the match between Chessy and the Indian team. Oh, by the way, we have a king and pawn endgame between Rapport and Erigaisi.
Rapport is a pawn up, but...
But yeah, it's a crazy pawn endgame, yeah? It's not exactly the obvious one.
Because black has the more active king, yeah?
Yeah, and if white has to go king f2, then we'll have to calculate king d3 and some pawn races. Actually, computer gives 0-0 here.
0, c5, that's what I was thinking. Like if you
on the board
to show, c5.
Well, look at the crazy position between Narayanan and Martirosyan.
Yeah, no, that just quickly will show you get ready for this, and then I guess c4, a5.
Yes.
And this is like king d2, king f3 would probably lose, so you have to go here, and then, why can't I go to f2? King f2, king d3, and we start running. King f3, king goes to c3, e4 takes, well, pawns running, e5, a4. Queen's coming at the same time.
You will have queen b5 check, maybe picking up a pawn, but I will have
and
millions
there will
of
be perpetual,
checks.
right? So that's crazy complex one.
Wow. And you said that Narayanan against Martirosyan.
Yeah,
yes,
bring this one on your board. Yeah, this should be...
Yes, Sunildut is apparently winning.
It's a queen versus a knight. At first, like the black knight and pawns look really impressive, but then you realize it's pretty hard for him to push them.
And only one knight. Yeah, there is no more minor piece or something.
I guess he has an idea of a3 in this position.
What?
Pawn a3 right now.
Then also some queen takes h5, e6. Yeah, then the e pawn also appears. No, he captured on e5.
Okay, yeah. He played... On my board was a little bit behind. Okay, so f4 happened. Rook e8, so it's pretty easily winning for white now. Okay.
That is it.
And we haven't looked at Adiban Koneru, the big derby. What is happening actually? Adiban is many pawns up, but there is some queen g1 checkmate threat.
Yeah.
Maybe white will have to give perpetual.
He'd better find a perpetual because...
Yes, okay, you have perpetual, but that's all. And we see the Rapport Erigaici game going along the lines we talked about, king f2, king d3. We're going to see that queen endgame, which will last forever, unless there is a direct draw. And Erdogmus, the game Erdogmus.
It looks like he's better against Harika in this rook endgame. Okay, Humpy drew, and oh wow, he got to...
No, well, actually, he queened. He just wins.
Oh yeah, that's it.
Well, I thought it'd be some crazy opening. You know what it was? The classical Carlsbad was like...
Yes.
It's almost like he's 14 and...
13 only.
13, and 1 year he spent at Petrosian Chess School or something.
But Shah won for Team India, so that compensates for Harika's loss. So right now, their match is actually... I mean, Narayanan is winning, so I mean, Team India could be upsetting Chessy in this match.
Wow, and we reached in Rapport's game, this queen endgame that we talked about after queen takes c5. That yes, white is a pawn up, but black starts checking white's king. One gets the feeling that this should be a draw. By the way, some queen f1
Queen f1,
check,
right?
And then even taking, it depends where this king is probably.
I think you're in time.
Yeah, you cannot activate the king, you have to go king g3. After queen f1, only then I cannot take the pawn.
I mean, it's going to be a huge upset, right? In a way, if MGD1 wins against Chessy without Van Forest and Vidit. But, I mean, Martirosyan...
yeah,
let's bring that up. I mean, that game might be over soon.
Yeah,
because queen f2 is coming, right? Queen f2 and queen f5.
Yeah, against king g6, queen f2.
Okay, so he's got the king trapped into mate.
So
it's game over.
Wow, I don't understand where is Chessy's chances to win more points. I mean, they're basically ending, right?
Well, Richie needs to squeeze out this.
Right, if Richie wins, they can draw the match.
And already board 6 was decided. Aynakul lost.
Yep.
That was a very huge victory.
By the way, Maksudlu managed to trick Gareev somewhere and win.
Seriously?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I'll investigate this one.
Go ahead.
Where is it? What? 0-1. Oof. Oof. Maksudlu.
And Carlsen is still torturing Ding.
Yeah, let's get back there. The evolution did not change, but human lead position clearly changed. The knights were traded off.
Black's position looks like it's getting worse and worse.
Yeah, suddenly the bishop endgame is hopelessly lost. There is no way to defend on...
I mean, I have to say it was just been a very nice performance by Magnus in this game. Like it never felt like Ding had much of a chance. It was like a one-way thing where he just got the better of the opening, the middle game, and then also like outplaying him so nicely in the end game.
Yeah, this is the sheer dominance, right?
Yes, but it was clear he very quickly got this dream setup. And okay, if Magnus gets the dream setup, then he captured with the queen. He allows queen f6 and calculates king takes g4. He even has the nerves to calculate something like this. Wow, but this is shocking because black gets counterplay. Queen f1 or what? How on earth did Magnus allow this? Queen f1, king g3, why?
I don't know.
Why?
To assert dominance?
Yes, absolutely no need. The queen on c6 was completely stuck.
But I realized that black wanted to play c4.
Yes.
The queen on c6, but it should have been too late, right?
Yes, yes. But okay, now after bishop f6, apparently white is again in a winning situation. I do see a lot of checks also with the queen and then activate that. Magnus just plays bishop f2. Tranquilo. Everything is protected.
Okay, Lachno is losing in this match.
And I think Elaine is still going to win the match despite that.
Wow.
Yeah, last board will be a draw.
Because Artemyev should be able to win.
Oh.
Yeah, now the moves are coming way too quickly. The board is not able to update. Bishop f2, queen h1, queen c8 check. And the queen is falling back all the way to h3 eventually, guarding.
So he's going to guard the h4 pawn like that.
Yes.
He should still be able to win.
Should be. But it got more messy than what we assumed. But now again, he gets perfect harmony and then he's up 2 pawns.
A queen gives and it's queen c8, king g2, everything protected, right?
Well, the g6 pawn
no, he went queen g4.
was lost. Yeah, now he took on g6. Okay, this is completely hopeless.
So the king is coming up to g4. Huh.
Okay, queen takes this is a threat.
Well, so Pengbo got the win. But the question is, and Kostyuk drew. Wait, so
if
he
Magnus
loses,
wins, yeah, then it's tied.
Oh, wow, it's tied, which is not great for China. So Ding is feeling some pressure because giving up a draw in this match, not perfect. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but they're not going to be in the lead anymore.
Kostyuk drew?
She drew, yeah, she held on in that position.
It's a huge surprise then. How did she manage?
Yeah, it looked like the match was over, but no. WR team is fighting back. Magnus also getting very nervous. He pushes h5. He gives up the d3 pawn with check, but he believes king g2. He will just hide his king. Computer confirms +7 advantage for Magnus. And he forces a trade. Wow, very classy, and goes bishop b6, collects the a5 pawn. That's the end of it. It's a technical win.
Oh, wow. That's a beautiful transition to winning bishop endgame. Yeah, using the better placed pawns.
Sacrifice 2 pawns, but bishop b6 and the a5 pawn goes on to hunt black.
He's trying to figure out what were the results in the other games.
Yeah.
Well, that was a close match, and Magnus delivers for the WR team.
The only problem that draw is basically not really bringing anything for the WR team.
It is sad that they cannot catch China. I mean, if they would have won, they could have caught China.
Yes.
So that was actually...
England resigns.
I mean, who can really be blamed for that result? I mean... There weren't a lot of chances in the other games, right? I mean...
Yes, not at all.
It's not like Kostyuk drew at some point. She was even lucky to hold. So it's not like WR let out a lot of chances in this match. I think it's sort of fair result.
Yeah, so what about Elaine? The Rapport game ended in a draw. Narenam beat Martirosyan. But... and also Erdogmus beat Harika. So +2 and then... lost the last board, still they managed to win. Yeah, Chessy wins 3.5.
Dubov is still trying to win with his extra pawn with the bishops of opposite color. It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, but he doesn't need to, thanks to a win of Maksudlu, which, by the way, I just took a look at. And yeah, if you'd allow me, guys, I understand it goes on and this game has finished. However, it's our last round, so we will not have a long break. Something that always was hard for me to solve, you know, the studies or positions where only the heavy pieces are on the board, but for some people it's very easy, it turns out. I'm not sure if rook g2 is a decisive mistake, but yeah, rook d6, attacking the queen, white goes rook e8, king f7, and from that moment on, I don't know if I believe this, but there is no way back.
Wow.
Check, rook d7, Queen b8, queen c3, and a little bit of geometry. So rook goes to c2, queen goes to a1, queen b1, rook d1, take the queen with the check, take the rook. Like, just collected everything.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Incredible
energy, incredible tactical talent. Farham Maksudlu wins this match pretty much single-handedly.
Yes. Yeah, because thanks to this win, actually, this decided the whole...
Yeah, this decided the match because his position was, we know, was bad. So the sacrifice was a bluff, and it could turn the match upside down.
But we also have a huge result between Chessy and MGD1. Right? I mean, because Rapport ended in a draw against Aragaisi. Narayanan, who lost 4 games in a row on the first day, defeated Martirosyan. Mihir Shah defeated Ainakul. That's 2 wins and only 1 loss by Harika with the rest draws. I think if we add that up, we can see that Chessie lost by a minimal score. That's a huge result, right? Because they're one of the leading teams and now they're not going to be.
And they, well, I don't know if that was their fault or maybe the misguided strategy, but taking 2 players out. And it backfired.
It was very risky. I mean, MGD1 is a very solid team. I would say like these results, I mean, are not surprising, right? So, okay, Narayanan beats Martirosyan. That can happen. The other 2 games are draws.
Of course. Yeah.
And, well, some randomness happens on the last board. And there we go. So, actually, who's going to be leading the tournament after today?
Yeah, no idea. I'm losing my mind already.
Oh, don't worry, Peter. I can tell you. I figured it out. It's Alain. Yeah.
Alain.
Alain, because
Maksudlu. Because Maksudlu.
China drew.
Right.
So Magnus kind of helped out Alain, right? And Chessie lost. So Alain surges ahead with their little, easier pairings against the Polish team.
Yes, it was kind of expected. Yeah, once we saw the pairings, it looked like this is a golden opportunity, but the match was so crazy.
It wasn't an easy walk.
Yeah, there was plenty of chances for the Krakow team.
Yeah, well, the big question is why those 2 players were taken out for Chessie. I mean, it's like you can understand when 1 player is taken out.
Right.
Both Vidit and Van Forest is very surprising.
Doesn't feel it, so on. But yeah, you take 2 of your top board. And it's not like your team is a disaster on lower boards, but anyway, you lose the, I don't know, the thickness, so to speak, the flexibility, right?
Wow, I'm also seeing some other results in GM Hans team probably lost because all the first 3 boards, Nihal Sadim beats Hans Niemann, Elyanov beats Tabatabei, and Volokikin beats Darda.
It's so just, Ashdod chess.
Yeah, and also Kotenashvili beats Salimova.
Oh, wow.
It's 5.5-half.
Wow.
And they lost their last board too.
Yes.
So
incredible.
How about Mamedyarov and Mamedyarov's team?
Yakuboyev beats Svidler. And okay, Grishchuk beat Vohidov, so it's tied.
I think the Kazakh team won.
Yeah, Bibisara won. And also the last board won. Yeah, so Kazakh chess won after all.
We are having some guests in the studio pretty soon. And you guys don't want to miss this. It's exciting. Even we're very excited to see who's going to be joining us.
We always like surprise guests.
Well, I mean, look at it. I mean, at the end of day 2, we actually have a sole leader, and it was not obvious at all. But Elaine pulled through a little bit better, and WR Chess came to play the spoiler for Team China.
Yes, and
holding them to a draw.
And the big question is that tomorrow there are 4 runs, but how many top teams can still challenge Elaine, for example? Yeah, it's a very big question.
Well, Elaine has, I think, played all of the top teams.
Exactly, which makes them a heavy favorites to win the event.
Right. Well, we have in our studio the reigning women's world champion, Ju Wenjun. Welcome.
Hello.
You guys just had a very tense match against WR Chess.
Well, yeah, I mean, we end up with a draw, and I think it's very exciting besides the results.
Yeah, well, what everyone wants to know is who is Peng Bo? Because he's become famous now.
Peng Bo,
Yeah.
I mean, I think one day he also come to the studio.
We would love to have him.
Well, and I think he is a secret player and secret weapon from our team.
Yeah.
So in general, I think there are many people who used to study chess, and then when they go to university, and then they go to find a job, so they don't play chess anymore. But still, they have some good level.
So tell us, how did you guys find him? Like in all of China, how was Peng Bo selected to represent your team?
Well, actually, like I said, before he finished the graduation and go to work, he played some chess, and it was, not some, professional chess player, but he still has some chess level and he has some unique style.
So was there one particular player on your team that knew him, or is he just well known? What was he? Did like all the players know him, or there was one particular connection that like was like, oh, I think he'll be a good fit for the team?
Oh, can I get some water?
Oh, some water. Here you go. Here.
The secret. You're asking all the secrets.
Well, I think the audience wants to know, so I got to come with the hard questions.
Of course, I understand. Yes.
I think they're not going to be very forgiving if I don't get all that information about China's, MVP, who has a perfect score so far, 7 out of 7. Any questions that you're thinking of, Peter? Am I missing anything?
No, okay. It's for the moment we are focused on Peng Bo, but we would also like to know other things. For example, Dingren is playing very well. What is your feeling about your own performance?
For my own performance, I think it's normal. I mean, I missed some chance also. I have some difficulties. So in general, my game is fine. But okay, one game I lost to Anna, but it's not so bad. I mean, it's just the rest of the game is good.
So this is actually like the second World Team Championship, and last time there was no team from China. So what was the inspiration for you guys to like create this team? Who came up with this idea and organized this?
So I think it was during some Chinese team championship. Mm-hmm. And by that time, Li Chao had come up with this idea because these guys won Olympic gold medal in 2014. So there's some kind of like 10 years, something. They will meet again, and this is a perfectly place and for perfect tournament for them.
So that's the name. The name Decade China Team is like about the 10 years since winning the chess Olympiad.
Like this,
You were right about that, Peter.
I was there. I remember. Yes.
Yes. Very cool.
Hungary was second.
We were second.
I remember.
Hungary was second. Yes. We were also very happy. Yeah, wow. Also, we see Dingren in good shape. Okay, now he lost to Magnus. It can happen to anyone. It's just nice to see also we can feel the good atmosphere in Chinese team.
Yeah, it's very good atmosphere.
And Wang Yue is back. Li Chao is here. Good friends of mine. I'm super happy to see them in action.
Are you enjoying this tournament?
Yeah.
You like to play like faster time controls?
Yeah, I like as long as it's chess, anything is good.
Got it. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciated your time.
Thank you.
Best of luck to you and the team.
Thank you.
All right. Well, that was a lot of fun. And that was our interview for the day. Hopefully we got your questions answered, guys.
Well, there were still some secret remaining, regarding Peng Bo.
She said that we might be able to have Peng Bo later on, right?
Exactly. So it's very nice. We are still in the dark. For example, I would like to know from which city is he.
Right.
We know that in China there is big chess culture in different cities. Where is he from? It was so sweet when Zhu Anjun said that he has a good level. Yeah, he can play.
Yes.
We have seen it. Yeah, he has extremely good level.
All right, so let's see any more results. Okay, so we have 3-3 between WR Chess and the Decade China team. And we have this slightly surprising minimal victory by Team MGD1 over Chessy.
Wow.
But it's a costly loss for Chessy because it puts them now not even in first place or second place, but now they're going to be like in some tie for third place. And yeah, we will be wondering what happened to Vidit and Van Forest for this key match against a dangerous Indian team. We got the Ashdod Chess Club crushing gmhans.com. By the way, it looks like there were 2 victories, like by forfeit.
Yeah, there were.
Wow, really?
Ilyanov got a win over Tabatsabe, and also the last board without play. I don't know what the story is on that. Maybe they showed up late. I guess we will try to find out later. And wait, it looks like, is Dubov still playing, actually?
Dubov is still playing.
Oh, that game drew.
Yeah.
Finally ended after like 90 moves.
So Dubov is without a win still, and his team is leading.
He's leading, so who cares, basically?
Right.
Yeah? That's
Because he's doing his job. And yeah, amazing. So Elaine surges forward. Now they're having like this 1-point lead over the Chinese team.
Yep.
And actually, where does this put MGD1? Now that they won, they have moved up from 10 points to 12 points.
So that's 14 for Elaine.
So they're going to be tied for third.
13 for Decade China, and then it's a reasonable sized tie on 12 points.
Yes.
And in terms of who Elaine still has left, that's also quite interesting. Like, what are their top teams that they still have not played? They've even played the Dangerous Rookies team.
They played, China and WR.
China, WR, Chessy, Royal Chess, Krakow. I mean, they really cleared the path forward.
So gmhans.com is
GM
still there.
Hans,
GM Hans,
Kaz
is
Chess,
Ashdod,
Kaz Chess.
and Kaz Chess. So there are still teams left that could present an obstacle. They don't want to be resting their top players. I think Andrejkin should be.
So did they play MG1?
Ooh, MGD1, I don't think they've played.
No. So
No.
that means
They
like
need to play
Dubov Riga
them.
Easy, we will see.
wow.
And this
Yes.
is, this
Okay. And that's going to be a
inspiring.
very
then there
big
is-
match for MGD1.
And we will have still a lot of action tomorrow. Absolutely. Nothing is decided yet.
Let's see if we are going to see any pairings for tomorrow. Not yet.
No. That's today's last round, so arbiters, you'll never know. If you wait for the pairing, we might as well wait for tomorrow's round. No, they should be out, but yeah.
Well, there's top scorers on
Top
the
scorers.
Elaine team. So it's Maksudlu doing great at 6 out of 7. We got Andrejkin at 5 out of 6. Artemyev. I mean, so the middle is doing really well.
Yeah,
Lagno has, she had, actually, this was, I think, before the update, right? Because she did just lose a game, so she's going to have a 2.5 out of 4.
And which means that Maksudlu has
7
even
out of
1
8.
extra win.
7
yes.
out of 8.
Yes.
7 out of
Same
8.
applies to Artemyev. Yeah.
5.5 out of 7. Yeah, they're doing great. And, their last boards are also, they're not like Peng Bo, right? They're not going to be like necessarily legends.
But they don't need him, yeah, because they have such stability in the board.
In the middle.
Between, yes.
Yes. Yeah, they're doing very well. All right, let's take a look at today's highlights, guys.
Highlights. Definitely a highlight, but...
Well, okay, Magnus's win against Dingliren. Yeah, it was a vintage Magnus. Yeah, this very good opening and...
So this doesn't look like... that's empty or... No, so look, there's still someone still playing.
Someone is still playing.
Right?
Well, we had such an eventful day. What do you guys, what do you think are the most memorable moments from today?
Yeah, so that's
Let's try to remember, that's 4 rounds of play.
Right, of course, Magnus's win, right? Then it's...
Against Ding, right? Big clash,
Ding.
Carlsen, Ding, yes.
Yeah, 14...
The fact that WR lost 2 games in a row.
Yeah. And then what? Then 14 moves win for
Dogmos.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
the remake of an opera game. And there was an impressive play by Maksudlu. I mean, the energy.
And also this crazy game between Yakuboev and Maksudlu that we analyzed.
We see Jan, that reminds me of how he accidentally managed to blunder his queen and in the end game against Maksudlu.
That's again Maksudlu. So Maksudlu involved in every round.
Yes. Yeah, he's been a star for Elaine. And okay, that was Svidler losing to Marty Rosyan.
So isn't it the first round?
Yeah, it was helpful to see the video, to just remind ourselves like of everything we've seen today. Because all these days are pretty epic.
Yeah, there was so much action. Yeah, I'm losing my mind. I'm following here every small detail. But yeah, it's just so much fun to be part of this event.
Right, and there is something to analyze even after we are done with the commentary.
Well, we were worried that, one team could run away with it all. And like they did last year. It's not happening. It was really close. We had a 3-way tie for first before the round started today. Now we have one team that is just a little bit ahead of the second place team. And they're still going to be challenged by the MGD1 team that is fighting to stay at the top of the standings as well.
Yeah, also a very sympathetic team. Yeah, full of energy, always here discussing together. One really feels that this is a real team which can cause upsets, no matter against whom they are playing.
Yeah, and for example, Narayanan, what a nice story. Losing so many games in the beginning.
Many in a row.
Today he won such a key one against Martirosyan, and that handed the win to India.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, and so many ups and downs. This Maxodlu game against Gariev, we thought like, okay, it will end finally the winning streak for Maxodlu. Then he comes up with this incredible kind of tricky rook d7 idea from nowhere and wins the game.
Yeah, well, Magnus has been helping out his team today.
Right.
It was really just that one bad game yesterday that kind of marred the event. But since then, he's been contributing a lot.
Yeah, and I was thinking, like, if we compare to the previous year, where, as you said, one team ran away very fast. So now what changed big time? Well, the team of China, a very strong Chinese team appeared, but also, in general, people take much more serious the amateur board, the joker board.
Yes.
Right? And even for WR, they're clearly targeting Vadim. Like this match against China, right? I mean, we will make a draw with white quickly and so on because we know that potentially we have +1.
Yeah.
It didn't work out for them, but it was very
I'm kind of glad it didn't work out. It was kind of a little cynical approach there.
Right.
Come on, we know Peng Bo's going to win all his games, but still, I'm glad that Magnus kind of spoils that strategy a little bit for them. Yeah, I mean that match was not too interesting on the middle boards, right? Some of those games were just kind of dead from the beginning.
Juna thought she was winning.
Maybe half of them.
Thought she was winning.
But Duda's game really was against Yu Yangyi, never went anywhere. The other Nepo's game finished in a few
was
minutes.
putting pressure against Abdusatolov. Yeah,
that was interesting.
Maybe.
That was interesting, yeah.
But basically that Yu Yangyi neutralized Duda, that was kind of also very important. Yeah, with the black.
It was like most of the action was like board 1 and 6.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's the problem. Like you have guys like Masudlu who sets up the bar of what you call exciting game so high that anything which is not up to the task, you go, okay, nothing was happening. I mean, there were no rooks sacrificed, right? I mean, so that was not a game. Yeah, that still was very tense. And Wei against Nepo. Would he play? It's hard to tell, right?
Yes, of course.
We've gone either way.
Dangerous. Yeah.
Well, I think we have gone through the main events of the day. It's been, an amazing day of chess. And tomorrow we're going to see if El Ain can hold on to their lead or will they be stopped in their tracks by MGD1. That's probably, we don't actually know the pairings yet for the 9th round of play, but there is definitely going to be plenty of action tomorrow, guys. So let's tune in to see who's going to be the World Rapid Team Champion after tomorrow.
Gaius Julius Caesar could do 3 things at the same time, and we can do as many as 12. Feels like you're a kid in a candy store, right? As if you're choosing which companies to buy shares in. But thanks to Freedom Broker, it's easy to do. You can trade stocks from the comfort of your home. Speaking of home, you can buy your own house. With the help of Freedom Bank, you can apply for a mortgage online. We want you to feel comfortable and safe. Through Freedom Insurance, you can insure your home and car completely online. You can even purchase life insurance online with us. We do everything to make your life more comfortable. You only need to have a smartphone at hand, which you can buy in Freedom Mobile stores. But a smartphone without a mobile connection and the internet is just a piece of iron with a camera. Therefore, you need to connect Freedom Telecom to be connected and surf the internet. You can fly yourself anywhere in the world, for example, to Japan to learn the history of real samurai by buying tickets in the Aviata. Or, to learn the way of a real samurai, it's enough to go to the cinema using the ticket on. But you can't have a lot of rest. It is necessary to earn money. Having opened a business, you can use Freedom Pay to manage your accounts. And with the help of Rikasa, it is easy to issue fiscal checks. Perhaps while you were watching this ad, you got hungry. No problem. Order products through our online supermarket, arbuz.kz, in just a couple of clicks. Oh, a flat tire? And here, too, we can help. With the Freedom Drive service, you can easily order tires and wheels online. And this is only a part of what we can do. Freedom Digital Ecosystem. One brand, 1,000 capabilities.
Waves are up. His clock is ticking. How will you respond to Igor's first move while ready to play?
Who's gonna swing across the channel? I'm a strong swimmer. Who's gonna swim across the channel? Why did you wonder? You say a lighthouse. Am I right, boy? Am I right? Why did you wonder?
Make your move. The 45th FIDE Chess Olympiad, Budapest 2024, where the story becomes history.